He was trampled on every day at school. Even the girl he liked left with the bullies, but life was cruel. He met Trukkun and ended up reincarnating as Lucas Ryan, in a world where magic is worshipped and martial artists are despised. But Lucas became a genius at the academy. In a world where magic is supreme, on the magic continent of Arcanus, an annual event was about to begin. A man announced to the crowd that today they would perform the divine blessing. Children under 6 would offer their most precious possessions to the gods. If accepted, a divine messenger would be sent. He explained that this spirit would sense the child's magical element, granting them the chance to become a mage. A boy asked his mother if he could learn magic by offering a piece of candy, but she believed it needed to be expensive jewelry, like the nobles had. A noblewoman showed off a precious stone, claiming that the more valuable the offering, the higher the chance of a blessing. A man commented he heard the Ryan family spent their entire fortune for this blessing. Another added it would be tragic if they weren't blessed after all that effort. Holt Ryan, the family head, knew he had gambled heavily on everyone's future. He was certain his children, Laker and Lewis Ryan, would receive top-tier blessings. The master of ceremonies called the next on the list. He loudly announced the name Julia Ryan. The young girl approached and placed a small crown on the altar. A formation appeared on the ground, and the MC wondered what it could be. He questioned if this was the blessing of Kahai, the thunder god. It was level 7. 12 years had passed since they had seen such a high level. Her father celebrated his daughter's incredible talent, claiming their family had been chosen. The girl regained consciousness, not understanding what had happened. Her mother remarked that the offering didn't seem valuable enough to cost the family fortune. One guest reminded another that one child was still left, and he would offer the legendary treasure. Holt knelt before Lucas, telling him he was next, and the boy agreed. An older man handed him a sword to be accepted. In the crowd, people reacted to the energy radiating from the blade. A figure manifested behind the boy, identified as Volcanus, the fire god. His little sister wished her big brother good luck. The MC realized that by offering something so valuable, the Ryan family head was betting everything on the boy. Lucas walked toward the altar to make his offering. Outside, the sky changed color, and people wondered what was happening. The boy's father had never seen anything like it, and wondered if this was level 9. The youth stood in the center of the altar. The sword floated in the air as the boy watched. Then, he noticed intense energy surging into his hand. Light spread up his arm, engulfing it completely. Another figure was now holding the sword. Outside, someone commented that the sky had returned to normal. Holt questioned if the blessing was over, and where the divine spirit was. His youngest daughter looked toward the altar. Lucas was repelled from the altar, falling to the ground where he remained motionless. The MC and his family called out to him. His parents rushed over, begging him to wake up. The MC stated that the god had rejected him. He declared that Lucas Ryan had been abandoned by the progenitor of magic. As the family supported him, light descended from the ceiling toward someone else. In the realm of the fire god, a voice echoed with discontent. The entity was annoyed that the Ryan family had offered an ancient power. He observed the blade, and swore he would never forgive them. His servants praised his decision to only reject the child's offering. One spirit noticed an otherworldly presence had entered the boy's body, and asked if it should be removed too. The fire god replied there was no need to waste time on a being from another world. He turned to the other offering, calling it a fine piece. A soul found itself wrapped in energy. Within it, an eye opened. In the celestial source realm of the martial god, a man emerged. He focused on his goal. With a single movement, he overcame a barrier. He advanced through space. A cosmic creature addressed him as the power source governing this world. The man simply asked if the creature sought to block his path to a higher dimension. A cosmic creature attacked with a blast, trying to contain him, but the man pressed forward and unleashed his energy directly. The impact easily overwhelmed the creature. He turned as the being dissipated into a large vortex. He now faced a newly formed portal. The martial god stated that power source was nothing special. A small creature flew toward him, calling him Lord Martial God. He grabbed it, asking why his attendant spirit was obstructing him. Then he sensed that his old partner, Reku, was no longer present. The spirit showed an image, and he wondered what was happening on the Arcanus continent. He remembered that 1,000 years ago martial arts were stronger, but now the fire god, Volcanus, was worshipped. The spirit commented on the current situation. Even so, he claimed that spreading martial arts was a heavy burden. He had no interest in developing them. Yet, he acknowledged the duty to pass them on. A small being like him had to dedicate himself constantly to training. His presence then dissolved into a point of light. A new consciousness awoke, confused about its situation. Opening his eyes, he questioned what that was. He saw himself surrounded by several identical figures. The boy remained lying in bed. The creatures introduced themselves as Mars, the martial god, and announced they would grant him a blessing. They continued to float around the youth's bed. Then, they all flew toward him. The boy reacted to their approach. A light fired out and hit him. He received the level 9 martial god blessing, and the limit on martial arts training was removed. Sitting up in bed, the youth questioned what that martial god and level 9 stuff was about. He remembered the spirits he saw were incredibly strong. He looked at his hands, wondering what was happening. Then he recalled the accident and questioned why he was here. The memories of Lucas Ryan invaded his mind. He wondered if the gods were just messing with him. He realized he was in a new situation, fearing this life would be difficult. He thought of his mother and Azusa, who would now go on with their lives. But he still didn't understand what martial arts meant regarding the blessing he received. A lollipop fell to the floor beside the bed. The sound made him look toward the door. A little girl entered the room and called for her big brother. She ran and hugged him on the bed. The girl said she heard he would take a long time to wake up and was very worried. He comforted her, asking her not to cry anymore, recognizing her as Julia, Lucas's sister. He remembered Azusa, who must have been shaken by what happened. He then decided he would protect the people precious to him in this life, counting on the martial god's help. An angelic statue stands prominent on an altar in the center of a grand hall. Suddenly, a dark liquid begins to weep from the statue's eyes. The stone figure cries the dark substance, offering up its stained hands. A woman remarks that the detestable man's presence has vanished. She wonders if he died or simply left this world. Clutching a symbol on her chest, she laments having so little power left. The woman then rises amidst a dark substance. She declares that with him out of the way, this world will soon be theirs. 9 years later, peace reigns at the Ryan family estate. Lucas notices the weather has cleared and assumes Julia's training must be over. He decides to go meet her, but a massive thorn bush blocks his path. Suddenly, the thorns wrap around him, hoisting him into the air. Lucas wonders who would pull a prank like this again. He turns and identifies the culprit as Jeremy. Jeremy Ryan greets him as Lucas, the child abandoned by the gods. Behind him, a maid expresses surprise that Lucas hasn't been kicked out yet. Jeremy reminds Lucas that this backyard is reserved for the family's mags. He suggests that maybe Lucas will learn his lesson if he suffers some consequences. But Lucas warns him that his sister is finishing her magic training and will return any second. He advises Jeremy to let him go unless he wants to get blasted by her lightning. Jeremy calls him a coward for hiding behind his sister, stammering that he's not afraid of a little lightning. At that exact moment, a bolt strikes him square in the chest. The maid screams for her master, who is now lying on the ground, smoking. Lucas turns to see Julia approaching the gate. Young Julia warns Jeremy that she won't go easy on him if he bullies her brother again. She puffs out her cheeks in a huff. Then she turns to her brother and says she'll get those thorns off him right away. Once down, he pats his sister's head and she smiles up at him. Lucas keeps his hand on her head and asks Jeremy if he's learned his lesson. Jeremy just stares, unable to respond. Without a second thought, he turns and flees with the maid. Lucas comments on how fast Jeremy is running and notes that she went easy on him with that last shock. Julia asks why he didn't fight back since he could defeat him. He reminds her that his true strength is a secret between them. He pats her head again, saying she's there to protect him, and she readily agrees. As they walk toward the mansion, he reflects on the 9 years that have passed since he reincarnated into Lucas's body. He recalls the day he woke up. Lucas's father, Holt, visited him, making him believe he'd be expelled for failing to meet expectations. Instead, Holt embraced him, saying he was just happy Lucas had woken up safely. Even though he leads an order of knights and is rarely home, Holt is a good father who genuinely cares about his children. When Holt discovered Lucas had started training in martial arts, he immediately sent a letter with useful information. The letter informed him that the family archives held ancient martial arts books that could help. Lucas descends a dark corridor, lighting the way with a candle. Thanks to that letter, he was able to put a certain audacious plan into action. Back in the present, a maid calls for young Master Lucas outside the mansion. One maid wonders where he went, but the other says not to worry. He'll be expelled soon anyway. Suddenly, the two maids are startled by something they see. One asks if the other has felt the ground shaking. Her companion suggests it might just be someone practicing earth magic. Meanwhile, deep in an underground cave, a fist smashes through a stone wall. Lucas steps back from the rubble, wiping sweat from his face. He looks at the passage he's dug. It should be enough to reach the archives. He spent 6 months digging to build this secret training ground, divided into a study area, a training zone, and storage. He had to improvise a cheap tub for a bathroom, since he spent all his money equipping the other sections. He's trained here secretly every day since finishing it. Currently, he's relaxing in a medicinal bath, claiming it's the most efficient way to train martial arts. It's been 3 years since he started training with the chaotic tempering technique he found in the archives. He rises from the tub, revealing that now, magic attacks of level 5 or lower don't even scratch him. With his defense finally taking shape, he turns to focus on offense. He approaches a training dummy, sword in hand, and executes a rapid series of strikes with the broadsword. He also trains with a long spear. Finally, he steps back from the training dummy, which is now completely destroyed. Having reached level 4 in his spear technique, he decides to practice his fist techniques a bit more today. His skills have steadily improved over the last 9 years, but one thing still bothers him. According to the books, martial artists hit a limit that can only be broken by achieving enlightenment. But this enlightenment is so difficult to attain that most give up. That's why so few train in martial arts. He turns to a large training barrel and declares that he is different. He delivers a powerful punch straight into the barrel, causing it to completely explode on impact. He has reached level 5 in his fist technique. His levels just keep rising with no apparent limit. He realizes this must be what they call a divine blessing. Back in his room, he remembers Holt is returning home tonight for a family dinner. He walks down the hall toward the large dining room doors. Upon opening them, he finds his entire family already seated at the table. Holt greets him, mentioning it's been 6 months since they last saw each other, and invites him to sit. Holt informs Lucas that the Alan Magic Academy is opening a special martial arts department, and that he has already enrolled him. He acknowledges that martial arts are difficult, but knows Lucas can succeed. He warns that the entrance exam is next week. Lucas simply thanks his father. Lucas reflects that he needs to get stronger, but he can't stand out too much or he'll cause trouble. Julia then raises her hand and tells their father she wants to attend Alan Magic Academy with Lucas. Holt explains it's a good goal, but she's only 11. Julia retorts that the elite class has no age restrictions. She reveals she has actually already received an offer for the elite class. Holt just stares at her, pondering this information. He comments to his wife that Julia's reputation as a genius must have reached the academy, and that a great mage might be born into the family. While Julia giggles, Lucas comments that it's amazing, leaving Jeremy visibly annoyed. A relative says they will pray for both to pass, but Jeremy asks why Lucas is getting special treatment. Suddenly, Jeremy is startled by a voice telling him to calm down. A hand touches his face, and the voice repeats that there's no need to worry. Jessica Ryan, Jeremy's mother, reassures him, saying it's not guaranteed that Lucas will pass the exam anyway. A week later, the day arrived to leave for the Magic Academy. The family said their goodbyes at the estate gates. Julia's mother told them to take care. She promised to visit soon with their favorite pudding. Then, she reminded them not to forget the lucky coin their father had given them. The coin was from the Buon dynasty 10,000 years ago. Their father had won it after subjugating a magical beast. Holt showed them the coin. He explained that the engraved face was Mars, the first emperor. Lucas recognized him instantly. He told them to always keep it with them as a lucky charm. Lucas held the coin tight. He felt lucky to have a good family in both of his lives. With a final wave, Julia said goodbye, and they finally set off. A few hours later, the coachman announced the sunset. He said they should camp in the clearing ahead. Around the campfire, a man named Fordin explained their schedule. They would arrive at Alan Academy by nightfall the next day. Julia asked Mr. Fordin if there was anything interesting in Daku City. He nodded, mentioning the annual Magic Dodgeball tournament. Mr. Bai, Fordin added that the city was also famous for being a gastronomic hub. Lucas noticed his sister, Julia, was already drooling. Suddenly, he sensed movement from the darkness of the forest. He detected 12 horses and 13 people approaching fast, just 2 kilometers away. He asked Fordin if there were bandits in the area. The man replied that the chances were low. His chaotic tempering technique had given him sharpened senses. He was certain he wasn't imagining things. With only 5 of them and a child in the group, he knew they needed to be careful. He stood up and warned them. A mysterious group was coming quickly, and they needed to get into formation. Fordin couldn't hear anything, and wondered what young Master Lucas was talking about. But he quickly changed his mind. He ordered the guards to ready their weapons immediately. He didn't know where Lucas got the information, but decided it was better to be safe than sorry. Just then, a group of bandits on horseback charged through the forest. The guards spotted the riders, confirming their presence. The bandit leader saw them. He celebrated that the boss was right about the place being full of nobles. One of them commented that the little girl and the boy next to her would yield a good ransom. Fordin confronted them. He asked if they had any idea what happens to those who mess with nobles. The bandit leader simply ordered his men to attack everyone except the 2 children. The bandits advanced. One of the guards ran to provide cover for Mr. Fordin. A bandit charged on horseback, raising his sword to strike, but a guard intercepted him, hitting him with a spear. The bandit leader watched his companion fall. Fordin entered the battle, moving quickly with his sword. He told Miss Julia to leave the situation to him. With a single blow, He rushed forward and took down several bandits. He turned and yelled for young Master Lucas to grab Julia and run. Lucas turned sharply, hearing the sound of an attack. One of the bandits cast a fire spell on the remaining guards. The leader realized they had a mage, surprising Fordin. He shouted for the two to run into the forest while he took down another enemy, but a bandit attacked him from behind, striking him. Lucas turned in time to see it and screamed Fording's name. The man stood up, wounded and surrounded by enemies. The bandit leader promised to burn him for defeating his companion. Fordin prepared for battle. He declared he would protect the young master and the young lady, even if it cost him his life. Lucas knew Fordin was only a level 2 martial artist. He couldn't beat a mage. Lucas wanted to keep his true strength a secret, but he couldn't. He remembered how Fordin had been kinder to him than anyone else, becoming practically family. He couldn't stand by and watch his family be attacked. He told Julia to hide. He knelt down and told her he was going to help Fordin. His sister agreed and asked him to be careful. Lucas ran toward the combat. Meanwhile, Fordin exchanged blows with the bandit. He fell to his knees, struggling to stay upright. The bandit leader raised his sword to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the attackers fell. Fordin looked back, surprised by what had just happened. The other bandits wondered what that was. 2 fast projectiles hit 2 bandits. Then, a barrage of projectiles took down several other men at once. A small flame formed in Lucas's hand. He commented that his Gale Strike had reached level 4. Defeating level 1 bandits was a piece of cake. One of the bandits despaired, asking who the hell did that to his companions. The leader realized they had all been defeated in an instant. He prepared one last attack, screaming that he was taking the old man with him. A large fireball was launched directly at Fordin. With no strength to dodge, Fordin thanked whoever had helped, knowing the children would live. He closed his eyes and thanked the heavens, but Lucas jumped in front of him to intercept the imminent attack. The youth advanced directly against the fireball. Fordin watched him, unable to believe his eyes. After the smoke cleared, Lucas was standing there. Fordin called out to him as young master. The bandit leader was surprised to see his fireball completely negated. He tried to counterattack with another spell. Lucas simply stated that he was already finished. With a single punch, Lucas charged and hit the bandit leader squarely. The impact instantly defeated the man, and Lucas landed on the horse. Fordin watched him pull away and asked how he did that. Smiling, he turned and said he seemed to have a talent for martial arts. The older man could only call out for the young master. Suddenly, a dark mass began to sprout from the ground behind them. The creature rose completely, revealing its skeletal face. The monster ordered Lucas Ryan and Jeremy Ryan to die. Lucas stared at the thing in front of him. He decided he needed to defeat the monster quickly. Jeremy jumped into the air toward the creature. He struck the monster's head with a blow. Lucas watched his companion's action. Elsewhere, a man punched the ground. Energy rushed through the soil from his fist. Chains emerged from the earth and trapped a man. Back at the fight, Lucas wondered what kind of thing that was. A symbol manifested in the creature's eye. He questioned if that was what was controlling the dead. The monster opened its enormous mouth. Jeremy said that if his normal attacks didn't work, he would try another approach. Jeremy hit the monster with both hands. Lucas prepared to attack the creature. He extended his palm forward. He hit the symbol in the monster's eye directly. A beam of energy tore through the creature and the forest. The monster was completely disintegrated by the attack. Lucas stood still as the creature's silhouette disappeared. He fell to the ground, exhausted, while Julia called him. Turning, he saw her running toward him. Julia hugged him and asked if he had defeated all the villains. Jeremy watched the scene, wondering what had just happened. Lucas heard a noise and looked to the side. A horse neighed in the forest. Someone was mounted on the horse. Maya Rasta was tied atop the animal. In a cave, several men were imprisoned. The cult hostess questioned who managed to eliminate number 44. Then, she stated that restoring her own power was the main priority. Back in the forest, Julia confirmed the girl's name was Maya Rasta. Lucas commented that he felt he had heard the name Rasta somewhere before. Sitting next to Maya, Julia said she had the same feeling. Lucas explained that the Rasta and Ryan families were noble houses living near Daku City. Julia finally remembered. She asked Maya how she ended up being attacked by those bandits. Maya began to recount that a few hours earlier, bandits had suddenly attacked her carriage. In her memory, one of the bandits was laughing. She continued, saying her guards were defeated one after another, and her lady-in-waiting was attacked while trying to protect her. Maya explained that it didn't matter how many times she said she was a noble. One of the men just stared at her. She concluded by saying their goal was just to kidnap the children of nobles. Lucas told them everything was fine now, as they were all defeated. He remained silent for a moment. Forden approached and informed the young master that Miss Maya and Miss Julia had gone to rest. Lucas called him over and asked for his opinion on what Maya had said earlier. Forden asked if he meant the fact that those bandits were professionals. He stated they had likely been targeting noble children for some time. Lucas added that they were bandits who could use magic and had bizarre power to control the dead. Forden looked to the side. The young master concluded that there seemed to be a terrifying demon behind everything. Forden said he would report this to the master immediately. If they informed the Rasta family about Maya's situation, they would likely get their cooperation too. Lucas agreed and said he had a suggestion to avoid further trouble. The next day, in Daku City, Julia was surprised to learn they were cancelling the plan to stay and tour the city. Lucas explained that some of yesterday's bandits might still be in the city. For safety, it was better to go straight to the Magic Academy. He asked her to try to understand, as it was for her and Maya's safety. Maya agreed with what he said. Julia and Lucas sat together inside the carriage. Lucas looked at his sister. He promised Julia he would buy whatever she wanted to eat later. Maya commented on how well the two got along, and Forden announced they had arrived in the city. Julia and her brother stuck their heads out the carriage window. They both looked at the city around them. She was impressed by the view of the city streets. The streets were full of people and establishments. A man commented that this was the largest city after the imperial capital. Maya also looked out the window and said the place was very lively. The three observed the city together. Lucas observed the scenery. He stated that the atmosphere of that city was similar to the city where he lived in his past life. A man dressed as a clown appeared at the window and scared the girls. Lucas bought various breads and sweets for them. Maya offered one of the sweets to Julia. The boy watched the scene. Forden took them to a large gate and said he could only accompany them that far. Lucas reassured him, stating that he would protect Julia. The girl hugged him and said she would protect him too. He patted her head and said he was counting on the genius mage. She replied that he could leave it to her. Forden watched the scene. Maya commented that he had his little sister to protect him, finding him an interesting guy. The butler watched the three walk away toward the gate. Maya thought about how kind the two siblings were. Lucas also reflected that he was happy to have met them. Maya looked at him. Back to the previous night, Forden suddenly remembered something. He revealed to Lucas that Miss Maya had once been his fiancée. They were very close when they were little, but the engagement was broken off after the priest stated he had no talent for magic. Allen Magic Academy is one of the Samina Empire's top 3 schools. Every new student has to pass an entrance exam. The results decide which of the 4 departments they'll join for their 6 years of mage training. Lucas explains to Julia that exceptional students can graduate early by passing a special certification exam. He glances away for a moment. Julia says it's a shame. She hoped to take the entrance exam with Maya. Lucas mentions that Maya already took her exam earlier with her family and is safe now. He encourages her to focus so they can join Maya as classmates. Julia agrees and asks where registration is. The young girl's presence draws attention. A bystander asks if she's really a candidate. Another comments on how young she looks, while a third praises her brother's appearance. As Julia grabs Lucas' arm, someone else remarks they wish they had a sister like her. A voice calls out to them from the crowd. The woman introduces herself as Mina, Vice President of the Academy Student Council. Mina asks Julia if she came just to follow her brother. The girl denies it, stating she's there to take the exam with him. Mina checks Julia's application, hypothesizing that she's the girl offered a spot in the elite class. Mina smiles faintly. She confirms the girl is Julia from the Ryan family. Julia asks how the woman knows her name. Mina replies that she'll find out soon and starts guiding her to the registration area, momentarily leaving Lucas behind. But the girl stops her, saying her brother needs to register too. The vice president turns back, admitting she forgot. She asks Lucas if he's there for the martial arts department. Voices in the crowd question the idea of a martial artist attending a magic academy. At Allen Academy, some mags look down on martial artists. Julia reacts to the comments. The murmurs continue, comparing martial artists to nobodies. Lucas turns his head, stating their opinions don't matter. Mina hears his declaration. She realizes she shouldn't have mentioned his department out loud. Another voice calls Lucas' name. Mina addresses him, inviting him to register so they can head to the exam hall. Lucas smiles and thanks her. They arrive at a large hall packed with candidates. Mina instructs everyone to register with a student council member and hands out badges. With badges in hand, they are informed their exam numbers are stored within them. The exam has 3 parts: measuring magical potential, attribute compatibility, and power against a target. Lucas asks if the process is the same for martial arts candidates. Mina confirms the exam is identical for everyone. The young man shows his dissatisfaction with the explanation. He claps his hands together, saying he understands. He then declares he'll show everyone a martial artist's power and change their perception. At the potential measurement station, an examiner announces the start of the first test. The examiner watches Lucas approach the gauge. Suddenly, the man reacts, claiming he's never seen anything like this, a rare phenomenon. When he places his hand on the gauge, Lucas' result is low. The screen shows he'll struggle to enter even the martial arts department. He sighs, lamenting that this is happening again. Next, another candidate approaches and places her hand on the gauge. Two candidates react in surprise at her result. Her potential is 7 out of 10, ranking her as one of the year's best students. Lucas watches from the crowd, thinking everyone is easily impressed. He tells Julia not to hold back today, and she confirms. The examiner watches as the girl concentrates her power on the gauge. The device in her hands begins to emit strong energy. The energy expands, filling the entire exam hall. The examiner announces the result is 10, the maximum value. Her talent is considered incredible. Another student took 2 years to reach that same level. She holds the gauge with the final result. Julia finishes the test and heads toward Lucas, calling for her brother. She hugs him, asking if it was good. He replies that she'll become an archmage one day. A spectator comments on the contrast between genius and lack of talent, but is interrupted by a colleague. The young man advises him not to start trouble with a genius over someone with no ability. Julia shifts her stance, warning that she won't accept anyone mistreating her brother. For the last 3 years, all of Lucas's hard work had a purpose. Candidates gathered in a circular hall for the compatibility test. Elemental spirits of various natures suddenly appeared throughout the room. A surprised candidate pointed, drawing everyone's attention. Julia stood in the center of the hall. Spirits of every element were beginning to gather around her. She smiled as they swirled about her. One candidate whined about not attracting any spirits. Another wondered if Julia had maximum compatibility with every element. Watching from afar, Lucas commented on her impressive talent. Her special ability was amplifying her potential. It was more than enough to pass the entrance exam. An examiner announced that Julia Ryan had the highest compatibility score of all candidates, and congratulated her. Immediately, a group approached her, praising her performance and asking to be friends. Julia ran and hugged Lucas from behind, calling out to her brother. He turned and asked what happened. Hiding behind him, she asked why those people were staring at her like that. Lucas patted her head. He explained it was because she was a genius, and she'd be getting a lot of looks like that from now on. He advised her to get used to it gradually. Julia declared she needed to become stronger to protect him. Lucas encouraged that attitude. He also planned to strengthen her mentality to handle the attention. He then noticed 2 men talking in the distance. One commented that Julia's talent could be royalty level, but her useless brother made him dismiss the idea. The other recalled the guy's compatibility score was likely 0, just like in the previous test. Besides, all the spirits had recoiled from him in repulsion the moment he entered the hall. The man continued, mentioning something strange happened at the end of the second test, too. He recounted that the moment Lucas left, part of a fire spirit just fell apart. His friend doubted the story, but Lucas and Julia walked past them at that exact moment. Lucas overheard the conversation and gave a slight smile. He then remembered what really happened during that test. As he walked through the hall, the fire spirits avoided him. Their attitude was particularly hostile, taunting him. When the test ended and he was leaving, one flew right at him. The spirit spat fire directly at him. So, he picked up a small stone and threw it, dissipating the fire spirit's form in the process. He stated that a mere servant of the fire god had no right to act arrogantly around him. Lucas then held Julia's hand and called her to head to the final test. He asked if she could get first place in the next one. The girl replied, yes, as long as he didn't go too hard. With a smile, the young man said he wouldn't get serious, since he planned for her to protect him. They arrived at the magic destruction power test site. In the center of the arena, a large metal mannequin awaited the candidates. One candidate complained that the genius girl got first place again. Another doubted she could break the mannequin. He stated there was no chance she could do it. The mannequins were made of special metal with defensive enchantments. They could resist any attack below curse rank. Lucas observed the targets, commenting they looked tough. He clenched his fist. It was a good chance to test his level 6 skills. He concluded that getting to use expensive equipment made coming to this school worth it. Suddenly, someone shoved him in the crowd, telling him to stop pushing. A girl pointed at him and ordered him to get in line. She then turned to another candidate. She said useless people should get out of the way. The rule was the talentless go to the back. The candidate stared at him. His presence was noticed by the other girl in line. She turned and acted with disdain. She stepped close to Lucas and Julia. She then asked Julia if she was the one who got a 9.6 on the compatibility test. The girl looked down on her. Julia got scared and called for her brother. Lucas protected her while she said the other girl was scary. He asked who she was. The young woman introduced herself as Iwa Miranda, granddaughter of Duke Miranda. The Miranda family was one of the 3 great families of the Northern Empire. Besides being a clan that had produced a legendary mage, Lucas's mother also belonged to that family. He remembered his mother, Catherine. Lucas realized the girl was his cousin and asked her age. Iwa replied she was 15, not understanding the question's purpose. Lucas warned her not to stare at him like that, revealing they were cousins. Iwa reacted with indignation. She declared she'd never heard of a cousin and decided to humiliate him in front of everyone. She then cast a spell directly at him. With the magic activated, she ordered him to perform a humiliating action right there and embarrass himself. But the spell had 0 effect on Lucas. The girl was perplexed by the situation. He then questioned the kind of education the Miranda family offered, using mental magic on a relative she just met. Iwa couldn't believe her best magic failed. He asked if she really thought she could control a martial artist with that. An examiner called for the next one, Lucas Ryan, and he announced he had to go. Another examiner called for Julia. Iwa pointed at the girl. She warned her not to get cocky because she would be first in this test. Lucas looked at the scoreboard. The list showed Julia Ryan in first place, followed by Iwa Miranda in second. He decided he couldn't let Iwa take first place from Julia to ensure his own quiet life. Someone then offered Julia candy. Julia tasted the candy and asked what it was and if it was good. Then, he slapped her back to help her. She coughed and called him a liar, complaining it wasn't candy but super bitter medicine. Lucas apologized. He explained it was a special magic potion and she would feel the effects soon. He was called to enter and ran to the arena, but Julia yelled that she didn't believe him anymore. He walked toward the metal mannequin where the examiner waited. The examiner instructed number 5 to attack the target with his full strength magic for evaluation. But before starting, Lucas interrupted. He stated he couldn't use magic. He clenched his fist and asked if he could just hit the target. In the audience, a group of students mock him, predicting he'd just break his hand. One guy then noticed Lucas's sister standing right next to him. Julia restrained herself. She stated she wasn't attacking them only because her brother asked her to behave. Iwa turned to her and asked if her brother really couldn't use magic. The girl confirmed he couldn't, but she asserted that he was still an amazing person and no one had the right to mock him. Her cousin observed her, believing there was a limit to a martial artist's strength and that Julia was just being deceived. Suddenly, a powerful impact echoed through the arena. Dust rose in front of the crowd. Iwa reacted to what just happened. She wondered what that was. 2 minutes earlier, Lucas had asked the examiner if just one hit would be enough. The man replied he didn't care how he attacked. Lucas then prepared for his strike. His martial arts skills grew exponentially every 3 levels. His strongest technique received a major boost at level 3. Now that the skill reached level 6, its power was on another level. He advanced with a high-speed punch. The target was the mannequin's head. The impact of the blow launched the metal mannequin backward. A cloud of dust spread through the arena. The mannequin fell to the ground with a hole in its chest. Lucas stared at the mannequin on the floor. Iwa watched him. She recognized his speed was comparable to high-level wind magic, and his attack had the power of a curse rank. The other students reacted with surprise. She realized she was the only one who noticed his true strength. She analyzed him on the screen, concluding he was hiding his real power. The examiner congratulated him with a perfect score. Lucas offered to help clean up the broken mannequin. His name appeared on the scoreboard and he signaled to Julia. The girl celebrated his result. She was happy he managed to hide his strength and avoid a 0. As the exams continued, fewer students paid attention to Lucas's destructive power, but everyone was impressed by Julia's rare talent. She then gathered a large amount of power, surprising the candidates around her. She concentrated the power into her staff. Next, a spell circle formed at her feet. She then announced the descent of lightning. A massive lightning bolt was conjured and descended from the skies. The attack hit the mannequin. Spectators commented that type of magic was ideal for attacking. The crowd reacted, impressed by the honor student's power, while one of them pointed to the arena. Julia was sitting on the ground. Other candidates wondered if the lightning hit her so hard she couldn't get up. She remained on the floor, not understanding what happened. The examiner announced Julia Ryan's score as 9.5 and called the next candidate. Back with Lucas, She explained she used the spell and a lightning bolt fell out of nowhere, which completely scared her. The girl continued, saying that even at full strength, the lightning seemed more active than usual. He just watched her silently for a moment. The effect was caused by the potion he gave her, but Lucas decided not to tell her. In this world, both mags and martial artists had their own techniques for creating potions. Mags dedicated themselves to brewing potions, while martial artists refined elixirs. Magic potions required a medium, but elixirs made through refinement could be absorbed directly by the body. In the past, various elixirs were created, but with the decline of martial arts, refining elixirs became extremely difficult. Very few martial artists in the modern era could create the mage essence elixir that boosted Julia's power. This was because creating that elixir required the refinement ability to be at level 6. Currently, the only other person capable of such a feat was the level 9 martial artist, Duke Reda Susan. Lucas decided to keep his level 6 ability an absolute secret to avoid trouble. Time passed outside the academy. While waiting on a bench, Julia asked if it wasn't over yet. Lucas replied they just needed to wait for the class assignments. A voice then called for Julia and Lucas. Mina approached them, waving near a bulletin board. Lucas stood up and asked what she was doing there. She explained she came to post the class assignments and congratulated them for getting first place. Julia celebrated the news that she was first in the elite class. Lucas congratulated her, and she celebrated with him for passing into the elite class too. Then Mina asked Julia if there was any department she wanted to join next year, leaving her confused by the question. Mina explained that the academy had 5 departments. All students were assigned to one after the first year. The girl then deduced that, based on her attribute, she would probably go to the wind department. Mina then grabbed her and said she would wait for her in the wind department. Julia agreed to the proposal. Lucas noted that Mina was already recruiting people, while she offered to take Julia to the female dormitory. Julia said goodbye to her brother, saying she'd see him later. Lucas waved goodbye, asking Mina to take care of his sister before heading to the martial arts department. The students announced that the class assignments were published. Julia Ryan got first place as expected. One student commented that the other freshmen were just extras to make the genius stand out. The final scoreboard showed Julia Ryan in first place in the elite class. Iowa swore that one day she would take first place from Lucas and Julia. Lucas already knew the martial arts department wasn't a priority, but he wondered if anyone could actually live in a building that looked ready to collapse. At least a place like that would be quiet enough for the peaceful school life he wanted. A guy approached him, asking if he was Lucas, the department's top-ranked student. He introduced himself as Kai Teroy from the same department and greeted him. Lucas ignored him and headed to the registration desk. As he signed the papers, Kai praised him for launching the dummy into the air, but Lucas just said it was luck. An older man handed over a key, saying his room was on the 2nd floor. Seeing the key was for room 205, Kai cheered that they'd be rooming together. The two walked down a rundown hallway looking for the room. Kai and Lucas were surprised to find someone else already inside. The guy introduced himself as Sharp. Along with his friend Collins, he said they'd all be roommates from now on. Kai reacted to the news. Their room was in terrible condition. Kai questioned what kind of room this was. He reacted with disgust, claiming the place was worse than a pigsty. Then, startled by a spider, he asked Lucas if he really intended to stay in such a filthy room. Lucas just watched his reaction. The boy showed a coin. He held it up, offering it as a reward to whoever cleaned the room. As Sharp and Collins cleaned, Lucas watched the scene. Kai approached and tried to reassure him, saying living conditions should improve. An older man knocked on the door, announcing he was there to deliver uniforms. He informed them the entrance ceremony was about to start in the hall, so they needed to change and head over. Kai reacted indignantly to the uniforms, complaining he'd look like a beggar if he wore them. The man explained the school had a request system to improve student treatment. He suggested a request could even result in changing the uniform. With this new information, Kai hurried to the hall. They arrived at the academy's main hall. Lucas walked across the floor. Wearing the new uniform, he entered the grand hall. He observed the structure of the place. His roommates were also impressed, but Kai claimed it was nothing compared to his house. He searched for Julia in the crowd. Kai pointed out that the elite class sat in the front. The girl was sitting in the first row, and the elite class uniform was next level. Kai warned him that their department seats were the furthest away, in the back. Lucas decided not to go, saying the uniform looked better on Julia. A student complained the seats were too far, questioning if there was discrimination against the martial arts department. Lucas sat in his seat while a girl next to him watched him. Then, candles on stage lit up with a great flame. A flower of fire materialized in someone's hand. Floating on stage with his level 6 ability, he said the new students should feel honored. He continued his speech, introducing himself as the student council president. Back on the ground, Theodore Palamel announced he would present the school's point system. Female students in the audience reacted to his presence, calling him a genius. Lucas watched him silently from his seat in the back of the hall. Theodore explained that at Allen Magic Academy, the point system was the basis for almost everything. He detailed that magical abilities, books, tamed beasts, and even guidance from great masters could be obtained with points. There were various ways to get points, but manual labor earned very little. It was much more efficient to earn points by participating in department events or guiding freshmen. Lucas then understood why Mina was helping them. Theodore concluded by saying that becoming a student council member guaranteed a stable income of points every month. Lucas listened intently to the speech. Theodore continued, revealing that, although risky, there was also monster hunting. He explained that behind the school lay the magical beast mountain range, where students could hunt them for points. Hearing the name of the mountain range, Lucas clenched his fist. A smile appeared on his face as he realized it was a training ground tailor-made for him. A few hours later, night fell over the academy dorms. Inside one of the rooms, a young man slept soundly in his bed. Incense burned slowly, keeping the room's occupants asleep. Lucas Ryan sneaked out, revealing the tranquility incense was used so he could go to the home of the magical beasts. He remembered the martial arts department building was at the back of the campus, so Lucas concluded the magical beast's home was right behind that wall. He jumped over the high wall. The boy landed on the other side, in wild territory. Lucas advanced through the forest while some creatures chased him. He jumped and delivered a downward kick to a monster appearing in his path. His foot struck the creature's head with precision. The body's impact against the ground kicked up a large cloud of dust. The creature remained motionless inside a small crater. One of the monster's horns snapped from the force of the blow. From atop a tree, Lucas identified the creature as a giant black-horned toad. Holding the horn, Lucas explained that because they were poisonous, they were used for magic potions and should be worth a good amount of points. He remembered hearing that Allen Magic Academy had some legendary martial arts books in its archives. Watching the mountains, the boy stated he didn't have much time and needed to first identify the monster's locations. Then he covered one eye to activate an ability. His perception expanded over a vast area of the forest. A level 1 giant rat opened its maw to attack him, but Lucas hit it with a blow and ordered the creature to sleep. Next, he punched a level 2 two-eyed bat and dodged the attack of a level 3 magic-crested panther. Small explosions echoed throughout the forest. Satisfied, Lucas commented that he got a great result, with materials that could be used to refine elixirs and others he could exchange for points. While dragging a heavy sack, he realized the place was too quiet. He touched the ground and noticed almost no traces of other magical beasts. Lucas wondered if this meant a powerful creature lived nearby. Then Lucas knelt to concentrate and feel the area around him. He felt a presence coming from a trail in the forest. Lucas found the entrance to a dark cave. A dark emanation emerged from inside the hole. A snarling wolf with glowing eyes revealed itself in the darkness. With a smile, Lucas said he found it. He leaped through the trees, realizing the creature a kilometer away had also noticed him. The young man left his sack of items at the cave entrance. Then he stepped forward, entering the creature's lair. A huge level 6 fire and ice wolf emerged, snarling at him. The creature stared at the boy with intimidating eyes. Lucas understood that being a wolf, it made sense for it to be so territorial. The beast charged with its mouth open to attack. Fist clenched, he invited it to confront him. Lucas then landed a punch on the wolf's paw, and the creature retaliated with a powerful blast of ice. Lucas blocked the attack, covering his fist with ice. The wolf retreated at the unexpected defense. He then shattered the ice and landed a direct punch to the creature's face. With the wolf stunned, Lucas leaped back, holding a piece of ice. The beast staggered and hit the cave wall. Standing over the fallen creature, he lamented that if he had trained more, he would have caused much more damage. Lucas provoked it to get up, saying the fight wasn't over yet. The wolf rose again and concentrated a sphere of fire in its mouth. Then it fired an immense blast of flames. The explosion of fire consumed the surrounding area. Amidst the flames, the creature stood its ground. The wolf howled to the sky, releasing its fury, but Lucas appeared beside it, unharmed by the attack. The boy prepared another blow while the beast stared at him, and landed a powerful punch to the wolf's stomach. The impact of the blow stunned the creature. The creature was thrown forcefully against the cave wall. Then the wolf fell to the ground, finally defeated. Lucas watched the fallen animal and commented on its rare ability to freely control fire and ice. Even wounded, the wolf stared at him. The creature's eye revealed an unusual pattern. With eyes shining in the dim light, Lucas stated that this was a very rare magical beast. Lucas approaches the wolf. The beast unleashes a simultaneous blast of fire and ice from its maw. He stares down the beast's dual elemental attack. Two blasts of raw power hurtle toward him. Lucas spots steam rising where the opposing elements collide. A swift attack grazes him. The wolf seizes the distraction to escape. The beast bolts, sprinting at high speed to exit the cave. But Lucas leaps after it, yelling that he won't let it get away. He reaches out to grab the creature. He manages to snag the wolf's tail. With a powerful spin, he hurls it into the air. Holding a clump of fur, Lucas remarks that fighting a giant magical beast is good practice, and it must be worth a lot of points. Suddenly, a look of surprise crosses his face at something he sees. Another identical wolf appears and attacks the creature he was just fighting. Lucas leaps backward, dodging the assault. One wolf unleashes a torrent of flames in his direction. Meanwhile, the other attacks from above. The first wolf intensifies its fire attack. Lucas dives toward the ground, yelling at them to quiet down. He slams his fist into the ground, generating a massive shockwave. His clenched fist trembles with the force of the impact. The blow's energy ripples throughout the entire cave. The two wolves pin him down, and he wonders if this is where he'll be defeated. He concludes he has no choice but to use his last resort. Two enormous paws slam into the ground where he just was. He looks up, eyeing the new threat. An even larger wolf lands right in front of him. The giant creature drops a fire core and an ice core onto the ground. Lucas wonders if those are beast cores. In this world, some magical beasts are born with a core containing all their power. If a human's vital energy touches that core, the creature becomes their tamed beast. So, Lucas asks if the wolf wishes to become his servant. Smiling, the young man affirms that he accepts the proposal. He considers it an unexpected acquisition. Not even mags usually possess a level 6 tamed beast, but the wolf doesn't seem very smart. Proud, magical beasts would never submit to a mere human. Lucas then performs the necessary ritual. He transfers a little of his energy to the two cores. He offers the cores to the wolf. The creature absorbs them into its body. Surprised, Lucas hears a voice calling him master. He looks around, trying to find the source of the voice. The wolf reveals it's the one speaking, and Lucas realizes he can understand the creature. Lucas calls him a good boy and decides to name him Yule. The beast agrees. He then wonders if Yule's territory now belongs to him, and if there's any good loot from it hunts. The wolf looks to the side with a determined look. The wolf rubs its snout against Lucas's face affectionately. Yule beckons him to follow it to its treasure, and Lucas praises its intelligence. The pair venture deeper into the cave's depths. They pass creatures sleeping while hanging from a ceiling. The stench makes Lucas cover his nose. They find a pile containing the hide of a level 6 magical beast, the remains of an ancient creature, and even precious gems. He's surprised to realize it's literally a treasure trove. But Yule corrects him, explaining that isn't his treasure. The items left by past adventurers near the remains are the master's treasure. Then, the creature guides him to a collection of beast cores, all level 3 or higher, including 2 level 6. The wolf explains that it ate all the cores with water and fire attributes. The narration reveals that to level up, a beast must consume a core from another of equal or higher level. This means you'll defeated at least 2 opponents as strong as himself. Lucas congratulates him on a job well done, and gives him a reward. The wolf sniffs it and says it smells good. Yule seems invigorated after consuming the item. Lucas explains it's a healing potion that also works on magical beasts, and tasks him with recovering and guarding the treasure. Yule enthusiastically accepts his first mission. Standing beside Yule, Lucas announces it's time for the next step. A discreet smile forms on his lips. The following day, the sun illuminates the Academy's imposing classroom building. Lucas and Sharp enter the room, where Iwa Miranda is already seated. Yawning, Lucas comments that despite pulling an all-nighter, he doesn't feel tired thanks to the sleep incense. He recalls trying to count his treasure, but Yule wouldn't stop bothering him. The clock on the wall indicates that the class is about to begin. The martial arts department classroom remains almost empty. Sharp wonders where the teacher is and why no one else is there. Kai Teroi suggests the administration might have forgotten to assign them a teacher, but Lucas finds that unlikely. Shuffling footsteps echo from the hallway. A man stumbles inside, kicks a bottle, and complains about feeling hungover. Sharp watches the scene, but Lucas maintains a neutral expression. The newcomer leans against the door, introduces himself as Shigat, head of the martial arts department, and announces the start of class. Lucas watches him silently. Shigat scrawls his name on the chalkboard. He turns to the class, holding up a small book. Kai Teroi stares down the teacher. He demands to know if this guy is really their professor, noting he certainly doesn't look the part. With a blur of motion, Lucas strikes him. Kai sits down, stunned by the sudden action. That quick movement makes Luca smile. The professor announces roll call. No one leaves without permission. He calls for Tisha, who answers. Here, next is Lucas. The young man raises his hand, confirming his presence. After Collins answers, Shigart calls for Sharp. Silence. The professor snaps the book shut and declares everyone present. Shigart claims he forgot the textbooks. He appoints Tishi as class representative to fetch them. The girl points to herself in disbelief. The professor confirms it's her. Kai Taroi shoots up, protesting that the rep should be chosen fairly. He boasts that with his family background and skills, he should be the one chosen. Then, something smacks him in the face. Shigart gestures with his hand, reminding him he already gave a warning. He reiterates, no speaking without permission. He instructs Tisha to hand out the books for self-study, then leaves the room. The young woman realizes this is a chance to change her fate. Kai complains about the professor. Lucas notes there's definitely something off about the man. Kai suggests reporting him to the administration. Meanwhile, Lucas observes Shigart's walk, noting signs of an old injury. Lucas wonders just how strong the professor was before he got hurt. He tells Kai he never agreed to complain. Kai questions his attitude. A few hours later, outside the cafeteria, Lucas decides a strong, mysterious teacher makes things interesting. Outside, Kai greets a classmate and gripes that they only had self-study because of that professor. He keeps ranting about the master's irresponsibility until Julia calls out to her big brother. Lucas pats her head, asking about her first class. Julia says her teacher, Ms. Linda, is super cool, and encouraged her to run for class representative next week. She asks if the martial arts department chose one yet, and if it was him. Smiling, Lucas replies it wasn't. Lucas invites them to lunch, mentioning he heard the food is good. Julia runs ahead excitedly, leaving Kai behind, yelling for them to wait. At Allen Magic Academy, even meals are part of the point exchange system. New students can only exchange cash for points once. The elite class dishes look appetizing. Julia tries the food and tells her big brother to eat up. Kai watches silently. Wiping his face, he complains. They both paid 1 coin, but the elite class got 100 points, while the martial arts department only got 10. A staff member tells him to leave if he has a problem. Kai realizes even the staff openly discriminate against martial arts students. She asserts that untalented students must work hard and save points. Kai feels like he lost his rights just by enrolling here. Julia offers Kai a plate of food. Touched, he calls her a sweet, gentle girl. Lucas notes his classmate is being a bit dramatic. As Kai sits near Lucas, Maya Rasta approaches their table. Smiling, she greets Lucas and Julia, saying they meet again. Julia invites Maya to join them, but the young woman declines with thanks, saying she already ate. Instead, she offers cookies she baked to thank them for their help the other day. The little girl accepts the sweets with a smile. Lucas tries a cookie and compliments Maya, saying she's a great cook. The young woman smiles at the praise. Kai leans into Lucas and asks for a cookie. He compliments the sweet and introduces himself as Kai Taroi. Maya Rasta introduces herself in return. Lucas just watches the interaction. Julia waves goodbye as Maya walks away from a table. Lucas comments that the cafeteria is a terrible place to meet people. Mina approaches their table and asks if the food is good, greeting Lucas shyly. Suddenly, Theodore Palamel descends from upstairs using fire magic. The boy shows off, floating through the cafeteria. After landing, Theodore sits on a bench to rest. Lucas eats a cookie, remembering the entrance ceremony. He looks to the side, noticing something. He watches Professor Shigart walking away, drinking from a bottle. The man takes another swig, then he leaves the cafeteria and walks across the academy grounds. Shortly after, Shigart opens a door. Inside the room, 2 men comment that he's the last to arrive again. One says he thought taking over the martial arts department would straighten him out. The other replies, you can't blame him after what happened. Now seated at the meeting table, Shigart stretches. A blonde woman stares at him from across the room. She watches him with a serious expression. Someone taps their fingers on the table to get attention. With everyone gathered, the meeting finally begins. An older man announces the agenda. The Magical Beast Taming Tournament. It's an annual tradition in the Kamina Empire for all Allen Magic Academy freshmen to participate. An instructor reports they have already prepared over 2,000 level 1 magical beasts for the event. It will be held in 6 days, just like every year. One professor suggests the martial arts students should just sit it out. It would be a waste of time. He slams his hand on the table, but Shigart stands up and objects. The professor justifies himself, saying he was only thinking of the students. An instructor interrupts to agree with Mr. Shigart. She asserts that as long as they are freshmen, martial arts students must be required to participate. Another teacher agrees, stating all students should be treated equally. The man wonders why there are still professors who side with Shigart, especially Linda. Shigat and the instructor stare down the professor. He yields to their insistence, but claims the students will just end up scared. An older man declares it decided. The martial arts department will participate. The dissenting professor leaves the room. Another instructor approaches Linda, asking if she's sure about this. He explains that while martial arts require real combat, the taming tournament might be too harsh for them. Linda just offers a faint smile. She remembers something someone told her long ago. Shigat asserts that a coward cannot call themselves a martial artist. Any student who refuses to participate in the tournament will have to leave the department. It is announced that the magical beast taming tournament will be held in 6 days. The professor informs the class that after the lesson, they will have practical combat training so everyone can defeat a magical beast. Kai Taroi questions the point of participating. The tournament is just to choose a class rep, and they already have one. The professor tells the student to be quiet. Class is starting. Lucas rests his chin on his hand, looking away. Outside, the students begin training. During training, a female student is shoved against a wooden pillar. Tisha readies her combat stance. One student comments to another that everyone passed the entrance exam, so they aren't that bad. Tishy attacks with a kick that kicks up the dirt. Lucas dodges a classmate's attack, sending the attacker stumbling backward. Shigat raises a bottle and announces it's late, ending the day's training. Kai Taroi sits on the ground, saying it's finally over. Collins approaches with Sharp, advising he'll bring his food later. Kai asks if he made another deal. He explains he traded a coin for food. Sharp asks why he wasn't informed about such a good deal. Collins apologizes and promises Sharp he can have the next one, which Sharp readily accepts. Lucas watches their interaction. Kai approaches Lucas, asking if he isn't very bright. He puts his arm around Lucas, offering to teach him for free. Lucas smiles and thanks him for the offer, but declines. Kai then remembers Lucas has a sister in the elite class, and doesn't need to worry about points. Later that night, Lucas reflects that Kai got it all wrong. He asserts that even without Julia, he doesn't worry about food. Lucas wipes his mouth. Nature's bounty is right here. He prepares to cook a large piece of meat. The meat roasts slowly over a campfire. Sitting by the fire, he thinks he could use dinner time for training if he didn't have to take Julia home. He remembers how the vice president, Mina, tried to get close to Julia today. He can't let his guard down. He decides that if she has the slightest bad intention, he will stop her. Yule's tail wags behind him, making him turn. Yule appears and watches the roasting meat. Lucas offers the meat to Yule, telling him to eat up. Yule proceeds to devour the meal. Lucas then warns that after eating, Yule will help him train. He promises it will be a safe workout. Their training takes place in the forest. Meanwhile, at the Ryan family estate, a woman sits alone on a balcony at night. Holt approaches from behind. He asks if she is thinking about the children again, and she confirms it. He comments that their classes have probably started by now. Holt suggests she should go visit them if she misses them so much. He offers to take her, since he needs to pass through Daku City for work. She thanks him for the offer. The woman expresses her happiness at being able to see the children. At Count Grindo's house, several hooded figures gather in a grand hall. 3 masked members observe the surroundings. A green-haired woman welcomes Jessica, saying she is happy she could make it. She invites her to sit. Jessica Ryan, wearing a mask, observes the hostess. The hostess presents her new creation, Jade Dream, a special drink. Jessica takes an offered goblet containing a liquid. The green-haired woman picks up a small vial containing a rare essence. She adds a few drops to the mixture as the finishing touch. She tells everyone to enjoy. The hostess moves through the hall. Then she announces the start of the day's activity. Jessica remains seated, observing the scene, goblet in hand. Jessica questions how an 11-year-old girl destroyed the Black Wind group. She explains that Julia received a level 7 blessing. The hostess comments that the girl inherited the talent of both the Catherine and Miranda families, but the green-haired woman insists a mere level 7 shouldn't have been able to defeat them. She grabs Jessica's ear, saying her daughter's efforts won't bear fruit. The hostess lifts her chin. She asks if she wants to kill Catherine and her daughter to become the Baroness. Jessica agrees and asks what she must do. The green-haired woman just smiles. She places a symbol on the table. The hostess remarks that the moment a young sprout withers is truly beautiful. Tisha mentions hearing they have more practical combat training that morning, but some students complain their whole bodies ache, calling Mr. Shigat a monster. She admits it hurts, but says it's to get stronger. A classmate questions her. Lucas and Kai, however, claim to feel no pain at all, and Tishy watches them. Then Kai brags about being the strongest in the class, backed up by his friends. Lucas just watches the scene from afar. Tishy notes the 4 of them seem fine, and concludes they'll become great martial artists. Kai charges into combat, yelling for them to start. Lucas blocks his opponent's punch. Kai watches his hand being stopped. Then Lucas attacks him with a palm strike. He braces for a counterattack. With a single blow, he sends Kai and the others flying back. Kai praises him, saying that wasn't bad at all. Lucas replies that he wasn't either. Lucas watches the other students training from a distance. He then turns, feeling like he's being watched. An elderly man is meditating under a large tree. Kai approaches and asks if it's that old guy. Seizing the distraction, Kai attacks him, yelling that he left an opening, but the attack fails and is thrown to the ground. He gets up and tells Lucas not to look away, because they'll fight until there's a winner. Lucas simply agrees and prepares to continue. The old man gets up and leaves. A young woman asks Director Otani if he's returning to the library, but he refuses the company. The director calls him a fascinating young man. He realizes the boy is hiding his true strength. He decides he'll remember the name Lucas, since even he can't assess his abilities. While Kai celebrates the victory, several hours later, class finally ends. He recalls that in the afternoon, Mr. Shigat taught massage techniques, saying it was important for everyone to learn. A classmate of Lucas massages Sharp, who says that's exactly the right spot. Lucas reflects that the effect was incredible, and now it's time to progress in the new training field. He decides to first go buy the materials he needs for it. The Allen Magic Academy Magic Supply Store has a large selection of rare products. He enters the place and compares it to a mall. A high-quality mannequin costs 30 points, and like everywhere else, he has to pay with points. He realizes the selection is great, but everything is very expensive. It looks like he'll spend 1,000 points a month. He remembers that Julia earns a lot of points, but he can't keep depending on her. He'd feel bad if she lost her lunch money. For today, he decides to buy just the magic potion to mix into his bath. Next time, he'll trade materials from the cave for points. The shop clerk is dozing at her desk. She lifts her head and wakes up. Lucas approaches the counter and asks for the item he wants. The clerk informs him the total will be 5 points. He uses his card to make the payment. The woman notices from his uniform that he's a martial arts student and is spending half his initial 10 points at once. The clerk confirms the 5-point payment and hands him the product, and Lucas thanks her. She questions if he can really use all that, warning that he'll regret it if he wastes his points, but he replies that he doesn't think it will be enough, and that he'll come back to buy more. The clerk concludes is a noble, since martial arts students don't have potion classes. She leans back in her chair, complaining that this is why she hates nobles. That night, in his cave, Lucas relaxes in a hot bath. He reflects that mixing the potion into the bath doesn't make the medicinal effect disappear, and that it would be a waste to throw it all away. He then considers that he can't make someone else drink his bathwater. UI emerges from the darkness behind him. Lucas gets out of the bath, satisfied, and decides he'll grab some materials to trade for points. He resolves to stick to common level 2 materials so as not to attract attention, but a creature emerges from the water behind him. He turns around. UI is drinking the bathwater, and Lucas asks him what he's doing. Hiding behind the barrel, Lucas asks if UI drank all the water. The wolf just stares at him. Lucas then steps out of the tub, saying it doesn't matter, since that will strengthen UI's body too. UI thanks him and asks for meat too, so Lucas calls him a glutton, commenting that this solves the wasted water problem. He plans to trade the materials for points in 3 days, and hide the tools near the dorms for now. The shop clerk sees him carrying a heavy tool and offers magic help, but he refuses. She waves goodbye, calling him a blessed child. Shigat reminds everyone that the taming tournament is tomorrow, and asks if they're taking it seriously. He tells the students not to slack off. They can quit and go home if they don't want to train. The teacher points out that Sharp's leg is too high, leaving him vulnerable, and then turns to Kai. He questions Kai's weak punch, but the student retorts that he already beat Lucas, Sharp, and Collins. The teacher hits Kai, and then asks the other 3 if they really lost to that guy. Lucas, Sharp, and Collins confirm that they did. Shigat puts his hand to his face, complaining that this is why spoiled nobles are a problem. He then instructs Tishi to fight Kai, and she accepts. The two position themselves on the training field. Kai warns he won't hold back. He'll prove he's the fittest to be the class representative. Tisha simply invites him to start. He advances with a kick, yelling for her to take the hit. Kai smiles during the attack, but Tishi hits him in the stomach, making him recoil from the impact. Her arm moves quickly. She blocks his punch with her leg, and asks what he thinks of that. Kai reacts to her counterattack. With a single blow, Tishi launches him away. Kai lies on the ground with a mark on his forehead. He immediately blocks her strike, and yells not to be underestimated. Tisha then prepares another palm attack. With a single blow, she launches him away again. Lucas watches the defeat, and comments that now he understands why the teacher made Tishi the class representative. Shigat orders everyone to take training seriously. Tishi approaches Kai and asks if he's okay. The teacher warns that tomorrow everyone must tame at least one magical beast. He threatens to expel anyone who fails from the martial arts department. Shigat announces, "This is the final stretch, and they will fight with everything they have until sunset." Lucas helps Kai up from the floor. He tells Kai his defense is a mess, but he'll be fine if he corrects that bad habit. But Kai denies it. He declares he thinks he's in love with Tishi. He explains it was the first time he was defeated by a girl, and is already thought of names for their children. The next day, the students are instructed to enter the gate in an orderly fashion. Kai comments that the place is huge. He wonders how many magical beasts are there, starting to get scared. Two students from another department mock the martial arts students, saying they'll be destroyed immediately. Shigat tells his students to use the time to memorize the tournament rules instead of worrying about useless thoughts. Lucas sits next to his teacher in the bleachers. The boy looks to the side. Kai admits he's getting nervous, but Lucas advises him to pretend the magical beasts are Mr. Shigat. Lucas explains that they're weak. He tells Kai to just picture himself taking down Mr. Shigat. The idea gets him pumped, but Shigat warns them. He can hear every word they're saying. Lucas reminds him that a low-level magic beast can't break his defense. Kai promises not to make that mistake again. Shigat watches Lucas give sound advice. Meanwhile, an announcer appears on a screen. Julia announces the start of the tournament. She asks for the first group of competitors to enter. The announcer explains the rules. Taming 10 magic beasts earns a perfect score. The time limit is 10 minutes. Julia enters what appears to be a barrier space. She wonders how so many magic beasts could fit inside such a small hut. Two large beasts with razor-sharp teeth appear right in front of her. She assumes everyone else is at the back of the hut and readies her attack. Casting a spell, she declares that she's caught the cute little magic beast. Her attack strikes the creatures. The announcer explains that when a beast submits, vibrant smoke will emit from its body. This allows professors outside the barrier to track each student's progress and assign grades. A professor observes the tournament's progress. A teacher announces that the mission at Site 5 is complete. She calls for the next competitors to prepare. An instructor praises the girl for finishing in just 3 minutes. She thanks him. Then, she asks for the location of the martial arts department's competition so she can watch her brother. The man informs her it will be at Site 10, the very last one. She decides to grab a snack while she waits. The girl walks off down the hallway. Iowa Miranda watches. She wonders if Lucas Ryan will achieve the same results he did during the entrance ceremony. 2 hours later, a student worries about only getting 1 point. His classmate reassures him. He explains that except for the elite class, all the mags only managed 1 point. Kai wonders if they'll be able to stay in the martial arts department. Lucas tells him not to worry. In terms of raw power, they aren't any weaker than the mage classes. Shigat clasps his hands together and agrees. He tells the students not to sell themselves short. No one was injured because a level 1 magic beast can't hurt a human. The professor asserts that they are stronger than low-level mags in close combat. He urges them to have more confidence. The students comment on how weird it is that Mr. Shigat is actually encouraging them. Tishi walks up. She confirms that she went to check, and no one was injured. Tishi explains that most students are just exhausted from draining their mana. She also reveals an important piece of information she discovered. She reveals they're using barriers to restrict beast movements, which stops students from getting surrounded. She advises that if a student can't win, they should just run. Find a weaker beast to get a good score. The students thank her for the intel. Shigat reflects that choosing Tishi as representative was the right move. A professor remarks that he heard a vile student spying on their class. He turns to Shigat. He says that when you lack talent, the only option is relying on cowardly tricks to survive. Shigat asks what he wants. Greg replies that he came to warn them. The martial arts department is up next. He adds that the students had better try their hardest, or the entire department might get shut down. The professor just remains silent. Greg asserts it wouldn't be a problem if the department disappeared. It never should have been created in the first place. The man turns and walks away laughing. Lucas watches him go. He remembers how that guy is exactly like the bullies from his past life. Lucas stands up. He asks if he's going first, since he ranked first in the entrance ceremony. Shigat confirms this. However, he offers Lucas the option to let someone else go if he's nervous. Lucas refuses the offer. He states he's going first, just as he planned. Lucas asserts that he will definitely get a good score to show up everyone who despises the martial arts department. His classmates cheer him on, shouting that they'll show everyone what they're made of and put on a show. Professor Shigat notices their attitude shift, noting they were all trembling just a second ago. A student reminds them not to forget what Tisha said. Lucas replies that he doesn't think using honorifics is right. 10 minutes later at Site 10, Lucas finds himself in a dark and foggy arena. He clenches his fist, ready for action. Perception magic circles form in the sky. He realizes he needs to avoid them. He runs along the barrier so no one will know what really happens inside. An explanation reveals that when a magic beast recognizes a master, their souls connect. This allows for communication and temporary use of their abilities. Meanwhile, a white wolf gnaws on a bone. He lifts his head, questioning his master. Why use his power when the master is already stronger? Back in the arena, a wolf's paw materializes and attacks. With the wolf spirit beside him, Lucas states that subjugating low-level magic beast is easy, but a massive owl flies straight at him. He identifies it as a high-level magic beast and orders a retreat. The owl advances, attacking with its talons. Then, the creature flies off into the large circular arena, but Lucas intercepts it midair with a spectral wolf's paw. He strikes it, stating that to make taming easier for other students, it's best to break their will to fight first. The beast crashes to the ground. He approaches, saying Lil's power is useful. The presence of a high-level beast should be enough to intimidate the lower-level ones. Its eyes spinning, the creature falls into a trance. Lucas thanks it for submitting so easily. He declares he can't let the potion smoke leak until he's tamed every beast in the area. The owl remains on the ground, now subjugated. He announces he's off to find more beasts. He says goodbye and leaves. The owl states it never wants to see him again. Outside the arena, the scoreboard shows Lucas Ryan still has 0 points. Kai despairs, seeing that half the time has passed. Julia insists that since she got a perfect score, she knows her brother can too. Holt Ryan watches the students from afar. Greg comments that having 0 points means he can't even beat the lowest level magic beast. He adds, that's the difference between a martial artist and a mage. Chigart remains silent as he watches Greg. Julia yells at them not to mock her brother. She asserts he's amazing even without using magic. Holt Ryan grumbles that defending a martial artist makes her just as blind as Professor Linda. Greg tells her to say whatever she wants, but the results speak for themselves. Suddenly, a notification announces that Lucas Ryan has acquired 1 point. Kai and Tisha celebrate. At least he'll get to stay in the martial arts department now. A professor approaches, questioning why they're so happy with a single point when his class's highest score is 5. But then the points keep ticking up to 2, 3, and 4. The score hits 5, leaving Greg stunned. He can't believe the useless martial arts department matched his best student score. Back in the arena, Lucas steps on a giant serpent. He notes that with all the beasts intimidated, his classmates can rack up points easily now. He decides he just needs to grab his perfect score and get out of there. Then, a lion-like beast appears before him. Lucas quickly defeats a series of magic beasts, reaching his 9th victory. The little owl realizes he actually came back. He strikes it midair, hitting the 10-point mark. Greg remains silent and starts to sweat. A notification announces that Lucas Ryan has achieved a perfect score of 10 points. Julia celebrates, exclaiming that that's her big brother. Lucas walks out of the arena. A voice over the loudspeaker questions if the martial arts department really just scored a perfect 10. He pats Julia on the head. She beams, saying she knew her big brother could do it. Greg starts shouting. He insists it's impossible for a martial arts freshman to tame 10 magic beasts. He spins toward Lucas, accusing him of using a ringer. Lucas just stands there, unmoved, while Julia shrinks behind him. Shigert steps in, grabbing Greg's hand. He states firmly that the boy did nothing wrong. A proctor walks up. He asks if Greg is implying that he accepted a bribe to allow cheating. Greg realizes he forgot about the proctors. Antagonizing them would be a huge problem. He backs down, explaining he just found it suspicious that the student got a perfect score when the training dummy broke earlier. The proctor decides to investigate the barrier space anyway. Kai complains that they're making a mockery of the judging. Lucas calms him down, telling him to just let them do whatever they want. The young man asserts he has nothing to hide. 10 minutes later, inside the barrier, a massive beast opens its eye. The barrier lowers. The beasts realize they can see outside, and that the strong human is gone. Deciding to escape, they fly straight out of the arena. Suddenly, chains snare the owl. A proctor notes the beasts seem very agitated, but they aren't weakened enough to need relocation. He asks his colleague if he genuinely believes the student earned a perfect score legitimately. The other proctor replies that he found nothing, but something must have happened to the magic beasts. He agrees to send the 10 beasts for a detailed inspection and resume the tournament. An announcement goes out. No issues were found during the inspection. The next competitors need to prepare. Lucas notes that even though they found nothing, they still don't believe in his abilities. But, he adds to himself, the real surprise is just beginning. Tisha chats with Professor Shigert. Then she runs into the arena. Determined, Tisha declares she can't lose to Lucas either. A wolf charges her inside the ring. She attacks the beast with a flurry of strikes. If she can't make it submit in 30 seconds, She decides she'll switch tactics and head for the gate. Tichy kicks the wolf away. The beast recognizes her aura as similar to that monster's and wonders if he is still nearby. Tichy clenches her fist with determination. She strikes the wolf again. It cowers on the ground before her. The girl wonders how a level 3 black wolf submitted so easily. She looks at her hand, questioning if it was just a coincidence. Tisha smiles, considering that maybe the martial arts department isn't so weak after all. Next, she leaps at another creature. Her score starts climbing rapidly as she defeats beast after beast. Outside, Kai shouts encouragement while Professor Shiget looks on. She keeps fighting, racking up even more points. Then, the young woman faces a massive saber-toothed tiger. With a single blow, she defeats her final opponent. A notification announces that Tishi Himaru has achieved a perfect score of 10. Kai celebrates, surprised she was faster than Lucas, and wonders what is going on. Leaving the arena, she reflects that the beasts weren't that scary. Being a martial artist doesn't make them weaker than mags. In the third match, a student attacks a bat-like creature. The creature is slammed into the ground. Collins gets a perfect 10, defeating his opponent with a dagger. Next, in the fourth match, Sharp kicks a large ape-like beast. He also achieves a perfect 10. In the fifth match, Kai Taui punches a saber-toothed tiger. The beast hits the floor, completely defeated. Kai celebrates his perfect 10 score against the animal. The scoreboard shows that Julia, IWA, Lucas, and Tishi also reached the maximum score. As the tournament progressed, the martial arts students continued racking up perfect scores, rising straight to the top of every event. Professor Shiget smiles discreetly at the results. He takes a sip from his flask. A proctor announces that the detailed inspection found no issues with the magic beasts or the barrier space. An older man praises their martial arts skills, but questions why the division scores are so exceptionally high. One proctor suggests the beasts were already scared by attacks from the mage class students, but his colleague counters that this has never happened before. The older man explains that since it's the martial arts division's first tournament, the students fighting up close must have frightened the beasts even more. He decides that the martial arts division will go first next year, but current scores will stand. Greg protests, shouting that this means the martial arts division will tie for first place with the elite division. Professor Shiget watches him from afar. The director asks if he has a problem with that. Greg retreats, arguing about the fairness of the result, but the older man simply states that luck is part of a person's skill. Another director agrees that it's not the student's fault and the scores cannot be discarded. Then, Director Otani orders Greg to announce the results. Greg watches Shiget and Linda walk away. He grumbles at Shiget, hoping he's paying attention. The two directors continue their conversation near the beast cage. One states this is a critical issue for the division's existence, and asks the other if he knows what's really happening. Director Otani replies that he cannot share the details, but he promises it's nothing bad for the school. He decides he will stick to the plan and act like the boy's abilities aren't real, just as he wants. Kai celebrates his perfect score euphorically, saying he needs to tell his dad immediately. As they walk down the hallway, his classmates comment that taming the beasts wasn't that hard. They must have gotten stronger. Lucas attributes their success to Professor Shiget's special training. A door closes behind them. Now sitting down, Kai asks his friends what they'll do with the 20 bonus points they earned for first place. Collins replies he'll save his. He needs to be ready for emergencies. His friend retorts that the obvious answer is to buy high-quality materials for next month's combat training. Lucas, holding his drink, asks about the combat training. Kai mentions the Allen Tower, the exclusive proving ground of the Allen Magic Academy. He explains that inside, there's an illusory world full of beasts where you can gain combat experience without real danger. Collins worries because only 100 freshmen can enter. He wonders if they'll get one of the 88 remaining spots since the elite division has 12 guaranteed. But Kai reassures him, since they all got perfect scores, their entry is guaranteed because selection is based on tournament rankings. Suddenly, a chair scrapes back. Kai asks where they're going. Collins replies he's heading to the material shop to buy training equipment. Lucas watches his two friends dash down the hallway. Lucas sips his drink, affirming to himself that making sure everyone got a perfect score in the tournament was the right decision. Kai approaches Lucas and suggests they visit the material shop too, but Lucas declines the offer. Suddenly, a pendant swings in front of Kai. Lucas grabs it, saying he wants a better look at the pendant Professor Shiget gave him earlier. Lucas holds the Fang pendant. Kai identifies it as the prize for the top 3 perfect scorers. He complains, since he was 1 rank lower, the prize should have gone to Tishi. Lucas replies that his only talent is pure luck. Kai sighs in resignation. He decides to meet the others at the shop, and Lucas waves goodbye. Results flash on an outdoor screen for a crowd. The scoreboard congratulates the martial arts department. All members achieved perfect scores. A female student stomps the ground hard. It's Lila, Greg's student. She claims they needed top scores for the third straight year to become the elite class. She asks if anyone has any idea how hard her father worked over the last decade to achieve that. She hurls an object at the scoreboard. A classmate adds that they also stole 20 spots in the Allen Tower. Another agrees, insisting those spots belong to the mags. A student mentions the magical beast-based professors said the martial arts students didn't cheat. Then, one of the mage students throws his own object at the board. He claims he heard the martial arts department bribe the teachers. Another agrees it's possible. For the son of the Terui family, a bribe would be nothing. Then Andre, another of Greg's students, reveals he just saw the Terui heir. He says the guy bought the last piece of training equipment at the campus supply store. A student worries that once the martial arts department gets their bonus points, they'll buy up all the valuable materials. Lila grips her staff. She reminds them that a martial artist's weak points are easy to hit. She suggests it might be time to deal with their little growth spurt. An object is hurled through the trees. It strikes the ground in front of Collins and Sharp. They demand to know why they are being confronted. Collins falls to the ground. Hit. Sharp realizes the attack contained a noxious substance. He needs to recover quickly. He turns to his opponents and offers points in exchange for help, but Lila confronts them with her staff. Both boys are struck down and hit the ground. She tells them to shut up, stating she doesn't need their points. Lying on the ground, Collins asks the reason for the attack. Lila approaches Collins. She claims her demand is simple. Holding a vial, she orders him back to the martial arts department. She pops open the potion. She tells him to tell his entire class that they are inferior. The sun finally sets on the horizon. A few hours later, Lucas and Kai search the forest for their friends, calling out their names. Kai questions Lucas's worry, reminding him they are always late returning from their part-time jobs. Lucas simply replies that today is different. He stops in front of a road. He says he feels something is very wrong here. The sense of danger intensifies. He suddenly bolts through the forest, leaving Kai behind. Kai follows, asking why he ran off all of a sudden. An injured hand on the ground reaches out toward them. They find Collins and Sharp lying on the ground, barely conscious. Kai approaches their fallen friends and asks who did this. Lucas kneels down and holds one of them. In Lucas's arms, Sharp reveals it was Greg's class. He whispers Lila's name. He says they were hit internally. Lucas's face is completely shadowed. Kai yells his friend's name. He checks Sharp's condition, but Lucas reassures him. He says he's still alive, just unconscious. Lucas provides first aid to Collins and asks Kai to go get some potions. The boy runs through the forest to do it. Holding his other friend's arms, Lucas realizes he was targeted by a dangerous technique. He suffered severe damage. He identifies the method used and clenches his fist. Lucas declares this isn't a prank. It's a serious attack. On the ground, Collins calls for his parents, crying out in pain. Lucas looks at his injured friend. He comforts him, promising he will seek justice. Tishy and Kai arrive running, shouting Lucas's name. The girl asks if their friends were attacked. Kai explains he found her on the way back. Lucas says their lives aren't in danger, but they will need to rest for a few days. Kai thanks Lucas for the help, hands him a bag, and swears he will never forgive those responsible. Tishy announces she will go to the student council tomorrow. Kai questions if they will listen, since the teachers are already ignoring the case. Lucas asserts that it doesn't matter. Tishy observes the expression on his face. She realizes he seems like a different person, not the calm and gentle Lucas she knew. He declares that he will definitely solve this. Shortly after, they arrive at the student council room. Theodore Palomel listens to their report. He asks if they want to have a duel with the students from Professor Greg's class. Lucas confirms. He demands an apology from their opponents if they win, offering up his S-rank bonus if they lose. Theodore questions the lack of proof. He asks if the S-rank bonus refers to the pendant he's holding. The pendant swings in his hand. Lucas and Kai watch the object. He lets the pendant drop to the floor and apologizes, saying his hand slipped. Theodore suggests that betting something so cheap seems a bit dull for such an important duel. Kai remains silent. He expresses his anger as Lucas holds him back. Lucas asks what would be considered an appropriate bet. Theodore leans back in his chair, considering the proposal. He comments that it should be something exclusive to this school. Having an idea, Theodore leans forward. He suggests they bet their entrance qualifications for the Allen Tower. The proposal is that the losing side permanently forfeits the right to enter the tower. Lucas accepts the terms of the challenge. The duel was set for 2 days later. The dissatisfied freshmen cheered for Greg's class. Their professor publicly praised the 3 students who confronted Aldo's group. Chigart, on the other hand, said nothing. He just intensified his students' combat training. On the scheduled day, a large crowd gathers in the arena to watch. The 2 groups take their positions. The crowd shouts that those 3 are fighting for the martial arts department. Lila says that if they give up now, she might consider it. Lucas replies that they'll only know the result when the duel is over. A voice announces for both sides to prepare for the duel. Kai Taroi says it's time to end this quickly. Andre adjusts his glasses, holds his staff, and prepares for the clash. Then, the duel begins. Kai advances while Andre casts his spell. He moves rapidly, dodging the projectiles coming his way. Andre can't believe his opponent dodged every single attack. Kai asks if that's all he has to show. Kai Taroi dodges the incoming projectiles. Grinning, he asks if that's all his opponent has. Andre simply adjusts his glasses. He claims Kai hasn't even realized he's fallen into a trap. Suddenly, Kai notices something. His feet are freezing to the ground. The ice rapidly climbs his legs, immobilizing him. Andre warns there is no escape now. He bids his opponent farewell. Kai Taroi grips the hilt of his dagger. Andre slams his staff hard against the floor. The impact resonates through the massive ice structure. He asks if the other understands now. He states, "This is what happens when you provoke a mage." Injured, Kai can only manage. "You're gonna." Andre demands Kai speak up if he wants to surrender. In the stands, Lila remarks that a loser is always a loser. She offers to let him live if he admits defeat right now. Irritated, Lucas Ryan asks how long she intends to keep talking, but Kai, holding an object, asks if the opponent's ice magic can freeze lava from the magical beast mountain range. Lila calls him an idiot. Lucas yells for him to run and get out of there. A massive explosion rocks the center of the arena. Andre is thrown backward by the shockwave. He realizes it was lava slime and questions Kai's intentions. Kai charges through the smoke toward his opponent. He lands a decisive blow to the chest, shattering a magic circle. Andre reacts with pain to the impact. In the audience, someone shouts that a martial artist injured a mage. Another spectator points out Kai's leg is severely injured from the explosion. Someone comments that Kai sacrificed his own mobility just to escape and has a lot of guts. Grinning, Kai states that the moment he broke the spell, his opponent left himself completely vulnerable. Andre wonders how he could be injured by a mere martial artist. Then he shouts that with injured legs, Kai can't dodge and tells him to give up. From the stands, Lucas Ryan throws another object toward the arena. The flask explodes midair, creating a distraction. Kai continues charging through the smoke. He leaps toward Andre, who calls him a lunatic. His hands begin to freeze. Kai complains that ice users are always sloppy with the finishing blow. Andre retreats, yelling for him to stay back. With a headbutt, Kai shatters the opponent's ice shield. The blow connects directly with Andre's face. He is hurled backward by the force of the impact. Down on the ground, Andre can't believe he lost to a martial artist. Kai Taroi raises his dagger and announces that the first match goes to the martial arts department. He asks Lucas Ryan if he saw how amazing that was, but Lucas reveals he put a strengthening potion in his breakfast. Kai then asks if Tishy will be okay in the next fight against that girl. As Tishy enters the arena, Lucas affirms she will be fine. A spectator comments that Andre must have gone easy on him because he is from the Taro family. Tisha then questions why they can't just accept that they won fairly. Suddenly, she dodges a high-speed attack. Several projectiles hit the wall behind her, releasing a dark substance. Lila taunts her about the surprise attack and the moral principles of martial artists. She asserts that for mags, results are what matter. Tishy charges through the tentacles and attacks her opponent. She lands a straight punch right to Lila's face. The mage wonders how Tishy can be so fast, being only level 1. Lila's eyes widen. Tisha grabs her arm and says she's going to teach her something. She explains that her moral principles include the one that says life should be valued. Lila screams, realizing it's plant magic. Tisha then strikes her opponent's mana paths with perfect precision. Lucas Ryan clenches his fist in determination. He comments that the fight is decided, praising Tisha's keen perception. Tishy warns her opponent not to trample on a martial artist's pride so quickly. As she walks away from Lila, the second match is declared a victory for the martial arts department. Needles fall from the defeated mage hand. In an observation room, a young man questions Mina about having permitted the use of poison needles. Theodore Palamel simply tells him not to be dramatic, since nothing bad happened. In the stands, Greg celebrates, saying Shigat knew what he was doing when he named Tishy as representative. One of the elite students complains that instead of being humiliated, the plan was to crush the martial arts department spirit. Lucas believes there is still a chance if he uses that technique one more time. He enters the arena for the next confrontation. On the other side, his opponent also prepares. A barrier rises around the arena, and the third match begins. A swift attack moves along the ground toward Lucas. He watches the strike approach. The opponent advances at high speed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind. He explains that some mags also learn hand-to-hand combat, and that his clones will leave Lucas defenseless. Tishy questions what Lucas's plan is, since he's just keeping his distance and defending. Lucas decides he doesn't need to show his true strength yet. He stomps hard on the ground. He advances to at least test the enemy with a punch. The mage can't believe what he sees. Lucas hits him with a powerful blow. The opponent questions the strength of that punch. He counterattacks with his blade, asking if he was just imagining things. He notices the aura Lucas released for a second. The mage then declares it's his bad luck. Lucas watches the final attack approach. The blade strikes his shoulder deeply. He stares at the wound in silence. The mage attacks, claiming no one can resist his combat art. He promises to defeat Lucas completely. The opponent advances with the blow, but he realizes his technique isn't working, and warns that Lucas won't leave unscathed. In the stands, Kai yells that Lucas is in trouble and asks what was done to him. The mage mocks, saying the move Lucas was hiding was just a bluff. Lucas then grabs the blade, and his opponent declares, "This is the end." Lucas holds the weapon tightly, stating that should already be enough. Lucas then says, now it's his turn. With a single stomp, Lucas cracks the arena floor with a shockwave. The mage is amazed that a level 1 martial artist could create such a wave with just one leg. Lucas holds the blade and says, now they don't need to worry about anyone seeing them. So he asks if he's ready. The opponent yells that it is a magic sword. Lucas then throws him to the ground with force. The magic sword slams into his hand in the process. The mage screams and admits his defeat. Lucas remains silent for a moment. From the stands, Greg questions why he's giving up when he could win easily. Shiget observes that Greg can't even perceive how injured his own student is. He then states that this could still become a problem. The students from the martial arts department celebrate the victory in all matches. They get excited about the possibility of actually being able to beat Mags in duels. Suddenly, Tishy yells for Lucas to watch out as the defeated opponent advances to attack him. From her room, Iwa watches the scene and simply cannot believe it. Julia asks what's wrong, and Iwa Miranda explains that the move looked like the advanced technique, Meridian Burn. She states that there hasn't been a martial artist capable of using that technique in the Empire in the last 100 years. While Kai Teroi celebrates with Lucas Ryan, Iwa wonders who he really is. One of the students yells that the three were amazing, and that mags are just cowards. Tisha then declares that from now on, she will challenge any mage who looks down on them to a duel, but she corrects herself and says she just performed better than usual today. Suddenly, Shiget appears and calls them arrogant fools for getting carried away so easily. Tisai promises she will get stronger and make them regret it. Lucas agrees that the professor is right about the need for confidence without arrogance. A woman approaches Shiget and comments that he's starting to sound like a real teacher. He replies that he just doesn't want his students ending up like him and asks what she wanted. Jessica Ryan, leaning against a tree, holds a letter describing the ruptured magic paths of the injured mage. In the medical room, Andre is lying in bed while a dark substance emanates from his body. A carriage arrives at a large building during the night. Someone slams a hand on a table, questioning how a simple freshman duel turned into this debacle. Headmaster Otani laments that his son's magical meridians were damaged, and he will never use magic again. Greg demands severe punishment for the person responsible and the dissolution of the martial arts department. Shiget enters the room, agreeing the culprit deserves severe punishment. He then reveals that the magic used by the trio in the duel matches the one used on Sharp and Collins, making them the guilty parties. Shiget asks the director to punish Greg and the others severely according to school regulations. Greg realizes they were planning to defeat his students during the duel. He questions why Shiget is bringing this up right now. He grabs Shiget, telling him not to change the subject as they discuss who is responsible for the forbidden technique. Shiget states it hasn't been confirmed as that technique yet, and a novice couldn't use it anyway. Greg agrees. The Ryan family boy couldn't control an ancient, forbidden technique. Shiget then points out that an advanced martial artist could wield forbidden arts. Greg remembers the only advanced martial artist at the duel was Professor Shiget. He turns to Shiget and asks if he could be the real culprit. Shiget retorts that if he could use forbidden techniques, he would have used them on him long ago. Headmaster Otani questions how they explain his son's condition if it wasn't a forbidden technique. Shiget suggests perhaps it's karma, and says he asked Lucas about it later. He recounts that Lucas insisted he couldn't use forbidden arts and shared his own theory. In it, the mage paid huge sums to learn dangerous techniques from questionable individuals. Lucas suggests that, perhaps worried about information leaking, someone powerful from the underworld took advantage of the duel to act. The director ponders this possibility. Greg gets irritated, asking if they think they can dismiss the matter with ridiculous rumors. His ally agrees, stating this is merely speculation, but Shiget argues the theory is more credible than a beginner using an ancient, forbidden technique. He warns that if they provoke this person's resentment, things will get serious. The Meridian Destroyer technique can instantly neutralize even the most talented mage. Later, Headmaster Otani walks alone through a library. He finds the book he was looking for. Opening it, he realizes the dust has been wiped off, proof that someone handled it recently. In the book, Headmaster Otani analyzes the hand shape of a specific technique. He confirms it was exactly as he thought. Alone, he remains in the immense library. The scene changes to the hot springs in the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Lucas holds a potion, announcing the final treatment for Sharp and Collins will begin. Inside the water, the two sit back to back. Suddenly, the water around them begins to churn intensely. Sharp reacts physically in response to the treatment. Collins also reacts intensely to the process. Lucas asks them to hang on just a little longer. He asserts that martial artists can use healing techniques just like mags. Several days later, a carriage arrives in the city of Dak. Catherine Ryan comments to her husband Holt that they will see the children soon. It's been a while. She notes that nothing has changed since long ago. Holt calls her name, noticing her expression, but Catherine smiles and tells him not to worry. She just remembered something from the past. Suddenly, she spots someone in the distance. A man approaches leading a horse. Catherine calls him Sayang, and her younger brother greets her back. A memory from 10 years ago begins when Beastmen tribes launched a massive attack. The creatures advanced on the territory. The people united to resist, and after 3 days and nights of fighting, both sides suffered heavy damage. In that war, a young mage fought against the beasts. It was there that young Knight Commander Holt Ryan and the mage Catherine Miranda met. Holt faced enemies on the battlefield. Catherine watched him during combat. Having faced danger together, the two promised to spend their lives as one. But her father fiercely opposed the marriage, so Catherine cut all ties with the Miranda family. Sayang then reflects on how their children met first at the Allen Magic School. He comments that time flies. He says he heard her children are excellent, and that their father commented Julia looks like her, leaving Catherine surprised. He then invites her to come back home, saying their father has always wanted to see her, but Sayang clarifies the invitation is for her alone. She understands this means Holt is not included. Holt tells her to go ahead. He needs to go to the front lines anyway. Catherine is visibly shaken by the situation, but he reassures her, saying he is happy they are letting her return home, and that he will pick her up when the campaign ends. Holt then says goodbye and departs for his mission. Sayang reveals that Holt asked for his help with reconciliation, but his father still hasn't forgiven a noble mage for marrying a martial artist. He wishes that someday someone will appear to dispel society's prejudice against martial artists. Elsewhere, Lucas Ryan suddenly sneezes. Lucas wonders if he caught a cold despite training so hard, while Julia comments that it's rare for Kai to buy food for others. Kai tells them to leave him alone, grumbling that he'll make the others pay the bill when they're totally healed. Lucas simply replies that he thinks that's fair. Nearby, some students call him King of Luck, spreading rumors that he only won because a third party attacked his opponent. Andre questions whose gossip that is. Kai says he will deliver lunch to the dorm, and asks Lucas to go ahead with Julia to the cafeteria. The girl eats her dessert happily. Lucas asks her if her hairpin is new, and Julia confirms it was a gift from Iowa of the Miranda family. He concludes that because she is a genius mage, it's no surprise they want to get close and become family. Then Lucas asks his sister to get along with Iowa, for their mother's sake. Julia gets excited, saying she needs to write a letter to Mom about becoming class rep. Mina approaches the table and congratulates the young girl on her achievement. She then states that Julia will certainly become a pillar of the school in the future, and that she will always support her. A group of students passes by them, bumping into Mina's shoulder. She just watches them walk away in silence. A bit earlier, Jessica Ryan explains to Iowa Miranda that even though she has skills comparable to Julia's in mental magic, the other girl surpasses her in every other aspect. Because of this, she considers Julia more suitable to be the class representative. She then asks Iowa to please understand. Iowa clenches her fist and states that she will prove with her ability that the teacher is just favoring Julia. Back in the present, Julia watches Iowa leave the cafeteria. She comments that her roommate left and doesn't seem to be eating right. So, Julia decides to buy lunch and take it to her. Mina approaches and asks if she's close to Iowa. Julia replies yes, and praises her incredible mental magic, and Lucas agrees it's something rare. Mina then starts to say but, and activates a magic circle around their table. Lucas identifies the spell as a silence magic circle to prevent sound from leaking. With a finger on her lips, Mina comments that very intelligent people are hard to deal with. She then offers her food, saying her wind magic is also interesting. Lucas takes a piece from her plate and asks directly what the real reason for her visit is. Mina adjusts her glasses, considering that the interference of Julia's brother won't be a problem. She praises Lucas's perception and decides to be direct. Then she asks if they know the magical Beast Mountain Range, where an ecological anomaly was detected. Mina explains that low-level magical beasts decreased drastically, and even magic-crested leopard cubs disappeared. A memory shows how common these creatures used to be in the region, and she reveals that 3 days ago, the Empire's investigation team discovered a high-level magical beast's lair. Julia immediately asks if it is in Yuru's lair. Lucas remains silent, absorbing the information. He then questions if she wants them to perform a field mission, and what the difficulty level is. Mina raises a finger and informs them the difficulty is 100 points. Lucas and Julia are surprised by the mission's level. Lucas believes that, even so, he and Julia can handle the task easily. The scene changes to the Miranda family estate. There, Duke Soa Miranda, head of the family, is enjoying a meal. Other family members are seated at the long dining table. Shan observes that his stubborn father made his sister stay in the guest room, even with her old room already clean. He then notes that the environment has a funeral atmosphere, as his sister hasn't touched the food. Soa Miranda then calls Catherine by name, tapping his fork on the table, and he declares that he is willing to recognize her as his granddaughter, since Julia has the qualities to become a sacred archmage. Catherine thanks him, but when she mentions that Lucas is also an excellent martial artist, her father states that it's meaningless. He reinforces that the Miranda family seeks only those with talent to become sacred archmages. While she realizes that her father's prejudice won't change easily, an assistant enters the room and asks to be excused. He then delivers a letter, informing that the investigation team sent new information from the Magical Beast mountain range. Catherine questions the reason for the sudden investigation in the mountain range. Soa reads the report, which details a new area discovered below the lair, with an unknown danger level. Shan worries that the children at the Allen Magic School, located next door, might be in danger, but the Duke states that as long as they remain at the school, with teachers and their subordinates, there will be no danger. He then tells Catherine to wait for the matter to resolve before going to see her children. She lowers her head and agrees with her father's decision. A mission appears, requiring a group of 5 people, including a student council member. A nearby student reacts to the news. Mina questions the change, as the day before there was no limit, and the attendant explains that the president altered the rules because of a wyvern. She then understands that Theodore changed the conditions on purpose, doubting she could gather the group. Lucas observes the situation and ponders if the vice president is so lonely she can't recruit anyone. Remembering her approach to Julia, Mina turns and apologizes, suggesting they'll have to give up the mission. Then Lucas offers to handle the recruitment, and Julia excitedly states that they will help. Thanking the two, Mina thinks she feels bad for using them as pawns. She remains silent for an instant. Suddenly, a voice calls for the senior. Kai Taui arrives, saying he'll lend a hand, since his best friend Lucas is going on a field mission. Maya Rasta also presents herself, explaining she is a specialist in water-based healing magic and can be useful. Mina withdraws her thanks, stating that those freshmen will just be a burden. Julia asks why Lucas called Maya instead of Iwa, and he simply says Iwa wouldn't listen to him. The vice president decides it doesn't matter, as they are there to complete the number and she and Julia will handle the mission. Mina announces that they will depart immediately, explaining that the trip will take half a day even with acceleration magic. Several hours later, the group travels at high speed through the forest. Upon arriving, she announces they reached the destination. She finds traces of battle and a Miranda family crest on the ground. Lucas asks if the location is being investigated by the Empire's exploration team. He turns to Julia and comments that it's good they didn't find Yuru's dwelling. Suddenly, Lucas looks up. He alerts about an enemy attack from above, while a winged creature advances. Mina rapidly casts a storm spell. The enchantment hits the creature squarely. The threat is neutralized and falls to the ground. Then, another monster appears to attack Mina. She turns to face the new threat, but Kai positions himself in front of her and blocks the blow with his magic shield. He then warns them to leave the close combat to them. Kai defends against the creature's attack with his shield. Then Lucas enters the action and faces another monster, leading Kai to shout his name. Lucas warns him not to steal the scene and challenges him to keep up with his speed. Meanwhile, Maya creates a water spirit barrier and states she'll handle the support. More winged creatures approach and surround the group. Mina observes the situation and comments that it's been a while since she felt this team coordination. She turns to Julia and explains that the magical beast dislikes wind and lightning magic, indicating it's her turn. Julia starts chanting an enchantment with her staff, concentrating for the spell. She invokes a barrier magic. A large barrier forms, trapping the flying creatures inside. The imprisoned monsters are hit by the enchantment's power, near where a creature was defeated. Lucas comments that Julia's lightning magic still has incredible power. Kai approaches and calls for Mina, who remains silent. Julia then turns to the senior and asks if she had said something. Mina replies that it was nothing, but she had underestimated the capabilities of those pawns. Maya heals Kai's hand. He calls her a goddess, but she brushes off the compliment. She thinks goddess is exaggerating, yet she wishes Lucas would say it. Lucas watches her, confused, as she questions her own thoughts. Then, the group enters an enormous cave. A staff illuminates the path ahead. Julia marvels at the sheer size of the place. Mina points out an even larger, deeper area further in. Kai also notes that a small army could march through here. Lucas deduces the cave was excavated. The underground must be crawling with magic beasts, making the path dangerous. He warns everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, a group of goblins charges them. Julia casts a spell at the creatures. The goblins are hit square on by the attack. Mina explains that since their vision is poor, she neutralized their hearing with thunder. The group is safe. Kai prepares to fight another monster, but she warns him they can't defeat every beast that attacks. Kai announces he has a good plan. A little later, the group gets into position. He runs toward the monsters, yelling for them to chase him. Then, Julia and Mina prepare their spells. Kai looks back for an instant. The two girls launch their combined attacks. The magic strikes the group of creatures dead on. A massive explosion occurs. Lucas comments on the plan's efficiency. He wonders if Kai is also a reincarnated person, comparing the tactic to area of effect attacks in games. Kai explains his idea was to lure the enemies in so Mina and Julia could wipe them out at once. He turns to Lucas and says the technique is only possible thanks to his equipment. Lucas replies that he shouldn't think everyone is just looking for attention. Thanks to Kai's suggestion, the group steadily defeated the magic beasts. Maya uses her magic to heal him. They gradually approach the center of the lair. Lucas observes his teammates. Lucas asks them to wait and give the others a rest, but Maya comments that Kai is pretending not to hear. Kai runs back, yelling that he brought the enemies and the rest is up to them. He then looks back and realizes everyone is gone, asking where they went. Lucas says that although it's his fault, they'll have to sacrifice their teammates since he's running out of magic power. Julia wishes Kai happiness in the afterlife. Maya claims she will save him if he's still breathing, but Mina advises her not to take it seriously. Suddenly, a loud sound echoes through the cave, making Maya look up. She asks if the noise was Kai. Lucas replies it came from the center of the lair, where the exploration team likely found the boss. Mina suggests they should go check the situation. Lucas advances a little and remarks that the smell in the air is very heavy. Then, Mina offers Julia a recovery potion she brought from home. She says they probably won't need to intervene, but they should check just in case. The group moves forward and comes across a scene of intense battle. Mina realizes the entire exploration team has been defeated and orders an immediate retreat. Lucas turns sharply. A giant creature emerges from the rubble right in front of them. Mina turns sharply to the side. Then, a giant creature charges at her with an axe. The creature draws closer. Mina wonders why a Minotaur, a Calamity-class monster, would be here. Lucas realizes something is wrong. Such a strong monster shouldn't appear on a school mission. Still, he recognizes that presence. He shouts for Mina to watch out and pushes her out of danger. The Minotaur's axe comes down hard. Lucas creates a magic protection. The creature's blow is blocked by a wall of ice. Julia runs to help Mina, while Lucas asks if she was the one who conjured the ice shield. He turns upon hearing her negative reply. Mina points out it was the person in the Minotaur's hand. The man being held attacks the creature, asking if it is the one standing in his path. The group watches, shocked that the man saved them even while so wounded. The man asks them to call the Imperial Army. He then reveals that the ancient seal has been broken. The creature squeezes its hand tightly. The Minotaur threatens to destroy everyone. Julia and Maya react to the scene. A potion falls from the man's hand to the ground. Julia turns in the direction of the sound. The Minotaur approaches the fallen man, but he uses the potion, saying the monster is the one talking nonsense and must be defeated. An enormous mass of ice appears and traps the creature. The man then asks them to flee and report what is happening. Mina and Julia agree and start to fall back. Lucas turns and promises to return to avenge him. The man screams for them to flee while they still can. Trapped in the ice with the creature, he believes he has done all he could. Then the Minotaur frees itself, questioning how an insect dares to attack it by surprise. The creature prepares to attack the man, saying he will be the first. Suddenly, an attack hits the monster. Julia attacks the Minotaur with her staff, asserting that the man is not an insect, but a great warrior. Mina also advances and launches a wind bomb. She questions why they are attacking instead of fleeing, since the man risked his life to buy them time. Then Lucas says he will hold off the creature and asks Mina to go report the situation. She responds that it's impossible for a freshman like him to face a calamity-class monster. Lucas just says it won't be easy. A large rock falls from the cave ceiling. The Minotaur threatens to end them all. Lucas insists that the others flee and leave the monster to him, but Mina pushes him and yells for him to retreat, stating it is her duty as vice president to protect everyone. He observes her and thinks she is braver than he expected. Julia refuses to flee, and Maya reveals she sent a request for help to Kai, suggesting they all fight together. The creature lets out a roar. Even with the combined attacks, Mina realizes they won't be able to win. Lucas turns to her and asks her to believe in everyone. Staring down the creature, Lucas affirms there is no way they will lose to a monster like that. The Minotaur advances and strikes the ground with its fist. Lucas prepares for the confrontation. He then lands a direct punch on the monster. Mina asks him to continue the distraction so she can attack an opening, and he agrees. The creature gets irritated and calls them little pests. The monster prepares a new attack against Lucas. Lucas looks back and sees that Julia's magic is ready. She then screams for the Minotaur to leave her brother alone. Julia launches a powerful attack against the creature. The monster is hit. He launches an attack right at the monster's face. The creature roars in pain. Lucas yells that he hit the weak point and sealed the monster's movements, ordering them to attack now. Julia then prepares her thunder arrow. Mina also prepares to launch her wind cutter. Mina and Julia cast their spells at the same time. The two magical attacks advance against the monster, but the Minotaur manages to resist. The creature complains in frustration. Then, it threatens to defeat everyone as soon as it recovers. Maya steps forward and says she won't allow it. She then launches a large sphere of water at the creature. The water attack hits the Minotaur squarely, but the monster remains impassive. The monster's leg heals, and it dismisses the attack as a simple splash of water. The Minotaur advances toward Mina, promising to defeat her. Julia asks what happens when someone is electrocuted while wet. She declares the Minotaur will pay for what it did to the soldiers. The creature is then electrocuted. A huge magical explosion engulfs the Minotaur. Lucas understands that she soaked it with water to amplify the power of the electrical attack. The Minotaur finally falls to the ground, defeated. He observes the group and comments that creating a strategy like this completely improvised is expected of an honor student. Climbing onto the creature's body, Lucas announces he will deliver the final blow. Mina watches him, confused by his attitude. Suddenly, dark energy explodes from the Minotaur's body. She wonders what that mysterious pressure is that Lucas also feels. A dark, threatening figure manifests before him. Outside, Kai reacts to the disturbance coming from the cave. He wonders if the tremor he feels is an earthquake. Then Kai decides to call for reinforcements immediately, asking the others to hang on tight. Dark energy explodes, taking the shape of a demonic creature. Lucas reacts to the enemy's overwhelming power. A shockwave hits him head-on. The monster charges, knocking him to the ground. Lucas realizes it was just the creature's voice that hit him. It's gotten stronger. He turns and asks if everyone is okay. Mina casts a magic circle of silence for protection, but the effort drains her energy. Along with Maya's and Julia's, they fall unconscious. Lucas looks at his fallen companions. A new energy begins to radiate from his body. The demonic creature roars. Lucas charges and punches the monster. He declares he will defeat it. Lucas lands a powerful punch. He hits its arm with massive force. He lands on the ground, realizing the monster feels no pain. Lucas watches intently. The creature's arm begins to rebuild itself from dark energy. In moments, the arm regenerates completely. The creature attacks with an energy blade. The wind pressure forces Lucas back in pain. He realizes he underestimated the impact of the previous roar. The monster remarks that the resistance of the strong excites it. The creature punches the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Lucas manages to dodge the attack. Then, the monster's hand transforms into a sharp blade. The creature speeds toward him. The monster delivers a powerful blow, shattering the cave floor. Lucas sees falling rocks heading toward the others. He throws himself in front of the debris to protect them. Lucas manages to deflect the falling debris. He stops a large rock about to hit Julia. Then he turns to the monster, even though he's injured. The creature prepares for a new attack. The monster fires an energy beam from its mouth. Next, it creates shockwaves with its hands. Lucas realizes the roar's power is amplified by the rock wall. He positions himself in front of his fallen companions. The force of the attack hits him full blast. Then, the creature moves in to deliver the final blow. The creature wonders what he could possibly do, making Lucas reflect on why he is there. The monster continues speaking menacingly, but Lucas dares it to say that after he's beaten it, he declares that as long as he's alive, He'll never let the monster touch Julia and the others. He charges forward and stops the creature's blow with his bare hands. The impact drags him backward, but he resists and breaks the monster's blade. The creature reacts to having its attack blocked. Lucas advances and strikes with the broken blade. The monster retaliates with a powerful punch, but Lucas manages to dodge and counterattack. The creature grabs Lucas and starts dragging him on the ground. Lucas breaks free and forcefully pushes the Minotaur's arm away. Lucas's body begins to shine intensely as he prepares to fight back. The Minotaur's arm regenerates and readies for a new attack. Lucas charges with an energy strike that collides with the Minotaur's. They trade blows, causing a massive explosion of debris and rocks. Lucas turns to the creature and says he's going to end this. He faces it with determination. Then, he delivers a blow to the Minotaur. The creature reacts with surprise. Lucas continues the attack, striking the Minotaur's chest with immense power. On the ground, Julia begins to wake up. She sits up and asks if they are still alive and where her brother is. Her eyes widen at the scene before her. In front of her, Lucas stands over the defeated creature. Seeing her brother's silhouette in the distance, the girl freezes in the middle of the destruction. She can only whisper his name, her face covered in worry and soot. Suddenly, the ground trembles as he stops down, unleashing strange energy around him. This same energy begins to twist and take on a much denser, more frightening form. Racked by transformation, his body is completely consumed by this dark force, and he screams. In the middle of the process, a strange symbol appears on his chest, revealing the source of the power. The scene then shifts to a burning hall. Several people are trapped in chains. Among them, a chained figure stands out amidst all the fire and suffering, but his body begins to react in an unexpected way. From within his chest, a manifestation of fire begins to take over everything. Exploding into flames, the fire reveals the silhouette of a winged creature rising from the ashes. Soon after, a monstrous claw emerges from the flames, showing its true form. Revealing himself to be a demon, the creature yells that he has finally returned to this world. Then he turns and fixes his gaze on a specific target, calling out for the martial god. Introducing himself as the demon lord of wrath, he vows to tear his enemy to pieces. Peering from above, Omen comments on how charming the situation is. Introducing herself as Jelsida, she explains that his awakening was caused by the rage of the Ki they chose. Unconcerned, the demon of wrath just grunts and turns away. He then sits on a stone throne, questioning if their chosen one truly has potential. With a superior look, Jelsida simply gives a short, confident laugh. Then she points out that at that very moment, the young man is managing to break free from his chains. Back in the cave, the transformed hero roars like a beast, screaming that he will kill his opponent. Charging forward with full force, he fires a massive blast of energy directly from his mouth. After the attack, he stands still amidst several shadows emerging from his body. Rushing to help, his sister grabs him from behind, pleading for him to wake up and stop. At that moment, a new warrior appears and uses an ability on the girl, telling her to calm down. With a determined expression, the white-haired woman focuses on the threat before her. Yelling for his sister to get back, she warns that Lucas is about to attack with full force. Concentrating all his power, he readies his fist to deliver a devastating blow. Seeing the imminent attack, the girl just screams her brother's name in complete despair. Remembering his sister, a tear streams from his eye as his consciousness fades into a void. Then that single tear falls onto a water surface, creating a small ripple. Diving into his memories, he sees himself falling as images of his crying sister appear. Hearing her voice one more time, he snaps out of his trance and his eyes fly open. Back in reality, a powerful blow strikes the ground right in front of him, kicking up a lot of dust. When the smoke clears, the white-haired warrior is seen protecting the blonde girl. In the midst of the chaos, he is seen from behind, the dark energy finally receding from his body. Clutching his chest, he forcibly suppresses the energy that was trying to completely overwhelm him. Seeing an opening, his sister cautiously approaches, trying to see if he's okay. He then turns his head, apologizes for losing control, and tells her to step back a little. Immediately, a new golden energy begins to flow and take over his body. Soon after, this same energy erupts with force, creating sharp-pointed shapes on his back. Channeling all the power, he concentrates it until he creates a spear of pure energy. Then he hurls the spear with all his might into the ground, which shatters on impact. After the dust settles, a new glowing symbol is seen marked on his chest. Seeing his calm, the two girls call out to him, asking if he's okay. He tells them he is. He then hugs his sister with a smile, apologizing for scaring her like that. Returning to the burning hall, a message about reinforcements for Lucas' group arrives, surprising the demons. But the serpent demoness stops him, saying there's no hurry, and that the key still needs to face more trials. With a cruel smile, She then suggests that one of these tests could be something like him looting his family. At that moment, her serpent lunges towards an image of his sister, revealing her true intentions. At that moment, he has a vision of his family gathered together, looking relieved that he's awake. The scene then shifts to the past, where his sister asks him where they are. Feeling an intense pain, he struggles to maintain control as a dark energy consumes him. Soon after, he unleashes a massive blast of energy, making his sister scream in fear. Looking at his own hand, he's shocked to realize what he's just done. He then understands that his body is moving on its own, against his will, completely engulfed in shadows. He can only call out his family's names. Waking up suddenly, he punches his friend who is standing by his bed. Confused by the situation, he realizes he's in the magic school's infirmary. Meanwhile, his friend complains about the punch, saying the only reason he won't hit back is because Lucas is injured. Still rumbling in pain, the white-haired boy moves to the other side of the room. Now alone, Lucas begins to wonder about the reason for that strange dream. He then remembers the feeling of losing control, so similar to the dead bandit's power. Recalling the past, he notes that he had lost consciousness back then, like he did this time. Remembering the agony, he sees himself screaming again as the dark energy overwhelmed him. Sitting on the infirmary bed, he starts to think deeply about the origin of that power. Suddenly, he clicks, and he realizes his mind might have been corrupted by rage. He then questions if it's really possible for someone to control their own rage in the middle of a fight. Considering a solution, he thinks that maybe he should keep someone nearby just to stop him. However, he closes his eyes and ponders this idea, trying to find the right person. Blushing, he lowers his head as he realizes it won't be an easy task at all. Soon after, the stress of the situation makes him break out in a cold sweat, unsure of what to do. In a panic, he concludes that it's far too dangerous to ask this of the other students. Sighing in resignation, he seems to understand that he can't put anyone's life at risk. With a determined look, he decides that if no one can stop him, he'll have to do it himself. The scene changes, and a man is walking down the infirmary hallway, asking two nuns who are chatting. Observing the man walk by, one of them comments that the patients are no longer in danger, but she's shocked by their injuries. Walking down the hall, the man simply ignores the conversation and drinks from a bottle. Then, the other nun replies that she heard they got so badly hurt because they were protecting the freshmen. Adding to the gossip, the first nun says they were carrying 2 deadweights from the martial arts department. At that instant, the drinking man unleashes a powerful energy that spreads throughout the hallway. Turning around in surprise, he recognizes the energy is that of an advanced martial artist and his stunt. Meanwhile, the nuns are swept away by a strong gust of wind, not understanding where it could be coming from. When the gust subsides, the man has simply vanished from the hallway, leaving only his bottle on the floor. Back in the infirmary room, Lucas is testing a new technique, creating a golden flame in his hand. With a smile on his face, he seems pleased that his initial experiment was a success. Soon after, he celebrates the success of his cloning technique, creating 2 copies of himself. Beginning to analyze the situation, he ponders how strong each of his clones might be. Recalling what he read in the books, he calculates that each clone will only have 1/6 of his total power. Coming to a conclusion, he realizes the clones are far too weak to stop him if he loses control. Still, he decides the technique should at least serve to buy some time and help him escape. Suddenly, his ear twitches as he hears a noise coming from his room's door. Looking in that direction, he sees his teacher Segal standing in the doorway, observing the whole scene. Approaching his student, the teacher comments that strange things always seem to happen wherever he goes. Getting straight to the point, the teacher says he'll be brief and begins to release his energy. He then intimidatingly asks what Lucas's true identity is and why he came to the school. Without an answer, the boy just lowers his head in silence, visibly shaken by the question. In the silence, they stared at each other in the middle of the room for a moment. Trying to play it cool, Lucas says he has no idea what he's talking about and that he came to the school to get stronger. But suddenly, a powerful energy shoots towards him, cutting him off. In a swift move, the professor lunges forward and grabs his face, giving him no chance to react. Questioning his desire to get stronger, he demands that the boy reveal his true ability. Not understanding the question, the young man is confused, unsure of what the professor means. Watching him, he realizes Professor Seagold is incredibly sharp and that school life will be safe. Just then, a woman appears at the bedroom door and asks who they are and what's going on. Remembering something, the professor clicks his tongue, seeming to have forgotten it was a day off. Seeing the scene, the woman, who turns out to be Lucas's mother, tells the professor to get away from her son. To calm his mother down, He explains that this is Professor Seagault and that he was visiting to give him some tips. The professor then grumbles that Lucas is using him as an excuse but says he already knew she was coming. Understanding the situation, his mother smiles and comments that since it's a day off, he should be resting. Then, she turns to the professor and asks if he should do the same, basically telling him to leave. Catching the hint, the professor says the boy hasn't caused any trouble and that he'll make sure he doesn't. Announcing his departure, the professor turns to leave and Lucas says goodbye to him. While closing an ornate box, his mother advises him not to annoy the professor with selfish requests. She then explains that because of the incident at the cave, she had to stay at the Miranda estate until things settled down. Hearing this, his sister starts to cry, upset that she couldn't see their mother sooner. Seeing her daughter clinging to her legs, the mother asks Lucas to do something but he just stands there, unsure of what to do. He then looks around and asks why the father didn't come with her. With a gentle smile, his mother explains that the situation on front lines isn't good, so he headed there. Realizing the Miranda family still rejects him, Lucas just grumbles about how stubborn they are. Changing the subject, she says his father asked her to deliver a gift for him placing first in the exam. With his eyes shining with curiosity, he stands on his tiptoes to see what's inside the box. Opening the gift, she reveals an old family sword, explaining that it's damaged and no longer practical. She then hands the weapon to Lucas, saying their father is placing all his hopes in him. With a look full of determination, he stares at the blade that represents his father's trust. Building the sword firmly, he promises to his best not to betray his father's expectations. Watching the scene, his sister just pouts, rumbling that she's jealous of her brother. His mother notices the jealousy right away and gives Lucas a curious look. With a mischievous smile, she puts a finger to her lips as if keeping a secret. Then the two of them start laughing at the situation, leaving the girl confused, not understanding what's so funny. With a smile, he pats her head and remarks that their mother spoils her more than anyone. Then she reveals she also brought a gift for her, a set of special pills. Her eyes sparkling with happiness, the girl gets excited seeing the sweets she received. Jumping for joy, she shouts that she loves her mom, while the older woman watches her fondly. Without wasting a moment, she starts eating the sweets, getting messy with a smile on her face. Remembering something, the mother asks her daughter to deliver an item to Jeremy later. She then explains that their father also prepared pills for him, but she had to bring them instead of Jessica. With her mouth full, the girl mumbles that she doesn't like Jeremy, but agrees to deliver the gift. Praising her attitude, the mother says she's a good girl, making the little girl beam with pride. The scene cuts to the boys' dormitory, where someone shouts that Jeremy has a visitor. By the fountain, a young man comments that it's Julia, the girl who wrecked first in the elite horse. Surprised, his friends remark how incredible it is that Jeremy's sister is that genius. Excited by the idea, one of the guys suggests they invite Julia on the next mission they take. Suddenly, the two guys reveal sharp claws, taking a combat stance. Using his powers, Jeremy summons vines to shoot forward and trap his classmate, leaving him terrified. Not understanding the situation, the boy watches his friend walk away, unfazed by what he just did. Alone in the courtyard, Jeremy is enveloped in a green energy as he complains that his parents never visited him. Clutching box of pills tightly, he sees that Lucas got the family sword. With a look full of hatred, he swears he will take everything from Lucas that should have been his. Waving from a distance, their mother says goodbye with a smile before finally leaving. Watching the carrot pull away, the two siblings silently observe the end of the visit, but he soon cheers sister up, reminding her that their mom will be staying nearby for a while. Thinking of his injured friends, Lucas brews a new elixir in a bubbling cauldron. Julia then gives the potion to Mina, who is amazed by the gift from the Miranda family. Half a month later, the entire city celebrates with fireworks in front of the Great Tower of Allen. In the middle of the crowd, a group of students brags about finally seeing the school emblem. Lucas laughs, teasing his friend for his fake surprise since the tower is impossible to miss. Suddenly, a student from the other group coughs to get everyone's attention. When they turn around, he and his friends are startled to come face to face with Professor Segal. With a stern look, the professor tells everyone to be quiet, saying the tour is part of class. Following his orders, he sends everyone to their assigned spot, and the group promptly obeys. Meanwhile, some students from the magic department complain about the presence of the martial arts students. With disdain, one of them remarks that the fighters are dreaming too big for their abilities. Clenching his fist in anger, one of the martial arts students gets annoyed by the usual prejudice. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Lucas tells his friend to calm down and not fall for the provocation. Watching the scene, one of the martial arts students comments that everyone has started to pick on them. Scornfully, his classmates complain that magic professors even asked for their spot in the tower. Outraged, They remember how the magic professors demanded they give up their spots. With a serious look, Lucas simply comments that their attitude is truly shameful. He then wonders if Professor Segal isn't worried about losing department spots. Sitting on the ground, the martial arts students calmly wait for the event to begin. Positioned in front of a group of upperclassmen, Professor Segal explains the tower's annual tradition. With a shout, he announces that the third-year students should prepare to enter. Wielding his dagger, Jeremy smiles, excited to finally enter the tower. Alan. With an evil grin, he celebrates his chance to finally enter the tower after 3 years. In the crowd, one of his classmates teases that he only made it because he was never in the top 100. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to Jeremy, interrupting the boys' conversation. Turning around, he sees his sister approaching and calls her the genius's little sister. With a radiant smile, Julia waves and wishes her brother good luck on his declaration of the tower. The friend advises Jeremy not to disappoint the sister who is rooting for him. From a distance, Julia finds his lack of reaction odd and thinks he's only there because of their mother. Climbing the tower stairs, his classmate hopes he gets teleported somewhere nearby. With a determined look, Jeremy ignores the comment and allows that inside the tower, he will finally pass Lucas. Soon after, the group of upperclassmen walks toward the tower's entrance portal, which glows brightly. Once inside, a mysterious voice instructs everyone to place their staves on the ground and close their eyes. Hearing this, Jeremy turns his head, trying to remember where he's heard that voice before. The scene then shows an old man watching the students through a magic screen in a room full of gears. With a smile on his face, the elder announces that the tower's challenge has finally begun. He then extends his hands over a golden artifact, which begins to glow and release a powerful energy. At the same moment, his eyes also glow with the same golden energy as the artifact. This same energy then expands throughout the room, creating various light patterns in the environment. In the center of the artifact, an orb of light forms, concentrating all the power. Then, several golden discs' energy begin to float and spin in the air. Outside, a massive column of golden energy envelops the entire Tower of Alan. Feeling powerful energy, Lucas shields himself with his arm and remarks that there's a martial artist stronger than Seagull. With a smirk, he realizes this was the reason the professor was so confident about their spots. At that moment, it's revealed that the elder who activated a tower is actually the strongest martial artist in the school. Going back in time, 2 men are talking peacefully in a gazebo near a lake. As he drinks his tea, the elder comments on the requests to revoke the martial art spots. Taking a sip, he tries to change the subject and back to talking about the anomaly. But the other man slams his cup on the table, stating that no harm was done to the school. With a serious look, the elder tells him to keep things as they are, and then the tower will be opened. Understanding the message, the man realizes that without the martial artists, no one can enter the tower. Taking another sip of his tea, the school's headmaster laments the trouble Otani had caused him. The scene then shifts to inside the tower, revealing a vast landscape of mountains and forests. In the middle of the woods, a green energy begins to materialize in a swirl. This gives birth to Jeremy, who appears in the new setting, fully formed and ready for action. Analyzing the situation, he realizes only his consciousness was transported, but everything feels real. At that moment, his friends appear and tell him to stop talking and meet up with the team. Ignoring the comment, he continues on his path through the forest toward the distant tower. But suddenly, the scenery around him changes completely, turning dark and sour. The tower's image reflects in a mysterious eye, watching everything from afar. With a smile, Lucas realizes he can use his ability to see what's happened in the tower. Watching the challenge, he comments on Jeremy's bad luck, as is already being hated from the start. Professor Segal then explains that anyone with the ability can observe what happens inside. Showing a map, he details that the students will be teleported to RAM locations in the tower. He then recommends that students form teams of up to 3 people to ascend the floors. Excited by the idea, Lucas's friend asks if they're going to form a team, but he refuses. With a smile, he explains that because of their rankings, the 3 of them will likely end up in separate groups. From a distance, Professor Segal notices Lucas's expression and realizes he's one of the few who are capable. Staring at his student, he seems impressed by the rare ability the boy has just demonstrated. Suddenly, Lucas points to the tower's gate, warning that someone is coming out. Surprised, his friends see 3 third-year students leaving the tower very quickly. Glancing at the tower, Lucas explains that every year, some students get knocked out right away. The scene cuts to the top of the tower, shrouded in clouds with a blue energy ring in the sky. Inside, Jeremy and his team are already climbing the stairs to the second floor. Watching from afar, Lucas simply remarks that the guy is lucky. Exiting a hallway, Jeremy's team comes across a cave filled with red crystals. Advancing through the tower's second floor, they cautiously explore the rocky environment. Suddenly, Jeremy spots two shadows with red eyes watching them from atop a structure. Two blue monsters leap from the shadows, charging fiercely toward the group. In response, Jeremy readies his staff, activating his plant magic for combat. With a swift move, he traps the monsters in magic vines while his teammate prepares an attack. The other guy then launches a wave of earth that rushes toward the enemies. At the moment of impact, the vines disintegrate, allowing the blow to hit the monster head-on. After the dust settles, a notification of the enemy's feat appears, awarding points to the team. Relieved, the group comments on how the tower's second floor is truly dangerous. The scene cuts to the floor's central area, where another group of students is also in combat. With a precise strike, Jeremy feeds a scout, accumulating more points for a team. Meanwhile, one of his teammates annihilates several enemies with a single blow, but suddenly, a giant skeleton appears behind him, wielding a huge weapon. With a surprise attack, a martial arts student appears and destroys the monster with one strike. After defeating the last monster in the area, the team finally manages to reach the third floor. Soon after, a portal of light appears in the middle of the hall, indicating that one of the teams has been eliminated from the test. Noticing his strange behavior, one of his teammates comments on how quiet Jeremy has been the whole time. A few hours later, Alan's tower continues to glow golden under the school sky. Opening his eyes, Lucas finally stops observing what's happening inside the tower. He then remarks to himself that he managed to understand the situation up to third floor. Thinking about the challenge, he analyzes that the tower's enemies get stronger with each floor. With a serious look, he wonders if the monsters are based on real beings. At that moment, he realizes that Professor Seagal must have already noticed his true abilities, feeling everyone's attention on him. Lucas wonders if their interest is a sign of goodwill. Suddenly, a voice announces that the last group should gather at the tower's entrance. Climbing the stairs, a group of girls finally arrives to begin their participation in the challenge. With firm steps, Mina and her team advance, with Lucas believing they will catch up to the leading group. From a distance, Julia waves and wishes her friend good luck, who watches her fondly. With a smile, Mina turns and thanks Julia for her support before continuing on her way. Meanwhile, one of the professors asks if her injury has healed, and she confirms there has. Elsewhere, two students comment on Mina's popularity and her friendship with the genius freshman. Overhearing the conversation, Mina vows to herself that this time she will defeat Theodore and reach the sixth floor. Entering the third floor, Mina's group finds themselves in a dangerous volcanic landscape. Without warning, a monster with a club charges at them, ready to attack. With a swift move, Mina dodges the blow and slips past the enemy, giving it no chance to react. Leading the group, she orders everyone to avoid fights and use acceleration magic to move forward. Following her orders, the entire team uses their abilities to fly quickly through the flaming scenery. Observing their progress, Lucas notes that the strongest third-year team reached the fourth floor in 30 minutes. Upon reaching the next floor, Mina and her team walk through a hallway with a floor full of energy. Suddenly, they are surrounded by a group of huge, well-armed monsters. Startled by the enemy's size, one of the girls remarks that she now understands why so many give up. Without wasting time, Mina unleashes a powerful gust of wind that completely envelops one of the monsters. The attack instantly defeats the enemy, earning the team 80 points. Impressed with her speed, Mina realizes her skills have truly improved since the last mission. Adjusting her glasses, she concludes that instant takedowns are the best way to save time. She then announces she'll look for the passage to the next floor and leaves the cleanup to her teammates. In the blink of an eye, she defeats the remaining enemies, racking up more points for the team. With a series of swift attacks, they continue to defeat the scouts and accumulate points. Then, one of the girls unleashes an energy tornado that annihilates all remaining enemies. Amidst a scene destruction, the group gazes at the imposing tower structure before them. With steady steps, Mina advances, leading her teammates toward the passage to the next floor. With a satisfied smile, she celebrates the mission's success, her teammates right behind her. Announcing her arrival, the group finally reaches the entrance portal to the fifth floor. Watching the tower's monitor, Professor Seagold sees the group's icons reaching the new floor. Commenting on the result, he notes that 3 people have reached the 5th floor, a better outcome than last year's. Nervously, Lucas' friend wonders when he'll be able to get that far in the tower. Trying to calm him down, the professor says there's no need to rush and that the 3rd floor is already enough. With an experienced gaze, he advises the student to improve his skills so he won't fear the 5th floor enemies. Listen to the conversation. Lucas realizes that Professor Seagold must have also explored the tower in the past. With a look of admiration, he seems to understand a little more about his professor's mysterious past. Meanwhile, 3 students exit the tower portal, indicating they have finished their participation. From a distance, a girl approaches and asks Mina how the challenge inside the tower was. Analyzing the tower's results, Lucas comments that apparently she failed to reach a goal. At that, the girl appears completely desolate, a tear streaming down her face. Flashing back to a different room, her name is called out loud. Then a red-haired young man arrogantly asks if she finally understands the situation now. With a smug smile, he states that surpassing a true genius is no easy task. Meanwhile, back in the present, purple energy crackles in one of the characters' hands. During the celebration, Julia congratulates Mina on her first-place finish in the challenge, while Lucas applauds beside them. With a sheepish smile, Mina thanks her but laments that she couldn't break Theodore's record. Trying to cheer her up, Julia says that Theodore also stopped on the 5th floor, so technically they tied. With a sad look, she recalls she could barely stand when she saw the stairs to the 6th floor. She then remembers how Theodore climbed the stairs and almost opened the door to the next level. Acknowledging her defeat, she admits that in comparison, she's inferior to him in every way. Changing the subject, Mina asks if they found their teammates for the next challenge yet. Excitedly, Julia announces she's teaming up with IWA, who seems less than thrilled about the idea. Watching the interaction, Lucas realizes the news about the Miranda family has already reached IWA's ears. With all eyes on him, Lucas explains that their distant rankings place them in different groups. In a flashback, his friend tackles him to the ground, calling him a traitor for abandoning him. Clinging to his leg, the white-haired boy wonders who he's going to team up with now. Just then, 2 girls approach and invite him to join their team. With a smile, the group's leader says they were looking for a strong fighter for the front line. Seeing the invitation, the white-haired boy clears his throat and turns to the girls. With a smug grin, he accepts the offer, saying he'll make an exception for them. The scene cut to the training grounds, where Professor Seagal is watching the students. With a serious expression, he seems to be preparing to give a motivational speech. Then he yells for everyone to get fired up and asks if they know what the others are saying. Remembering the taunts, the students see themselves surrounded by mocking shadows. With a sideways glance, the professor watches them, hoping his strategy will work. Inspired by the speech, the new team's leader shouts that they'll prove they deserve their spots. Right after, all the martial arts students yell together, promising they'll take first place. Watching the scene, Lucas realizes the professor's genius in using their anger to motivate them. With a subtle smile, Professor Seagal seems pleased that his strategy worked perfectly. In the middle of training, Lucas and his friend face off, testing their combat skills. Then, his friend unleashes a golden energy strike, which cuts through the air with speed. To defend themselves, the students focus on group training to improve their teamwork. During breaks, the professor teaches them about the tower's enemies, detailing their strengths and weaknesses. Sometimes he'd even pose as an enemy, wearing a goblin mask to train them. With the professor masked and wielding a club, the students are brutally tested every day. But despite the harsh training, no one complained, all focused on the goal of reaching the tower's top. Finally, the day of the freshman challenge arrives with an announcement confirming the martial arts department's participation. With steady steps, the group of students walks toward the test site, ready for the challenge. As they walk, they pass a group of students from the magic department, who watch them with disdain. Then, a group of martial artists stops in front of the tower, ready to prove their worth. Giving his final instructions, Professor Seagal tells them to fight with all they've got if they can't run. Hearing this advice, the magic students mock them, saying even their professor doesn't trust in their strength. With disdain, a magic student comments that he can't wait to see how powerful the magic beasts really are. With a sneer, he bets the entire martial arts department will be wiped out in 3 minutes. Hearing the comments, the white-haired boy just smirks and calls them losers. Then, one of the magic professors calls a group of 12 students to follow him. With a determined look, Lucas and his friends get ready to enter the tower and shut everyone up. Observing from distance, The school's director seems eager to see the freshman's performance. With his hands clasped, the director notes it's been years since so many martial artists entered the tower. He then says that the legacy left by the god of war can finally fulfill its purpose. With a serious gaze, Lucas prepares to face the first great challenge of his life. Inside the tower, a group of students runs through the forest, following the professor's instructions. With a swift move, one of them uses his sword to cut down a tree and clear a path. Watching the scene, Lucas notices everyone is following orders, so he decides to go in the opposite direction. Climbing a structure, he surveys the goblin territory. They use magic to blind their enemies. Suddenly, he spots a magical mist in the middle of the forest, indicating the monster's presence. Leaping from the structure, he tells his friends to wait, assuring them he'll catch up soon. Landing on the ground, he sees a goblin hiding in the mist, just as he predicted. With an evil grin, the creature prepares to attack, confident in its ambush. A clone of Lucas then advances toward the goblin, serving as a decoy for the test. Seeing his plan work, Lucas confirms his suspicions about the tower's mechanics. When the clone is defeated, he realizes no point notification pops up. Remembering the past, he notes the energy from the tower's monsters feels familiar. With a smile, he confirms it's the same energy used to create his clones, which comes from the martial artist. Analyzing the situation, he understands he can use his clones without being noticed, since they share the same energy. So he comes up with a plan to use a clone to protect his friends while the real him climbs the tower. Suddenly, he gets an idea and starts manipulating his clone's energy with his hands. With a golden glow, he transforms his copies into monsters identical to those in the tower. With a confident smile, he celebrates that he can now move freely. Watching everything from his office, the director grumbles at the student's unexpected strategy. He then comments that he knew about Lucas' visit to the library, but he didn't expect him to have mastered the technique. With a curious look, the director wonders what the boy's next move in the tower will be. Reflecting on the situation, he notes that helping too much would be good for the other's growth. Suddenly, screams of panic echo through the forest, with someone begging a giant not to come closer. In a scene, a group of students runs desperately, fleeing an unseen threat. They are then cornered by a group of giant goblins that emerge from the mist. With an evil grin, the monsters prepare to attack the defenseless students. In a panic, one of them realizes they're surrounded by 3 enemies at once. As a stone monster rises, the students realize that, at best, they can only handle 2 goblins. Trapped in a creature's clutches, one of them screams for help with no hope of escape. Just then, a circle of golden energy appears in the sky, signaling unexpected help. Looking up, one of the students is confused by the appearance of the magic circle. In a state of shock, another boy can only stare upward, not understanding what's happening. With a look of astonishment, the third group member also stares at the golden energy. Speechless, the purple-haired boy just watches as a shadow covers his face. Suddenly, a mysterious voice tells them to calm down, explaining that the giant can't see them. Remembering the classes, one of them calms down, noting that the first-floor giants are slow. Following the voice's instructions, the group prepares to move away from the giant and focus on the goblins. With a determined look, one of the boys gets ready to swing into action against their enemies. The 2 of them then advance together, attacking the goblins with their swords in a coordinated move. With swift footwork, one of them slides across the ground to get a better position. Suddenly, one of the goblins leaps toward him, ready for a surprise aerial attack. In that instant, a strike of golden energy cuts through the air, heading straight for the monster. The attack hits the goblin head-on, slicing it in half before it could react. Charging at the last enemy, the purple-haired boy readies his sword for the final blow. With all his strength, he tries to pierce the goblin, but the creature catches the blade with its hand. With a leap, a goblin attacks from behind, catching one of the students by surprise. The creature then prepares a powerful blow, aiming directly at the boy's face. With no time to react, he just watches the monster's fist coming toward him. A mysterious voice warns him to dodge, giving him a chance to escape. Following the instruction, he dodges and strikes the goblin with a quick, precise blow. Meanwhile, the giant stone hand tries to crush one of the remaining goblins on the ground, celebrating their victory. The group realizes that by working together, they can clear the first floor. With a confident smile, they prepare to claim the points from the last goblin. Watching the scene, Lucas reflects that strength alone isn't enough to win. With one of his clones beside him, he wonders if using this technique to train the others is cheating. Back outside the tower, One of the magic professors is observing the situation. With a disdainful smile, he lets out sigh, amused by the scene. Pointing at the screen, he announces that a martial arts team is surrounded by 3 monsters. Beside him, the magic students mock the situation, doubting their rivals' abilities. With a cruel smile, the professor says they'll soon be defeated and come run back. With his arms crossed, Professor Seagal just watches in silence, ignoring the taunts. With a sidelong glance, he thinks that if the team stays calm, there's still a chance of victory. Staring at the Golden Tower, he seems to have complete faith in the training he gave his students. Suddenly, he turns his face toward the other professor, his expression of surprise. On the other side, the magic professor stares at the screen, shocked by what's happening. Clenching his teeth, he can't believe the turnaround he's witnessing. On the screen, a martial arts student lands a powerful blow, taking down one of the goblins. The creature then falls to the ground, dissolving into green energy upon defeat. On the other side of the forest, 3 mysterious figures defeat the last monster in the area. With a snort of anger, the giant goblin glares at the new group, preparing to attack. Surprised by the turn of events, one of the martial arts students stares at the scene, not understanding what's happening. Suddenly, the giant goblin releases a thick mist, attempting to escape the fight. Unfazed, one of the boys charges forward with his dagger, ready to use one of his skills. With a piercing strike, he lunges and hits the monster head-on, pinning it to the ground. The tip of the dagger glows as it makes contact with the goblin's body, dealing heavy damage. Seizing the opportunity, another team member rushes in, leaping over the enemy to attack. With a focused gaze, the purple-haired boy readies his sword, which glows with a golden energy. He then unleashes a spiral cut, hitting the goblin with a devastating and precise blow. Its face twisted in pain, the monster can't react to the student's combined attack. Right after, the last member of the group moves in, preparing his staff for the final blow. With a lightning-fast step, he strikes the goblin with a swift and powerful attack, ending the fight. After being defeated, the monster dissolves into green energy, earning more points for the team. In disbelief, the magic professor shouts that it's impossible for them to have defeated the goblin so quickly. With smirk, Professor Seagold watches the scene, proud of his students. With a satisfied expression, he congratulates the team on their excellent teamwork. Excited by the victory, Professor Seagold shouts that a team from his class has already defeated 2 enemies. With renewed confidence, the other martial arts students feel motivated to their best. Annoyed, one of the magic students grumbles that the other team only won by luck. But from a distance, Professor Seagold senses a strange energy coming from the battle site. On a tree branch, Lucas suddenly sneezes, feeling like someone is talking about him. Jumping to the ground, he wonders if his sister is gossiping about him again. Blushing, he wipes his nose, imagining his sister praising him for being amazing. Suddenly, his friends peer and call out to him, surprised to finally find him. Running towards him, they say they were worried because he took so long. With a smile, Lucas explains that he was teleported far away and asks about the other teams. Upon reaching the meeting point, he's greeted by another student, who congratulates him on his return. Seeing that everyone is okay, he's relieved that no one was seriously injured. Glancing at the horizon, he notices that Slight's group hasn't arrived yet. He then says they should be arriving soon and points to the group in the distance. Upon seeing newcomers, one of his friends looks at him with a surprised expression. With a smile, Lucas says nothing and hides what he was thinking. Looking at the tower, he announces that as soon as everyone arrives, they will advance to the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, the magic students mock the rival department, saying they're only good at running away. One of them then asks the professor about the current status of the martial arts department. With a shocked expression, the magic professor reveals that all of them have already reached the 2nd floor. Startled, the martial arts students find themselves surrounded by red eyes in the darkness of the new floor. Furious, one of the magic professors becomes enraged, fearing their success will take resources away from his class. On the 2nd floor, a skeletal creature with 2 huge tongues haunts the dark environment. With a muscular body, the monster moves through the shadows, hunting the tower students. Looking around, Lucas notices many of these creatures roaming the area. He then reflects on how the challenges get tougher starting from the 2nd floor. Determined to help, he sends his wolf-like clones to find the other students. With a leap, one of the clones unleashes energy blades, assembling its position to the others. At high speed, the golden wolf dashes through the rocky terrain, clearing a path for the group. From a distance, Lucas' clone asks about the situation on his side of the cave. On the other side, the group reports that many enemies are moving in packs. With a sigh, Lucas remarks that the tower's whole purpose is to gain combat experience. His friends agree, understanding that running away all the time would defeat the purpose of the challenge. Suddenly, One of the creatures attacks the group with its sharp tongue. Shoving his friend aside, Lucas saves him from the attack, taking the hit himself. Worried, his friends cry out for him, but he gets up and says he's fine. With a serious look, he faces the creature, preparing for the fight ahead. But suddenly, a hand with sharp claws emerges from shadows, ready to strike. Revealed to be a pair of werewolves, the creatures fiercely advance on the group. With a heavy stomp, one of the beasts bares its claws, preparing for battle. It then glares at Lucas, snarling and ready to attack at any moment. With a quick glance, he recognizes the threat and prepares for the coming fight. One of the werewolves leaps off the other, using its partner as springboard for its attack. Mid-leap, the creature is hit by a golden energy beam, paralyzing it in mid-air. Seeing the opportunity, Lucas rushes forward and grabs the monster's arm, immobilizing it. Next, he throws the creature against a large horn on the ground, defeating it on impact. Facing the remaining werewolf, he warns that they need to defeat the enemies quickly. Suddenly, one of his friends notices his dagger is gone. Another says he threw it away. With his sharp hearing, Lucas hears a new enemy approaching from underground. A cloud of dust rises from the ground, and he warns everyone to be on alert. With a swift move, one of his friends prepares to attack the new threat. He then unleashes a blue energy strike into the ground, trying to hit the enemy. The blow sends the underground enemy flying, giving the group a moment to breathe. Breaking into a cold sweat, one of the students' members, the professor, had warned them about the enemy's strength. He then realizes the creatures on the second floor are much stronger and smarter. Capable of stealing weapons, one of the werewolves now wields the hammer it had taken earlier. With a smile, the boy says that even if they steal his weapon, they'll soon regret it. The werewolf then tries to use the hammer, but the weapon's handle pierces it with spikes. With its hand injured, the creature drops the hammer, creating an opening for a counterattack. Celebrating the trap's success, the boy shows off his new stone dragon gauntlet. Enraged, the werewolf charges forward, snarling and ready to attack with its claws. With his gauntlet glowing, the young man yells that no one can beat him when it comes to strength. The impact of their clash creates a shockwave that cracks the cave floor. Desperate, one of the friends screams the other name, fearing the worst. Meanwhile, the skeletal creature attacks the last group member with a sharp tongue. But with a smile, the boy says it's finally his time to shine in battle. He then charges forward and lands a powerful blow, hitting the monster head-on. Taking advantage of the distraction, the boy with the gauntlet signals his friend to attack the other monster. With a golden glow, he spins in the air and prepares a powerful strike against the werewolf. With a clenched fist, he shouts and unleashes the attack, concentrating all his strength. The stone dragon's strike hits the monster squarely, creating an energy explosion. The impact throws the werewolf to the ground, defeating it and earning points for the team. Praising their teamwork, Lucas congratulates his friends on the victory. With a smile, he says they must keep moving forward for the sake of the martial arts department. Walking through the academy's hallways, a man watches from a distance. Just then, one of the instructors expresses his surprise that no one from the martial arts department has given up yet. Other teachers start debating whether the tower was made easier just so it could pass. Hearing this conversation, one of the tower's managers bites his finger in pure rage. Meanwhile, a monitor shows the locations of the two approaching teams. The scene shifts to the second floor of the tower, where the battle is already in full swing. Suddenly, a giant blue monster charges forward, its axe ready to strike. But at the last second, a hand grabs the creature's chest, stopping the blow. Then, Lucas finishes the monster with a single strike from above. In another part of the floor, a student uses a shield to defend against a skeleton warrior. Holding his ground, he withstands the weight of the monster's sword pressing down on him. The skeleton then backs away and channels energy for a new, devastating attack. Undeterred, the young man charges toward a smaller skeletal creature. With its red eyes glowing, the monster stares down its opponent for impact. At the same moment, the student reveals his own skeleton minion to fight by his side. Getting caught from behind, the student watches as the skeleton monster breaks into pieces. Realizing what happened, he's surprised to see it was his own minion that defended him. Elsewhere, Jeremy lunges forward and lands a funnel blow on a fallen monster. Right after he gets up and tells his partner he's already feeling tired. Watching the team, Theodore activates an ability, a glow appearing in his eye. Feeling the power flow, he uses his technique to strengthen his allies and continue the fight. Cutting to a map, the main group advances toward Area B of the tower. But on the way, they encounter an enemy riding a giant wolf along with a pack. The beasts then charge at Lucas and Theodore, who prepare for combat. Standing back to back, they activate a crystal that floats between them. Instantly, a giant crystal golem materializes to protect the pair. From a distance, Mina aims her bow, preparing to provide support from afar. Her attack defeats the wolves, and the team secures more points. Meanwhile, in Area C, another group of students manages to defeat a giant cyclops. In Area D, a single student finishes off 2 goblins with no trouble at all. Celebrating their victory, one of the students gets excited about the chance to reach the 3rd floor. Appearing out of nowhere, a giant golden wolf blocks their path. In a reflection of the beast's eye, Lucas and Theodore face the imminent danger. The scene cuts to the monitor, showing that all the students have reached the entrance to the 3rd floor. Seeing results, the instructor is shocked that everyone passed the stage. The other teacher questions how Segal managed to train the rookies so well. Hearing the conversation, the instructor grinds his teeth in anger and frustration. Then his expression shifts one of confidence as he shakes his head. Looking at the castle, he remarks that some students are already at their physical limit. With a malicious look, he declares they'll soon be forcibly expelled from a tower. Meanwhile, in the tower, Lucas is carrying Mina on his back, who seems too exhausted to go on. At the same time, Desio is also showing extreme fatigue, barely able to stand. Seeing his classmate's weakness, Jeremy aggressively grabs him from behind. Grabbing Desio by the neck, he forces him down with a sharp pull. Right after, Theodore supports the young man and asks if he's okay, glaring at Jeremy. Seeing his hand start to fade, Desio says he's reached his limit and tells the others to go on. Reacting to him giving up, Theodore looks down with a grim expression. On the staircase, other students also give up, asking the rest of the team to move on without them. But suddenly Jeremy taps Desio's shoulder to get his attention. The bruised face, he encourages the group to at least try to reach the 3rd floor together. Theodore then turns and agrees they need to work as a team to pass the stage. Motivated, they all look up at the tower, and a notification confirms that all 12 students have reached the 3rd floor. Stepping on the new floor, students enter a completely different scene. Revealing a volcanic battlefield, the 3rd floor proved to be the most dangerous yet. Right upon arrival, one of the students from the mage class is caught by a surprise attack. With wide eyes, he can barely react to what's happening around him. Just then, he notices several purple creatures scaling a rock wall in his direction. Then, a beast much larger than the others emerges, letting out a threatening roar. Desperate, the student tries to use a skill as the creature charges at him, but at the last second, a hand of energy appears and grabs one of the smaller monsters. Right after Lucas appears, facing 3 of those beasts all by himself. The scene cuts to outside the tower, where some students are talking about how brutal the 3rd floor was. Among them, Theodore states that 3rd floor is the limit for the martial arts department. Revealing his plan, he explains that he let his main body be eliminated on purpose. Using a clone, he stayed in the tower to support the second group with his skill. By doing this, he ensured that everyone on his team earned points without standing out too much. But with a smile, he cracks himself, saying that actually, the entire department will draw attention. Celebrating the achievement, the crew from the martial arts department cheers with joy. Seeing the celebration, one of the instructors comments in shock that all the martial arts students made it to 3rd floor. Upon hearing the news, the mage rival professor becomes clearly worried about the outcome. With a tense expression, he insists that the mage classes cannot lose to the martial arts department. Meanwhile, in the tower, one of the mage students is fighting hard, sending a monster flying with a single blow. Elsewhere in the tower, another student faces a giant flaming creature. From a mysterious location, an old man with white hair manipulates a glowing object. Watching the student's performance, he criticizes the mage class rookies for losing their composure so easily. The overall scoreboard then reveals that several mage groups were eliminated on the very first floors. Analyzing the results, the professor realizes that no low-ranking student managed to reach the 3rd floor. Noticing his colleague's frustration, another instructor places a hand on his shoulder to try and calm him down. But in a fit of rage, he grabs the professor by the collar, shouting that this is a setup. Seeing the scene, a blonde female professor intervenes, telling him to calm down in front of the students. She then confronts him, asking if he's doubting the tower's functionality, leaving him speechless. Maintaining her firm posture, she stares at him with a serious, piercing gaze. Chatting with a Gault, the blonde professor observes him with a slight smile. Meanwhile, the rival instructor bites his lip in anger because of Sigelt and his students. With a victorious smile, she comments on how incredible it was to surpass mage classes. Responding humbly, Sigelt says the credit goes entirely to the students' efforts. She then looks toward a group of approaching students and starts talking about them. In that group, Julia and her elite colleagues prepare to enter the tower. Nearby, one student praises Lucas while others feel defeated before even starting. Soon after, an official calls Julia's group to begin their test. Before entering, Julia listens to a piece of advice from a classmate and nods in agreement. Overhearing the conversation, the official confused, not quite understanding the situation, but suddenly his eyes widen as he realizes what it was about. In that same instant, Julia swallows a pill that rapidly restores her magical power. Realizing she's been tricked again, she wears frustrated expression. From a distance, Theodore smiles, thinking he only gave her the pill just in case. With everything set, the tower glows, awaiting Julia's excellent performance. Channeling her energy, Julia prepares to cast a devastating spell. At that moment, a horde of monsters is hit squarely by the blow. Planting her staff, she wrecks the attack to finish off all the enemies at once. Afterward, one of the monsters is seen lying on the ground with no damage to the surrounding vegetation. Noticing the attack's precision, her teammate is completely shocked by what she sees. Then, Julia turns with a confident smile and calls her colleague over. Summoning several energy birds, Julia launches them to attack in a volcanic landscape. One of the birds quickly lunges forward and scores a direct hit on a lizard-like monster. In the reflection of a larger creature's eye, the bird is seen moments before the attack. A moment later, the lizard is struck by lightning and falls to the ground, defeated. Then, a huge purple beast appears out of nowhere and faces Julia head-on. When an electric bird perched on her staff, she readies herself for another move. Calling out her technique, she reveals the name of her Thunderbird attack. After the strike, she turns to her companions and says the path is clear for them to advance. Relieved, Derek comments that her help was essential to defeat the fire-resistant lizard. With his arms crossed, Iowa grumbles that in the real world, she could simply control the monsters' minds. Julia replies with a smile, praising her colleague's potential on a real battlefield. Surprised, Iowa explains that her mental magic doesn't work on the tower's monsters because they lack consciousness. Positioning herself further back, she observes the field while the others prepare for combat. Clutching her staff tightly, she feels like dead weight to the team in this situation. But Julia notices her friend's frustration and admires how she never complains about anything. With flushed cheeks, Iowa walks away, a bit awkwardly. Turning her back, she tells Julia she'll let her shine this time and starts walking ahead. Right behind them, Derek shouts for the two of them not to run off alone like that. Continuing on, the trio follows a narrow path surrounded by lava. But suddenly, Iowa stops in her tracks with a very serious expression. Startled, Julia ends up crashing right into her back, rubbing her face. She asks why her friend stopped so suddenly and if there were any enemies nearby, replying that it was just her imagination. Iowa continues to feel a strange presence that is neither friend nor foe. As Julia asks her to find a safe path to the 4th floor, a small creature scurries along the edge of the lava. The scene changes to outside the tower, where a notification confirms that 3 students have reached the 4th floor. From a distance, Theodore gives a wink, relieved at having almost been discovered by Iowa's mental powers. At the same time, the instructors celebrate the incredible feat, something that hadn't happened in 30 years in the elite course. Watching everything, Theodore smiles, satisfied with Julia's excellent performance. Thinking about the strategy, he reflects that the pill only increases power. The rest depends on each person's skill. He decides that his role now is simply to watch his sister's growth as she unleashes her full potential. With a determined look, Julia faces the challenge ahead. Running towards her, Iowa yells for to watch out for what's coming. Just then, Julia notices 4 monster archers appearing right behind her. Drawing their bows, the creatures prepare to fire their arrows. Caught by surprise, she turns the last second before impact, but a large blast of fire intercepts the arrows mid-air. In front of her, Derek appears with his flaming staff, ready to fight. Taking the lead in the battle, he says he'll handle the enemies from here on out. With a focused gaze, he prepares to face the approaching threat. The monsters then fire, and he ends up getting hit squarely by one of the shots. Surrounded by enemies, he prepares to retaliate with everything he's got. Pointing staff, he begins to channel a large amount of energy. He then casts a spell that creates a circle of fire on the ground. Instantly, the attack engulfs one of the monsters in flames, defeating it. After the fight, he turns to the girls and warns them more enemies are coming. At that, Iowa reports that more than 10 enemies are heading their way at high speed. Dashing through the hall, the trio tries to escape while the defeated monsters are left behind. Noticing something strange, Iowa turns back with a serious look on her face. Preparing a counterattack, she materializes a large amount of energy in front of her. But suddenly, several beams of energy begin to fall from the ceiling at high speed. Forming a barrier, the beams trap Julia and Derek, separating them from Iowa. In that same instant, she finds herself alone, facing a giant monster and a ferocious wolf. Attacking relentlessly, the creature stomps heavily on the ground, shattering everything. With a fierce look, the wolf and its master prepare for the next attack. Then, the two of them charge at Iowa with everything they've got. Meanwhile, Julia realizes only a metal magic user can break the bars, trapping them. Without a second thought, Derek tries to shatter the barrier with a direct hit. But Iowa says there's another way. Just as the wolf leaps towards her, seeing the danger, Julia creates an energy barrier to protect her friend from the attack. The wolf is thrown back with force upon him. The shield, heard far away, it hits the ground and dissipates for a moment. Regrouping the others, Iowa gets the idea to use high-temperature flames to melt bars. Right after, Julia tells Derek to focus on destroying the barrier while they handle the enemies. With its eyes glowing, the giant monster lets out a roar and prepares to attack. Just then, the wolf summons an energy platform right in front of it. Before her, Julia faces the silhouette of several monsters merging into one. Then, the giant creature brings its arm down with a devastating blow in her direction. With a serious expression, Julia braces for the creature's imminent attack. Suddenly, Iowa shouts from a distance, pointing out the monster's weak spot. Hearing the instruction, Julia turns her face and the prize toward the direction her friend pointed. Then, she unleashes an energy blast that hits several points on the creature at once. Confused, Julia turns to Iowa, not understanding how she knew that information. With no time to explain, Iowa points her staff upward and concentrates. With a symbol glowing on her forehead, she shouts out the coordinates of each monster. With a smirk, Julia understands the plan and gets ready to attack. Just then, a precise strike hits giant monster's head, knocking it off balance. Taking the damage, the creature starts to fall backward, completely stunned. Seizing the opening, Iowa uses her ability once more, the symbol on her forehead glowing intensely. The monster is then hit by several beams of energy that strike its weak points. Stunned by the attack, the remaining monsters are paralyzed for a moment. Shouting again, Iowa tells her to eliminate the monsters on the right side first. Following the order, Julia unleashes a blow, finishing off the last remaining enemy. Yawning from exhaustion, Julia warns she's running out of power and can only immobilize the giant. Her face bruised, Iowa closes her eyes, feeling guilty about the situation. Then, she tells Julia to focus on defeating the wolf while she looks for an opening. But Julia cuts her off and raises her staff, saying she's already done more than enough. With a war cry, she releases a massive amount of energy all at once. The wolf is hit by a powerful beam that stuns it completely. Feeling the pain, the monster begins to dissipate, letting out one last agonizing roar. Behind a protective barrier, the two watch as the monsters are defeated. Celebrating the victory, Julia winks at her friend and asks if they're safe. Grinning from ear to ear, she asks if she can brag now about protecting her teammates. Rolling her eyes, Iowa scolds her for being too smug. But suddenly, her eyes widen as she senses an approaching danger. In that same instant, a huge monster appears and launches a devastating blow in their direction. Not noticing in time, Iowa sees the strike approaching, unable to react. A blue blur zips in front of her, taking the full force of the attack. Seeing the monster's arm coming down, Julia is pinned to the ground, unable to move. In desperation, all she can do is scream as the blow gets closer and closer. But Derek appears before her and uses a strike to create a small passage, telling her to run. With a determined look, he tells her not to waste any more of her power and to get ready to push forward alone. At the same moment, a devastating blow hits the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Then, Derek braces himself and comes face to face with the giant monster. Using a burst of speed, he launches himself up toward the enemy's chest. As he flies through the air, he shouts one last time for Julia, at least, to keep going. Right after, a huge flash of light fills the place, ending the battle. Outside, the tower glows as a notification confirms that only one person remains on the 4th floor. Back outside, Derek mentions that he protected Julia on instinct, since she was the only one who could continue. At this, Iowa says with a confident posture that she was just returning the favor and that she wouldn't lose to anyone outside of here. Hearing that, Julia lowers her head with sad expression as Iowa walks away from her. Taking one last look back, Iwa glares at Julia with a slightly irritated look. From a distance, the old observer praises the team's decision, where each one uses their strengths and weaknesses in the right way. Holding his artifact, he says that the same applies to the other two people still inside. Back inside the tower, the scene shows an entire library on fire. In the midst of the flames, a giant pig-faced monster glares at its opponent with fury. Then, Lucas leaps into the air and lands a devastating blow on one of the smaller monsters. Right after, he appears on top of the giant monster's head, which tries to grab him with its hand. Elsewhere, Theodore analyzes footprints on the ground and realizes that Julia also cleared this area. Cutting to a new scene, Julia runs through a corridor as lightning illuminates the whole place. Running desperately, she fights to reach the safe zone before power runs out completely. But halfway there, she runs into a horde of monsters, including a giant scorpion. With an ice crystal forming on her face, Julia whispers the names of her friends. Then, she unleashes all her energy and hits the monsters with a devastating blow. Facing the scorpion head-on, she strikes it with one final energy beam. Undaunted, She pushes past it and the other monsters keep moving forward. Determined, she affirms that she won't let her friend's efforts be in vain. Just then, she feels a new power coursing through her body and looks back in surprise. From a distant location, Theodore uses his ability to give her one last bit of support. Looking at a map of the tower, he realizes this is his chance to explore the upper floors. With a determined look, he prepares to go up and seize the opportunity. The scene cuts to the 5th floor, where the environment is completely underwater. Exploring the new surroundings, Theodore is surprised by what he finds there. Suddenly, a bright light catches his attention in the darkness of the place. Then, a giant fish with a glowing lure appears right in front of him. Coming face to face with the creature, he decides to avoid a fight to conserve energy. Out of nowhere, the creature starts to cry, releasing tears into the water. Standing in the darkness, 2 fishmen stare at the creature crying, not understanding a thing. With its eyes full of tears, the aquatic creature continues to cry desperately. Using a transformed clone, Lucas realizes the fishmen aren't very smart. 5 minutes later, he appears on another floor, leaping from a lake and laying on top of a monster. On top of the creature, he lands several blows and uses it to jump towards a wall. At the same time, Julia launches an attack and scores a direct hit on another snake-like monster. Channeling her power, she unleashes a blast of energy that hits the tower from a distance. 10 minutes later, Lucas appears again, landing a precise blow in a creature's mouth. Elsewhere, Julia defends herself from a bear-like monster with an energy shield. With widened eyes, she withstands the impact of the attack, straining with all her might. Then, she screams and launches a counterattack, pushing the monster back with full force. 20 minutes later, she arrives panting in front of a large gate in the tower. But before she could enter, a mysterious shadow emerges right behind her. With no strength left, she collapses on the ground, too exhausted to keep fighting. But with one last effort, she drags herself into the safe zone and celebrates. Seeing his sister's success, Theodore gives a slightly awkward smile. The scene changes to Lucas, who is now facing a dark portal right in front of him. Suddenly, dark energy pulls him inside, catching him by surprise. In the middle of the darkness, a strange symbol appears and he realizes something. Floating in space, he finally arrives on the 6th floor of the tower. Floating in the void, Theodore finally faces the 6th floor. Landing on one of the asteroids, he plants his feet firmly. Looking around, he notices something very strange about the place. On this floor, there are no monsters, not even the concept of space. Before him, the only thing that exists is a giant mysterious monument. Then, he extends his hand and begins to emanate a golden energy. Touching the monument, he feels his combat energy being absorbed. Soon after, a symbol of weapons atop of the structure begins to glow intensely. At that same moment, a bright light spreads throughout the area. From his room, the old observer confirmed that the boy has indeed reached the 6th floor. Observing the monument, he recognizes it as the legendary legacy of the martial god. But unfortunately, he realizes his younger sister is already near her limit. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice says that how much she learns before the tower closes depends on him. Hearing this, his face fills with a fierce and unshakable determination. Channeling his power, a dark eye appears and his energy explodes. Transported to another dimension, he sees a brilliant figure staring at a black hole. Before the creature, a dark voice says that despite the defeat, they have already spread their seeds throughout the world. In the midst of the darkness, a red sphere pulses as the voice promises they will return. Channeling its power, the brilliant figure prepares a devastating attack against the darkness. With an annoyed look, he tells the voice to stop babbling and prepares for the attack. Concentrating his energy into his fist, he launches a strike towards a dark creature. With all his might, he screams and braces for the impact of the blow. In an explosion of light, he unleashes his ultimate destruction technique. Scoring a direct hit, his strike pierces the head of a giant creature. Stunned, the monster begins to be consumed by the light and disintegrate. Completely destroyed, the creature's body dissolves into several beams of light. Then, the light dissipates and the monster vanishes completely from the area. Coming to his senses, Theodore is startled by the vision he just had. Sitting on the asteroid, he realizes he witnessed a vision of an ancient battle of the martial god. Remembering the vision, he worries about the monsters he previously faced in the tower. Determined, Theodore kneels before the monument and decides to investigate further. He then extends his hand and touches the surface of the stone structure. But suddenly, a giant hand of dark energy appears out of nowhere. Caught by surprise, he is thrown far back by the impact of the attack. But before he falls, he realizes the attack wasn't aimed at him. Then, the giant hand advances toward the monument, ready to grab it. Passing right by him, the dark hand gets closer and closer to its target. The scene cuts outside the tower, showing that the hand's target was the tower itself. Back on the ground, Theodore wonders if Julia was eliminated even though he dodged. In that same instant, he returns to his original body, which was meditating. Beside him, Lucas is confused, not understanding what's happening. Sensing an internal shift, Theodore realizes something has changed after the vision he had. Meanwhile, the old observer sees the tower's gears grind to a halt. Looking at the monitor, he tells the young man to keep training and getting stronger. Outside, the blonde teacher announces the end of a test and asks for a round of applause for the students. Seeing that it's all over, the students are surprised, while Theodore just smiles. Soon after, the tower gates open, and a female student finally steps out. Celebrating enthusiastically, Julia raises her staff for being the first rookie to reach the 5th floor. Changing scenes to a library, the old observer walks alone through the hall. Arriving in his room, he finds another white-haired man waiting for him with a drink. With a serious look, the academy's director faces the newcomer. Then, the observer says he must already know the reason for his visit. Looking out the window, the director asks what exactly happened during the tower test. He then picks up his cup to drink the beverage he was served. The observer then replies that he doesn't believe anything unusual happened, but the director retorts, saying the poor results of the mage class were abnormal. Taking a sip, the observer says the difference in students with a 0 score is quite small. With a sharp gaze, he retorts that the number of students who reached the 2nd floor was half of last year's. Annoyed, he says he'd like to know how the teachers managed to teach the students to lose their composure like that. The observer then points out that he's so focused on the mags, he didn't notice the anomaly in the martial arts department. Hearing this, the director asks what anomaly that could be, as the observer places his cup on the table. He then explains that 4 martial artists are trying to level up with Seagal's help. With wide eyes, the director finally understands that the tower might have an effect that accelerates their growth. Worried, the director says this information could cause chaos if it leaks. Then the observer says he conducted the tests solely to find a new administrator for the tower. With a serious look, he asks the director to keep the information secret. Lowering his head, the director agrees, and the observer places a hand on his shoulder. Looking out the window, he comments that a rare genius has appeared this year. At the same time, some students are celebrating Julia's new record in the tower, but one of them comments that despite being a genius, she has an incompetent brother. From a distance, Jeremy overhears the comment and laments her luck. Clenching his fist, he's angry at the whole situation. His face filled with rage, he wonders why Lucas gets all the attention. His eyes then fill with hatred because Lucas is Julia's real brother. The scene cuts to an empty cafeteria with all the tables neatly arranged. Sitting alone, Dicio is eating peacefully but gets interrupted by something. Suddenly, Derek makes a grand entrance surrounded by energy of hearts. With a wink, he acknowledges the familiar applause he's receiving. Meanwhile, Derek brags about still being the school's idol, even with his record broken. Surrounded by fans, Julia takes the opportunity to eat a sweet while everyone raises her. Just then, Derek appears saying that 500 points are nothing to her since he earned 1,000 just for the record. With an envious look, he can't accept her success. At the same time, Lucas approaches and tells her to eat as much as she wants. Suddenly, Theodore appears in front of Lucas, emanating a powerful energy. Surprised by the speed, Lucas can barely react to the sudden approach. Theodore then introduces himself as the student council president and faces Lucas. Turning his head, he says that Julia might be excellent, but she shouldn't get arrogant. With a wave of his hand, he advises her not to get cocky just for reaching the 5th floor. Confused, Julia stops eating, not understanding what he meant by that. With his hand on his forehead, he gets frustrated by her lack of reaction. Then, he unleashes his energy, preparing to show his power. Noticing her energy rising, he is shocked and fears losing face. In a fit of rage, he flies away, shouting that she will regret it. Confused, Julia asks what's wrong with President, and Lucas tells her to just keep eating. With a smile, he thinks it was a big mistake for Theodore to think he could intimidate Julia. Suddenly, Mina appears and comments that it was strange for him to leave without his usual catchphrase. Approaching, she congratulates Julia and says she's even more talented than she thought. With a smile, she says that her 2 teammates will also be useful in the Goddess Festival. Hearing that, Lucas and Julia are confused, not knowing what she's talking about. She then explains that Ellen, along with Kyoto and Holy, are the 3 great schools of magic. These 3 schools compete annually in a grand festival to see which one is the best. Each year, 9 rookies are chosen to represent their schools in the event. This competition serves to determine who is the greatest genius among the students. With a serious look, she states that Julia will definitely compete this year. Listening to the conversation, Lucas smiles and wonders if Julia would be interested in participating. The scene cuts to the female dormitory, showing a beautiful building. From inside a room, A student watches the others walking through the courtyard. Eating a piece of cake, Julia wakes up sleepy in her bed. Then, Lucas appears and warns her that he won't wake her up anymore starting the next day. After changing, she drops her sleepwear on the floor. With a piece of toast in her mouth, she runs desperately to avoid being late. But halfway there, she bumps into Iowa, and both drop their books. Annoyed, Iowa tells Julia to watch where she's going before continuing on her way. Once in the classroom, Julia seems exhausted and is almost falling asleep. Suddenly, she realizes she forgot her book and panics. With a slam on the desk, the teacher calls the class to attention. Seeing the desperate look on Julia's face, Iowa offers her book. The scene shifts, and Lucas is seen walking alone down a hallway. At a bookshelf, a hand tries to grab book, but is stopped by another. Holding the book, Julia says thank you and watches Iowa walk away. In the cafeteria, Lucas and Julia eat together at one of the tables. While eating, Lucas tries to understand how Iowa feels about Julia. Putting a finger to her lips, Julia says he will have to figure that out on his own. Elsewhere, a teacher shows his students how to manipulate magical power. Surrounded by students, he gives a demonstration while Iowa watches from afar. Hiding, Julia spies on Iowa practicing her magic with the teacher. Gripping the hem of her dress, she seems to be thinking about something. Then, Iowa manages to create an energy bird in her hand. With a smile, Julia creates one too, but gets carried away and uses too much power. Suddenly, the bird explodes, leaving the two in a comical situation. Seeing the explosion, Julia is startled by Iowa's shadow, which looks like a demon. Later, Iowa walks on a dark corridor, holding a lantern. Entering a room, she finds Julia sleeping peacefully in her bed. Up close, she watches Julia sleeping with her mouth open. With her mouth open, Julia drools a little as she sleeps deeply. Waking up suddenly, Julia gets up and notices a box on her desk. Holding the box, she is curious about what's inside. Next to Julia's bed, Iowa leaves a note along with the box. With a slight smile, she watches her friend sleeping before leaving. On the table, 2 notes reveal an apology and an invitation to hang out. The next day, the sun shines brightly in the city sky. Gripping her own arm, Iowa waits impatiently for Julia. With her arms crossed, she complains about the delay since she was the one who invited her. From afar, Julia comes running and waving, apologizing for being late. Seeing who is with her, Iowa is completely shocked and speechless. Coming closer, Julia appears arm in arm with her brother, Lucas. With an annoyed look, Iowa complains that she only agreed to go out because she thought it would be just the two of them. Just then, a white-haired girl appears and stares at them. Approaching, she asks if Lucas and Julia are going somewhere together. Excitedly, Julia invites her to join them and enjoy the day. Surprised, Maya asks if Lucas is coming too and blushes. Suddenly, her nose starts to bleed and she lowers her head in embarrassment. Beside her, Julia watches the scene completely confused by the reaction. With a hand over her face, she accepts the invitation while Julia cheers excitedly. Then, the 3 girls walk off together, leaving Lucas behind. Arriving in the city, Julia jumps excitedly, ready to eat and have fun. Arm in arm, the group walks together, but Lucas worries about how much he is going to spend. Moreover, he feels uncomfortable being next to Iowa and his ex-fiancée. With an annoyed expression, Iowa laments that her plan to go out with Julia went wrong. But Maya, with a flushed face, celebrates the chance to finally talk to Lucas outside school. Then, Julia points to a store and gets the girls' attention. With a smile, she points out the school's super popular candy store. In the window, Iowa sees a waving white cat and is a little surprised, but she plays it off saying she had no interest in such a childish store. At the store's door, a sign announces that there are only 2 spots left to enter. Seeing the sign, Julia is shocked and despairs. Crouching on the ground, she is devastated that she can't go the place she wanted most. Seeing her sadness, Maya says her doctor advised her to avoid sweets, so she suggests that Julia and Iowa go into the store while she waits outside. With a smile, Julia asks if she's sure, and Iowa accepts the offer. Excited, Julia pulls Iowa into the store without wasting time. Outside, Lucas offers Maya a drink and thanks her for the help. Sitting on a bench, he apologizes for Julia's childish behavior. With a smile, Maya says she is happy they are having fun. Take a sip. Lucas is surprised to hear her mention their childhood. Then, she reminds them of when they went to see an exotic beast exhibition. The scene cuts to a flashback, showing the two as children holding hands in the rain. In the flashback, a young Lucas promises to protect Maya from a caged wolf. Back in the present, he doesn't know how to react to Bodhi's former owner's memories. Scratching his nose, he pretends to vaguely remember what happened that day. Hearing his answer, Maya stares at him with a serious and slightly sad expression. Squeezing the cup in her hands, she gets nervous, not knowing what to say. Then, Lucas asks if she still holds grudge against him for ending their engagement. Boring her heart out, she says she felt he was avoiding her all along. With tears in her eyes, she apologizes, saying she didn't know what to say. Trying to explain herself, she says is not incompetent, is the best martial art she knows. Then, she lowers her head and asks if they can at least be friends. With an awkward smile, Lucas says he never held a grudge against her. Reaching out his hand, he says he would be happy to be her friend. With tears in her eyes, Maya shakes his hand, moved by his answer. With a radiant smile, she finally feels relieved and happy. At that moment, the two shake hands, sealing their new friendship. Meanwhile, Julia and Iwa are having fun in the candy store. With some cotton candy, Julia leans in to share with Iwa. With matching lollipops, the two seem to be getting along really well. Back at the bench, Julia arrives smiling and says they are back. But upon arriving, she sees Lucas and Maya holding hands and is surprised, desperate. Maya tries to explain that it's not what it looks like, completely embarrassed. With a disgusted expression, Iwa calls the scene indecent. Feeling awkward, Lucas stands up and invites everyone to Gourmet Street. Walking through the commercial district, the group explores the city. With a smile on her face, Julia happily enjoys her lollipop. Beside her, Iwa tries the candy and says it tastes okay. Suddenly, Julia's lollipop begins to glow and point in a direction. Grabbing Iwa's arm, she gets excited to follow the signal. The candy's energy trail passes by Maya and Lucas, who look surprised. Then, the group arrives in front of a large old building. Reading the sign, Lucas discovers the place is the Hall of the Five Saints. Excited, Julia explains that whoever passes the 5 tests win the magic item. Hearing this, Maya and Iwa are interested in the chance to get a treasure. With multiple versions of herself, Julia begs Lucas to let them in. Unable to refuse, he gives in and agrees to enter the dojo. But as they reach the door, a man yells and tells them to wait. Standing at the entrance, Lucas faces 2 guards blocking the way. Wearing sunglasses and a serious posture, they say this is no place to kill time. Then, Lucas holds out his hand and releases a powerful golden energy. With a smile, he walks up and places a hand on one of the guard's shoulders. Feeling the pressure, the guard grips his hand tightly to push back. Startled, he realizes the boy's strength and is shocked by his power. With a smirk, Lucas asks if they can come in now. Changing his tune, the guard opens the door and says, "Sealed people are welcome." As they enter, Julia celebrates that they got through without any trouble. A voice then welcomes them and announces the first challenge, the test of the beast. The scene cuts to an arena where a man with a whip awaits them. With a crack of his whip, he unleashes a fire lion from a cage. With sharp fangs, the beast faces the group, ready to attack. From a distance, the group watches the lion and Maya tells them to be careful. Then, the man climbs onto the lion and frees it from its chains. When the lion's collar hits the ground, it's completely free. In the reflection of their eyes, Lucas and Julia stare down the fire beast. Then, the lion lunges at them, its claws ready to strike. Protecting Julia, Lucas pulls her back and prepares for battle. Face to face, he stares into the lion's open mouth, right in front of him. Surprised, the tamer sees the lion stopped its attack at the last second. Confused, he yells at the beast and orders it to attack again. Afraid, the lion looks at Lucas, its eyes filled with terror. In front of it, a giant shadowy creature stares down the beast, paralyzing it. With glowing red eyes, Lucas unleashes a dark and intimidating energy. Annoyed, the tamer shouts at the lion and approaches with his whip. He then whips the beast, ordering it to attack no matter what. Suddenly, he notices something strange and his eyes widen in fear. In the blink of an eye, the lion turns and throws him away with one swipe. Laying on the ground, he suffers a heavy impact. Knocked out, the tamer lies on the ground, completely defeated. With an awkward smile, Lucas asks if that cat is passing the stage. Impressed, Julia and Maya celebrate Lucas's unexpected victory. With her arms crossed, Iwa can't believe he won without even lifting a finger. Climbing the stairs, they comment that the lion seemed terrified of him. Hand on her chin, Julia wonders if Yuru's presence is still with him. With a finger to his lips, Lucas tells her to be quiet and says it was just luck. Arriving in a new room, a voice greets them and announces the next challenge. In a hallway full of floating rings, they face the corridor of wind. An old man with a mustache appears and explains that the rules are simple. The goal is to shoot an arrow through all the rings and pop the balloon at the end. As the group watches the rings move, Iwa realizes the test is quite difficult. With a smile, the old man says he'll make things more interesting during the challenge. Then, he faces the group and asks who will be the first to try. Stepping forward, Julia volunteers to be the first. Excited, she gets into position and prepares for the corridor challenge. With a smile, the old man praises her energy and gets ready to start. Then, he launches the magic arrow, officially starting the test. With a lollipop in her mouth, Julia focuses and tells everyone to watch her. Unleashing her energy, she controls and guides the arrow with her magic. As it approaches the first ring, the arrow passes through it without any problem. But suddenly the rings change position, forcing her to recalculate the route. With a swift movement, she changes the arrow's trajectory to the side. Continuing on its path, the arrow flies through several rings at once. Impressed, Iwa compliments the smooth curves the arrow is making. From his platform, the old man is also impressed by the girl's skill, but with a mischievous smile, he decides the warm-up is over. Pressing a button, he activates a mechanism that changes the challenge. Seeing the change, Julia is shocked and races for the worst. With the button pressed, several cubes begin to shoot beams at the arrow. Maneuvering, Julia struggles to keep the arrow steady. Meanwhile, the cubes keep moving and shooting non-stop. With a smile, she braces herself and says the challenge just got interesting. Then she sends the arrow flying, passing several cubes at high speed. Confident, she says she's going to get through all the rings in one go. But the old man challenges her, asking if she thinks it will be that easy. In that instant, a giant wave of water appears in the middle of the corridor. Fighting the current, Julia struggles to keep the arrow on course. With an evil laugh, the old man summons circles of fire and wind to make it even harder. Suddenly, the arrow is hit by several fire and wind attacks at the same time. Meanwhile, cubes continue shooting non-stop, creating total chaos. From a distance, Lucas analyzes the situation, noting the various physical and magical obstacles. With difficulty, Julia tries her best to maintain control of the arrow. With wide eyes, she faces the challenge with all her determination. Remembering a piece of advice from Lucas, she recalls an old conversation they had. With a smile, he tells her to simply destroy the source of the interference. With her eyes shining, she bites her lollipop and says she'll never give up. Then, she unleashes all her power in a single devastating blow. Seeing the explosion, the old man is shocked and speechless at what happened. From a distance, Maya and Iwa comment that it looks more like a fight than a test. With a triumphant smile, Julia holds the arrow in her teeth victorious. With no other choice, the old man congratulates her on passing the skin challenge. As the group praises her, she lets out a small laugh, happy with the result. With a serious look, the old man warns them to pay attention to the next challenge. In a new room, he warns that not all tests can be won with brute force. In an alchemy workshop, a woman challenges them to create a legendary magic potion. Showing them the recipe, the alchemist reveals they'll have to create the Tears of Trevire potion. With a quick move, she opens a cabinet, revealing various ingredients. Grabbing one of the vials, she says they'll need to use 108 rare ingredients, but she warns that the mixing ratio is unknown, and any mistake could cause an explosion. Worried, the group realizes the task is basically a game of chance. On the side, Maya whispers something in Lucas's ear, making him thoughtful. Then, she offers to take on the challenge, surprising the alchemist. Without wasting a moment, she skillfully begins to mix ingredients. Putting on special goggles, the alchemist carefully analyzes the process. In a reflection of her goggles, stats show her precision and speed. Shocked, Julia points at Lucas, showing him Maya's incredible skill. With her necklace glowing, she uses her magic to manipulate the ingredients. Floating through the air, the ingredients mix on their own under her control. Analyzing one of the ingredients, she notices it's rich in magical power and a bit salty. With a wink, she says, just a pinch should be enough. Grabbing a knife, she prepares to cut one of the ingredients. With impressive skill, she cuts everything into perfectly even slices. Then, she tosses the slices into a cauldron and let them slowly melt. Sniffing one of the ingredients, she realizes the bitter smell doesn't fit. Shaking a vial, she mixes in a new ingredient to balance the flavor. With a whipping motion, she adds the mixture, smoothing out the edges. From a distance, Iwa and Julia comment on how she makes it all look so easy. With a focused gaze, she holds 2 volatile ingredients in her hands. The alchemist then warns that those are the most dangerous and could explode. The swift motion, she mixes everything at once, creating a swirl of energy. Inside the cauldron, the potion glows with an intense, colorful light. With a victorious smile, she announces that the potion is ready. Handing over the vial, the alchemist is shocked by the result. Analyzing the potion, she can't believe the purity of what she's seeing. With potion glowing, she confirms it's the true and legendary Tears of Trivia. Shocked, the alchemist grabs Maya and asks if she's the apprentice of the master. With a smile, she reveals it's her first time making the potion. Hearing this, everyone in the room is completely stunned by the revelation. She then explains that she focused on smells and proportions, as if she were cooking, comparing the potion to a medicinal soup. She says the process was very similar. Outraged, the alchemist can't believe she compared a legendary potion to a soup. Julia then praises her sweets, saying the cookies she made almost brought her to tears. With a smile, Iwa says that having such sharp instincts for cooking is a great talent. Chatting, she praises Maya, saying whoever marries her will be very lucky. Embarrassed, Maya says cooking is just a hobby, looking sheepish. With a blushing face, she wonders what Lucas is thinking of her right now. Meanwhile, Lucas thinks that having someone who cooks well on the team would be great for morale. With her arms crossed, Iwa calls him dense, while Julia looks confused. Laughing awkwardly, Maya celebrates that they passed the challenge. In the background, the alchemist laments, losing to a girl's cooking skills. With a smile, the alchemist says that being defeated like that is refreshing, and hands her the potion. Holding vial, Maya says she can't accept something so valuable. With a smile, Lucas tells her to take it, as the potion is proof of skill. Blushing, she thanks him and accepts the prize. Happy with the recognition. Excited, the group prepares for the fourth challenge, ready to give it their all. In a dark room, several sharp blades glow with a sinister energy. With an evil smile, a hooded woman says the group challenges is quite amusing. Entering a room with a starlit ceiling, the group faces the new challenge. The hooded woman welcomes them and explains that the fourth test is one of mental strength. Pointing to a table, she says they will play the most popular card game among the elite. Holding a fan of cards, she reveals the game's name is the King's Lie. With the rules on the table, she explains that each player draws a card, and the highest number wins. But she reveals the lowest card, the assassin, can feed the highest, king. Additionally, players can use magic to change their cards' numbers. However, the bluff is called the card's real value is used to decide the winner. With a smile, she shows a card and prepares to start the game. Playing a card on the table, she explains one last rule. With a card in his hand, Lucas understands that a forged card loses if its number matches the opponent's real card. Holding the assassin card, the woman explains that the test is about deceiving and reading your opponent. Worried, Lucas and the others feel uneasy about such a tense game, but Iowa steps forward, saying it looks fun, and that it's her specialty. With her eyes glowing, she reveals she can also use eye magic, just like the seer. With a smile, the seer says she was expecting incredible challenges. Then, Iowa sits at the table, and the game officially begins. With a quick motion, they both draw their cards at the same time. With a confident smile, the seer places her card face down. On the other side, Iowa stares at her own card with a serious expression. With her eye glowing, she prepares to use her special ability. Facing Iowa, the seer challenges her, trying to deceive her eyes. In a swift move, both play their cards on the table simultaneously. As they flip the cards, Iowa reveals a king, and the seer an archbishop. Iowa notices that her opponent's magic flow is strange, so she activates her ability, and a magical symbol appears in her eye. With her special vision, she discovers the seer's card is a fake. Flipping her own card, she reveals its true identity. With a shout, she activates her card and reveals the truth behind the bluff. Surprised, seer can't believe she uncovered the fake card so quickly. With the fake card shattered, the true assassin card is revealed. From afar, the group worries, thinking she didn't need to expose the card. With a laugh, the seer praises Iowa for seeing through her disguise. But with an evil smile, she says that, unfortunately, Iowa will still lose. With a finger to her lips, Iowa says she was expecting that. With a confident look, she says it was impressive that the seer used a second layer of disguise. Hearing this, the seer is startled, and can't believe she uncovered her second bluff. With wide eyes, she's shocked that her plan was discovered. Then, Iowa reveals she can also erase the traces of her magic. She smiles, revealing she was washing the seer's hands from the start. Flipping her card, she shows that her real card was also an assassin. From a distance, the group watch the turnaround with smiles on their faces. Annoyed, the seer admits Iowa's strategy was clever, and that she underestimated her. With her head bowed, she praises the match and Iowa's skill. In the end, the seer asks why Iowa acted so quickly. With a smile, Iowa says that as an heiress, she doesn't like to let others take the initiative. The seer then praises her, saying that with such talent, she will go down in history. With a smug smile, Iowa replies, "Of course I will." The seer then reveals they are bound by fate and will save the world. Confused, Iowa asks what she means by that, but the seer announces the final test. With a hand on his chin, Lucas reflects on the prophecy, thinking she was joking. But Julie gets excited about the idea of saving the world, while Lucas focuses on the treasure. Suddenly, a giant iron ball nearly hits the group, startling them. Inside, a man awaits them, saying they've finally arrived. With a dark energy, he says he was tired of waiting for them. Sensing the sinister energy, Lucas gets excited for the next fight. Counting to nearly 10,000, a mysterious man was warming up, lifting an absurd weight with a single finger. Then, with a smile, he turns to newcomers from Allen Academy, snapping the iron bar with a flick of his finger. He acknowledges that only the strongest could have made it this far. He then simply ignores the students walking right past them. Instantly, he slams the rest of the bar into the ground right in front of Lucas and his group to explain the rules. Unleashing a powerful aura, he dares everyone to attack at once, to see if they can make him fall back. With an intimidating glare, he warns that if they fail, it'll be his turn to attack mercilessly until someone is down. Faced with this threat, Maya and Iwa Mirand are clearly tense in his proposition. But to everyone's surprise, Lucas steps forward and asks to challenge him alone. Seeing this, a worried Julia offers to fight alongside Lucas. With a confident smile, he refuses her help, explaining this is a test of his own strength. The Guardian gets excited by the idea, warning that in a one-on-one fight, he won't be holding back. Suddenly, a mechanical bird appears and tells him put on the magic gloves, so he doesn't destroy place again. With little choice, he grabs a pair of nearby gloves. Tossing the other pair to Lucas, he explains they create a protective barrier. Putting on the gloves, Lucas prepares for combat with a focused gaze. Inside the barrier, the two face off from a distance, ready to begin the test. Then, he brings his fists together and gets into his fighting stance. Charging forward, Lucas rushes the Guardian at full speed. He then lends a direct blow to his opponent's chest, but to his surprise, the attack doesn't even leave a scratch. With a smug smile, the Guardian announces that now it's his turn. Realizing the trouble he's in, Lucas braces for the worst. Without wasting a second, the man lands a powerful blow that sends everything flying. Instantly, Lucas is thrown hard against the barrier, shattering the ground on impact. Down and struggling to breathe, he tries to recover as Maya watches from a distance. Then, the Guardian emerges from the dust, saying it too late to give up. Glancing to the side, Lucas spots the hilt of a sword among the rubble. Seizing the opportunity, he grabs the weapon and gets back on his feet, refusing to lose. Channeling his energy into the blade, he prepares for one last, desperate attack. Seeing the boy prepare, the Guardian takes a deep breath and focuses his energy. Then, with an explosive roar, he unleashes all of his power at once. Charging forward, Lucas's attack is completely repelled by the Guardian's power. From the shockwave, the ceiling begins to collapse as Maya's familiar appears. Lying on the ground, Lucas stares up at his opponent, who's still standing without a scratch. Noticing a small cut on his chest, he acknowledges the boy's effort, but says it wasn't enough. But refusing to give up, Lucas rises again, unleashing a new power. Instantly, he stomps his foot and transforms his cape into a weapon. Ignoring the Guardian, he runs toward his true objective, the treasure. With his eyes completely focused, he prepares for his next move. Using his new weapon, he launches a swift attack that manages to bind the Guardian. Caught by surprise, the Guardian is immobilized by chains of energy. Pulling closer, Lucas prepares a final blow with a free hand. But with a smirk, the Guardian simply calls him naive. He then shatters the chains with sheer force and lands a solid hit on Lucas. Thrown hard to the ground, Lucas crashes down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Standing over the fallen boy, the Guardian praises his courage, but says that tricks are useless against true power. With a yell, he declares his ending this and prepares his final attack. But at the last second, Lucas lifts his head, his eyes filled with pure determination. Closing his eyes, he focuses, attempting one last strategy. Recalling a vision he had in the tower, he tries to use the technique he saw. Focusing his mind and calming his heart, intense light glows in his eye. At the exact moment of impact, he unleashes his own power, managing to stop the Guardian's attack. Using martial god style, he finally reveals his true power. Realizing the tables have turned, the Guardian is shocked to see the boy's secret technique. Immediately after, the collision of their powers creates an explosion of energy that engulfs the entire hall. Their fists collide with brutal impact, unleashing an energy that cracks everything. As the barrier begins to crack, the Guardian strains to hold back the immense pressure. Meanwhile, Lucas maintains total concentration, pushing the limits of his technique even further. In the power struggle, their combined energy explodes, completely shattering the protective barrier. Even though his blow landed, Lucas's arm begins to disintegrate from the energy overload. Watching from a distance, Julia screams her brother's name, absolutely terrified. With an impressed smile, the Guardian asks if he happens to be a disciple of someone named Otani. Lucas denies it, and the Guardian asks why he didn't go all out with his final attack. With a smirk, Lucas explains it was his first time using the technique. He didn't want to risk it. Nothing to say, the Guardian stands in silence, processing the boy's audacity. Letting a loud laugh, he messes up Lucas's hair and finally admits fate. Right after, Maya rushes over to help and offers a very valuable potion, but he refuses. Instead, He takes a simpler healing potion and says it's enough to recover. Downing the potion in one go, he begins to heal his wounds right then and there. As a green energy restores him, he comments that the potion is very similar to the elixirs he makes himself. With the fight over, Lucas finally mans the treasure. The Guardian reveals the whole thing was just for fun. Under pressure even from the bird, the Guardian finally gives in and agrees to hand over the prize. He then places a rabbit made entirely of crystal in Lucas's hand. Completely confused, Lucas hears the Guardian ask Julia to put some magic into the object. Holding the rabbit with both hands, she begins to channel her energy into it. Instantly, the crystal rabbit's eye begins to glow intensely. Suddenly, the rabbit comes to life and begins to float, making Julia super excited. But Lucas is furious for having gone through all that just to get a magical toy. Pulling him by the shoulder, the Guardian tells him it's not just a toy and that it will be useful in the future. With a serious look, he also advises Lucas not to use the martial gods technique recklessly. Hearing the warning, Lucas gets the message and nods in agreement. As he's leaving, he asks about Director Otani and finds out the two of them fought together in the past. In front of the gate, Julia asks if she can really keep the crystal rabbit. Handing her the gift, Lucas ponders the reason for the Guardian's warning. Suddenly, Julia points ahead and shouts that there's a fight going on. Curious about the fight, Julia drags everyone over to sneak a peek at what's going down in the black market. Hiding behind Lucas, she peeks at the commotion and seems to recognize someone in the middle of the mess. That's when they see the fight is with Jeremy, who's furiously demanding his money back for a fake book. Right after, the vendor simply grabs Jeremy's arm forcefully to shut him up. With a mocking tone, the vendor says the book is real and the problem is Jeremy's lack of talent to learn from it. Not taking the taunt, Jeremy breaks free and declares he'll prove the book is a fake. Furious, he casts a spell to show everyone that the enchantments don't work, but the spell fails and hits the back of one of the vendor's thugs. Retaliating, the vendor launches a blast of dark energy that sends Jeremy flying. Then, revealing his true strength, he brandishes a forbidden spell and sends his henchmen after the boy. Instantly, the two brutes surround Jeremy, ready to finish him off. But out of nowhere, a bolt of purple energy strikes from the sky, stopping the thug's attack. When he turns around, Jeremy is shocked to see that it was Lucas and Julia who save him. Ready to fight, Julia steps in front of him protectively, which makes him feel embarrassed. Seeing more people arrive, the vendor gets annoyed and calls the patrol, who show up immediately. Arriving in the middle of the motion, the patrol chief asks what happened, and the vendor points at the students, playing the victim. Then, the vendor places the supposed proof of the crime in the guard chief's hand, accusing the boys of being thieves. Convinced by the scene, the guard complains that students from Allen are nothing but trouble and orders everyone to be arrested. But Iowa Miranda steps forward to use her family's name, only for the guard to ignore her, declaring that he is the law. Faced with the situation, Lucas realizes they'll have solved this problem themselves. However, a shout cuts through the chaos, telling everyone to stop, and the crowd immediately parts. Turning in surprise, the guard chief stares at the two approaching figures. With an imposing presence, Iowa's parents arrive and question the guard's audacity for trying to arrest their children. Storing in, Iowa's father accuses the vendor of scamming students and orders everyone arrested, even the patrol. Trying to explain, the vendor begs for mercy, claiming he was just following the rules. But Iowa's father isn't hearing any of it. Just then, Iowa approaches and pulls father aside to talk. Confused by the situation, she asks why he doesn't just shut down the black market for good. He places a hand on her shoulder, gesturing for her to be calm. He then explains that it's more complicated than that, and fighting the market is an endless battle. Soon after, her mother arrives to calm things down, assuring them that as long as she's around, no one will lay a hand on them. Seeing the family reunited, Julia breaks into a huge ear-to-ear grin. Running to hug her mother, she gets praised for the incredible spell she used earlier. Overjoyed by the affection, she doesn't even notice Jeremy looking downcast in the background. But her mother notices the boy's condition, and her expression changes instantly. Worried, she walks over and asks if he got hurt during the motion. Clutching his arm, he tries to hide the pain and says he's fine. Suddenly, Iowa's voice cuts through the mood, mocking his condition. With her arms crossed, she says his head doesn't look so good, and he snaps back that it was a sneak attack. Iowa's father starts scolding Jeremy, humiliating him for losing to such weak people. Pointing at Julia, she throws it in his face that he needed a little girl to protect him. Completely embarrassed, Jeremy shouts again that it was a sneak attack, trying to defend himself. Then, Iowa grabs him by the arm and questions his naivety for believing in a fake book. Seeing what's happening, Lucas tries to intervene, offering to heal Jeremy's wounds, but he slaps his hand away, yelling that he doesn't need pity, and runs off. Tormented by humiliation, he sees visions of shadows calling him pathetic, and imagines Lucas laughing at him. With hatred in his eyes, he turns and accuses Lucas of stealing everything that was his. Clapping his hands to everyone's attention, Iowa's father tells them all to leave Jeremy alone for a while. He then changes the subject and invites the kids to a restaurant to celebrate passing their tests. As they walk, Iowa looks back with a worried expression on her face. Standing alone in an alley, she wonders what all that was about. The scene then shifts to a forest, showing the sun setting through the trees. In the middle of the woods, Jeremy unleashes all his anger, punting a tree and screaming Lucas's name. With tears in his eyes, he laments that everyone is mocking him and, worst of all, that he was saved by Julia. Suddenly, a shadow appears and haunts Jeremy for being a failed noble who gets beaten by a magicless nobody. Startled, he asks who's there, and the shadow replies that it was sent by his mother to deliver a little something. The shadow then reveals itself as a mysterious woman, explaining that his mother sought her out because of his problems at school. Offering him an object of power, she promises that with it, he'll become stronger and reclaim all the dignity that was stolen from him. Cutting to a new scene, Jeremy's mother knocks some object to the floor and furiously calls out Lucas's name. With a look of hatred, she swears she'll make whoever mistreat her dear Jeremy pay dearly. But in the midst of her rage, a strange hand plucks fruit from her bowl, and a voice remarks that her anger is delicious. Revealing her presence, the same woman from the forest appears in the room, calmly tasting the fruit. Seeing the apparition, his mother desperately screams for no one to enter the room when she hears a voice from outside. Flashing back in time, the mysterious woman appears before Jeremy's kneeling mother, who offers to do anything. Covering the mother's face with her hand, the woman says she's there to grant her wish. Showing a necklace, she explains that she's conveniently already found the perfect child for her plan. With a malicious smile, she says she's going to give this child her son as a gift. The creature then dives into a jewel, and the woman explains that it will become a great obstacle for that detestable rat. Back in the forest, Jeremy asks if that treasure will really make him strong, and the woman assures him that no one will ever look down on him again. Receiving the necklace, Jeremy is mesmerized by the idea of finally being able to defeat Lucas. With the jewel glowing, he already imagines Julia acknowledging him after he gets his revenge. Changing scenes, the black market vendor appears to deliver an item that was very hard to get, then reveals what he acquired, a giant golden snail shell, and is praised for his service. With an evil smile, the mysterious man says that with that snail, he will turn all the martial arts students into vegetables. Analyzing the item, he can't wait to see the look on Sigurt's face when his plan succeeds. Back in the forest, Jeremy appears with a different look in his eyes, watching Lucas as he passes by. A few days later, a rumor about Mr. Gregg spreads through the academy's hallways. Checking the bulletin board, the magic students are furious to see that the martial arts class has surpassed them. One of them, complaining about a scolding from his father, doesn't understand how the martial arts students got stronger. A student covers her face with her hand, clearly frustrated by the news. Worried about the upcoming school festival, she fears how students from other academies will react to this story. Just imagining the ridiculed face, the girl already wants to run and hide in shame. At that moment, a voice comes out of nowhere, telling her not to worry about it. Then Mr. Gregg appears and tells them to let the martial arts students enjoy their moment of glory for now. With a vengeful look, he reveals his plan to personally correct the mystic and finish off Sigurt's class once and for all. Meanwhile, Lucas is outside the academy, practicing his sword movements. Clenching his fist, he fully concentrates on his training. Soon after, he lunges a sparring partner and prepares a direct strike. Caught by surprise, his opponent's eyes widen at the speed of the attack. With no chance to defend, Lucas lands a clean hit right on his opponent's face. But with a smile on his face and his body covered in cracks, his partner reveals a heroic avatar ability. With a smirk, Lucas compliments his partner's ability, unimpressed. From a distance, he watches two other students sparring, trading blows. With a glowing fist, one of them attacks with full force, while the other counters the swift and precise strike. Watching the fight, two students comment that all of them, including Lucas, have gotten stronger since the tower trial. From inside the room, Sigurd proudly watches the students training even after class. Inside the classroom, a student sweeping the floor comments that this is a good thing, but she notices something strange under the teacher's desk and bends down to see what it is. Frowning, she tries to identify the mysterious object. Picking up the item, she sees it's a golden ornament and guesses that some noble student must have lost it. Intending to help, she decides to place the object in the lost and found box. But as soon as she puts it in, the ornament transforms into a living golden snail. When the day of the festival arrives, the whole city is celebrating, with doves flying and confetti everywhere. In front of the academy, the celebration is underway with fireworks and many guests arriving. In the middle of the crowd, a family enjoys the party, with a father carrying his son on his shoulders. The academy students pout, complaining about having to be on the welcome committee. Having waited for over half an hour, Lucas's friend is already losing his patience with the guest's delay. But with his calm demeanor, Lucas tells him not to stress because they've finally arrived. At that moment, a huge caravan of luxurious carriages begins to fill the city streets, heading towards the academy, representing the Sacred Academy, and also the Kyoto Academy. From above, the director of Allen Academy thanks everyone for coming. Introducing himself as Jerica, he officially welcomes the guests. Suddenly, a blast of cold wind cuts through the sky, and snowflakes begin to fall. In the middle of the crowd, a girl notices the weather has suddenly turned cold. A moment later, a gigantic ice dragon appears in the sky, frightening everyone on the street. Riding the beast, the top rookie from Kyoto Academy makes a grand entrance. Watching the scene, the director asks Theodore what he thought of the whole display. With a smirk, Theodore simply replies that it was a very flashy entrance. Hiding his face with a fan, he adds that it will only attract unwanted attention. Suddenly, a new rookie appears, holding a golden object with a mocking smile. A moment later, a surge of energy rushes forward and completely disintegrates the ice dragon in midair. At the same instant, the hot energy continues advancing toward the Kyoto rookie. Completely engulfed by an energy phoenix, he takes the direct hit. But emerging unharmed from the explosion, he faces his new opponent and asks who she is. Coming from a flaming carriage, a female voice calls him the top rookie of Kyoto. Then the top rookie of the Sacred Academy reveals herself, teasing him for liking to attract attention. Undeterred, the Kyoto rookie summons his ice dragon again for a counterattack. Then the Sacred Academy rookie uses her energy fan to start the fight. A moment later, her phoenix charges forward, preparing for combat. Meanwhile, the crowd watching the brawl is amazed, thinking it's a fireworks show. In the sky, the phoenix unleashes a shower of energy meteors on the ice dragon. With a look of contempt, the Kyoto rookie accuses his rival of trying to steal the spotlight. In that instant, two creatures clash in an explosion of ice and energy, but the energy phoenix easily cuts through the dragon's attack. Hit squarely, the ice dragon begins to break apart, but with a new ability, he manages to trap the phoenix in a sphere of ice. Seizing the opportunity, the Sacred Academy rookie leaps from her carriage for a direct attack. With a challenging look, she asks if he really wants to take this fight seriously. Then, with a confident smile, she prepares a concentrated energy blast and warns him not to regret it later. A moment later, the attack explodes in the air, creating a shockwave that impresses everyone. From a distance, Lucas observes their power and acknowledges that they truly deserve the title of geniuses. With one last effort, the phoenix breaks free from its ice prison, shattering everything. Then, it charges at a smaller version of the dragon, but the Kyoto rookie protects himself with a barrier, remaining completely unharmed. With a confident look, he doubts she can break his ice defense. Just then, purple energy bolts appear in the middle of the fight, separating the two creatures. With the interference, they both stare at each other, trying to understand what happened. Then, with her staff in hand, Julia prepares to join their fight. With an excited smile, she shouts and launches her own attack with full force. From the sky, purple energy angels descend amidst a storm of lightning. The attack lights the sky, creating a rainbow that amazes everyone. Seeing spectacle in the sky, the crowd praises the three, calling them the hope of the empire. With a smile, the sacred rookie compliments the beauty of her rival's attack. All excited, Julia asks to join the fight too. From a distance, the people from Allen Academy are shocked to see such a fight before the event has even begun. And in the middle of the crowd, Cyan Miranda watches everything with a satisfied smile. Observing the scene, the director of Sacred Academy, Sylvan Tannen, comments that this year is going to be a lot of fun. Elsewhere, the student council president analyzes the new opponents, finding them young but very capable. But before he could continue, a silence bell shuts everyone up. With a simple gesture, a new figure imposes total silence in the square. Then, Atticus Rosso, the director of Kyoto Academy, finally reveals himself. At that moment, golden feathers begin to fall from the sky, enchanting everyone. One of the Allen Academy students doesn't understand what's happening. A moment later, the feathers gather and begin to form an intense light. With a blinding glow, the light illuminates the entire city, and the feathers fly everywhere. From the middle of the light, huge white wings begin to emerge, leaving everyone speechless. In awe, the Academy directors recognize the legendary sacred magic. Floating in the air, a mysterious masked woman appears with her angel wings. Seeing that figure, the Kyoto rookie gets excited at the chance to challenge her if he wins the tournament. Hiding behind her fan, the Sacred Academy rookie can hardly believe she is seeing. Landing softly on the ground, the mysterious woman makes flowers bloom where she steps. The gesture of respect, Sighing Miranda bows before the mysterious woman. Turning to the audience, she begins to deliver her opening speech for the festival. Finishing her words, she faces the crowd with an enigmatic look from behind her mask. Soon after, an official appears and asks the students to go to the banquet hall and the spectators to disperse. As they walk, Lucas's friend comments in shock that even Sighing bowed to her. Noticing the new competitors, the mysterious woman just gives a satisfied smile from under her mask. In the cafeteria, the feast is in full swing, with a table laden with food and all the students having a good time. But the Kyoto freshman prefers to be alone, walking through the hall with his tough guy act. Watching from a distance, the Allen students comment that he's pretty antisocial, since not even his own classmates get near him. Meanwhile, the freshman from the Sacred Academy proves to be much friendlier, striking up a conversation with the Allen students. With a smile, she says she wants to be Julia's friend and asks what she likes. Completely flustered by the question, the two students turn red, unsure of what to say. But suddenly, their expressions change, and one of them simply replies that he doesn't know. Really turning his back on her, he dismisses the conversation and walks away. Narrowing her eyes, the freshman gets suspicious, thinking he was being controlled. Elsewhere, a student asks her classmate to find out everything he can about a certain girl. At that moment, Iwa Miranda walks past the two students, who watch her with interest. Then, her eyes glow with a red light, revealing that she's the one controlling the boy. Due to the manipulation, the two students stand there, completely confused, as she walks away. Sitting at the main table, the sacred headmistress recognizes Miranda's daughter, Iwa. With a glass in her hand, she praises the girl's mental magic, but laments that such a talent is being wasted. Commenting on the party, the sacred headmistress says it was supposed to be a moment of relaxation, but the battle has already begun. With a smug grin, the Kyoto headmaster says victory is already theirs again, and the others can just fight for second place. Outraged by the taunt, the sacred headmistress reminds him he almost won last year. Trying to calm things down, the Allen headmaster says each school has its strengths, but is quickly reminded that his school came in last. Changing the subject, the sacred headmistress asks about the finals, mentioning a rumor about problems in the mountains. It's then revealed that the final round usually takes place in a forest protected by magic circles. The Allen headmaster assures them the problem has been solved, and the finals will be held in the illusory forest, as planned. With everything settled, all that's left to draw the brackets for the preliminary fights. Raising their glasses, the three headmasters toast to the success of the festival. Next day, the preliminaries begin in the academy's main arena. The council president explains that each school has 10 participants, but Kyoto, the champion, has 11. In the crowd, a student yawns for boredom, while her friend scolds her for not paying attention. On the other side, Lucas' group is also complaining about being tired, with one of them getting pinched to wake up. Then, the first match is announced, and Dian Aslan from Kyoto Academy is called to the arena. On the battlefield, the first two competitors face each other, ready for the tournament to begin, and his opponent is Derek Ignis from Allen Academy. In the audience, the Allen students lament Derek's bad luck and facing the top student right off the bat, but Lucas reminds them that his fire magic has an advantage. Confident in his advantage, Derek summons a wall of flames toward his opponent. With his eyes glowing, he knows it won't be that easy. He then launches a giant fire statue to attack with full force, but the Kyoto freshman isn't fazed at all. Saying an advantage means nothing against absolute power. Without moving, he creates a wall of ice that instantly stops the fire attack. With the impact, Derek's fire body begins to fall apart. Surprised, he watches his own energy fade before his opponent's power. With a single gesture, the Kyoto freshman launches an ice counterattack. Completely dominated, Derek is hit by ice spikes and falls. As his flame body extinguishes, the winner of the first match is announced. Bocking his easy victory, he questions the level of Allen's top 3 students. Shocked, the Allen student can't believe the fight ended so quickly, with the winner not even moving from his spot. With a worried look, Lucas realizes that with that kind of power, maybe not even Julia could beat him. Leaving the arena, Derek is met by Julia and Iwa. Worried, Julia asks if he's okay, and he laments that he couldn't even make his opponent fight seriously. Soon after, the second match is announced, pitting the Sacred Academy freshman against Iwa Miranda. Surprised, they realize another fight against one of the top students. But with a confident smile, Iwa says this is Allen Tower, and this time, she will restore her honor. In the stands, the Sacred Academy's crowd cheers wildly for their champion. Thanking them for the support, Aurora Phoenix promises she will win again with elegance. With a wink, she asks everyone to cheer loudly for her. In the arena, she unleashes an absurd amount of power, engulfing herself in flames. Facing her opponent, Iwa acknowledges that she finally has a worthy opponent and vows to prove her strength. As the second match begins, The arena falls silent for the start of the fight. With a smirk, Aiwa taunts her opponent, telling her to stop acting cute and bring it on. Wasting no time, Aurora charges forward and attacks with her energy fan. She then summons a phoenix wing to continue the assault, but the attack is blocked, and Aurora calls her opponent rude. With a focused gaze, she prepares for her next move. Noticing the defense, Aurora is surprised to see that Aiwa has transformed her mental strength into a barrier. With a sly smile, she says this would be a fun way to pass the time. She then launches a powerful attack that destroys part of the arena. With her eyes glowing red, Aiwa prepares for a counterattack. As Aiwa's barrier shatters, she launches an energy attack that throws her back. Floating on a fire phoenix, Aurora taunts her opponent for being too busy defending to attack. Then, she prepares a strike with her flaming fan and summons a phoenix. The firebird charges forward and breaks through Aiwa's barrier, hitting her head-on. Screaming in pain, Aiwa is completely swallowed by the flames. With an air of boredom, Aurora laments that the fight is already over. But with her eyes glowing, Aiwa said no, and that Aurora is the one who's finished. Suddenly, the arena transforms into an illusory forest, and Aurora is caught in a trap. Amid the flames, the two face off, with Aiwa now in control. Shocked, Aurora doesn't understand how Aiwa managed to turn tables. With a wicked smile, a giant version of Aiwa appears and warns that she won't escape her mental magic. Screaming, she tells Aurora to get a taste of defeat, but with a smirk, Aurora reveals she was just playing along. In the blink of an eye, an energy explosion occurs, reversing the spell. Surprised, Aiwa realizes her own attack has been reflected back at her. With the explosion, Aiwa's illusion completely shatters. In disbelief, she can't understand how Aurora escaped her control. In the arena, Aiwa's body is thrown with force, falling defeated to the ground. In the audience, Lucas realizes there's something strange about this fight. He then understands that Aurora fell into Aiwa's magic and intentionally missed all her attacks. This forced Aiwa to show her full power in order to take control of her mind. With this strategy, Aurora managed to turn the tables and break the illusion. With a victorious smile, she reveals she was just playing along with Aiwa's little game for a while. With Aiwa down on the ground, Aurora explains that if she hadn't seen her magic before, she might have fallen for the trick. With one final blow, the match is over, and Aurora is declared the winner. Confused, the Allen students try to understand how she escaped the mental magic. Aiwa, angry, explains that magic only works with the blessing of the gods, and since for the last 1,000 years, one can only receive the blessing of a single god, no one can use more than one type of magic. Realizing the truth, Eric concludes that Aurora is hiding something. With a worried look, Julia warns them to be very careful around her. Pondering, Lucas remembers that martial arts training builds resistance to mental magic, and wonders if Aurora trains as well. With the defeat of the two best students, the rest of the Allen class is already starting to lose hope, but one of them tries to cheer the group up, saying they can't give up yet because their best student is still going to fight. In the middle of the crowd, a student yawns, wondering why everyone is drained of energy. From a distance, two elite students comment that the martial arts class moralized them, but it's still too early for despair. With a wicked smile, Mr. Greg reveals that everything is going according to plan, thanks to a cursed item he acquired. A while later, the other academy's matches finally come to an end. With a yawn, Lucas's friend announces that it's Julia's turn to fight. Fifth match is announced. Julia Ryan from Allen Academy versus Tegan Valentin from Kyoto. As the fight begins, Tegan immediately goes on the offensive with earth magic, but Julia defends herself with a lightning barrier, ready for combat. With a serious look, she analyzes her opponent's swift movements. Protected by stone armor, Tegan advances fearlessly. The crowd murmurs that Julia would have lost if she hadn't defended herself. Watching the fight, one of the elite students suggests she avoid a direct confrontation. Giving his opponent no pants, Tegan unleashes an earth explosion in the middle of the arena. From the ground, a giant stone statue rises, charging at Julia. But with a quick gesture, she prepares a lightning counterattack. With a blast of concentrated energy, she shatters the stone statue to pieces. Her hand glowing, she reveals her special technique, Palm Thunder. Looking at the rubble, she realizes her opponent has hidden and invites him to a game of hide-and-seek. Suddenly, a stone spear erupts from the ground, nearly hitting her and catching her by surprise. Struck by a golden light, Julia is thrown to the other side of the arena. As she hits the ground, the energy spreads through her body, pinning her in place. Realizing it's a trap, she understands she's fallen for a petrification spell that has slowed her down. Celebrating the direct hit, Tegan prepares for his next attack. Confident in his strategy, he knows Julia lacks combat experience and that he can win if he immobilizes her. From the ground, he raises a stone pillar, trapping Julia even more securely. With the arena in ruins, the column of earth closes in on her. With a determined gaze, Julia faces the stone prison forming around her. Refusing to give up, she uses her staff to try and break free, but the stone seals completely fall into the ground. Her staff is the only thing left on the outside, trapping her in a giant stone hand. Tegan leaves her completely immobilized, his armor cracked. He prepares the final blow, knowing this could be his academy's third consecutive loss. With a focused gaze, he concentrates on ending the fight. But suddenly, one of the Allen students points to the sky, shocked by what he sees. With a wicked smile, Julia emerges from the darkness, warning, "Red or not, here I come." Emerging from the stone prison, Julia forms a sphere of energy and says, "I'll start looking now." Desperate, Tegan yells that it's impossible for her to use magic in that state, but the energy sphere flies forward and shatters the stone hand to pieces. With a determined look, she prepares for the final blow. Then, a beam of energy tears across the arena, hitting everything in its path. The energy completely obliterates Tegan's stone defenses. Hit head-on, he screams in pain, not understanding the power that struck him. With the arena completely destroyed, Julia floats above the rubble, with Tegan collapsed on the ground. With her staff in hand, she reveals she was tracking his magic ever since he went into hiding. Realizing her strategy, Tegan understands she predicted everything, even before he took her staff. With a smile, he admits she didn't dodge on purpose, and concedes defeat. Celebrating her victory, Julia is announced as the winner of the 5th match. In the crowd, the Allen students celebrate their first win, their hopes renewed. Meanwhile, Aurora explains the elemental hierarchy. Fire beats ice, and ice beats lightning. With a smile, Julia realizes that by that logic, she would be the weakest of the three. Countering the elemental logic, a student points out that Dean beat a fire mage, so Julia can win too. Listening to the discussion, Lucas becomes thoughtful, processing the whole situation. Just then, her friends rush over to congratulate her on the win, telling her to do her best in the finals. In the midst of celebration, a mysterious note suddenly appears in her hand. Opening the paper, she is completely confused with the message she received. Elsewhere, Iowa is shown sleeping peacefully in her room. Apologizing for being late, Julia explains that Iowa took a while to fall asleep, and asks why he called her there. All excited, she wonders if he called her over to praise her, or if he's bragging that she won without needing his candy. Then he says her name, and she responds with a wink, expecting praise. But shattering her expectations, he looks at her seriously, and asks if she wants to win the final match. Standing in the forest, the two siblings talk under the moonlight. With her hand on her chest, she answers with conviction that yes, she wants to win. Patting her head, he smiles and says, that's his sister. But right after, he faces her, and says that if she fucked them now, her chances would be 0. Explaining the situation, he admits that they both surpass her in magic level and battle experience. With a deeper analysis, he reveals that Diane's magic resistance makes him an almost impossible opponent for her. Desperate, she asks if he knows a way to win, and he confirms, but warns that the method is pretty harsh. With a determined look, she says she doesn't care, and will endure any pain to win. Satisfied with her answer, he just confirms that she gave her word. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he announces that hellish training is about to begin. Suddenly, a white creature appears and attacks her, knocking her to the ground. Getting up startled, she yells at the creature, which seems to be her pet. But when she looks ahead, she's shocked by what she sees. A mysterious girl appears, summoning an ice barrier with an overwhelming presence. Hugging the creature, Luke explains that just like a lion, she looks stronger in a hostile environment. Riding Giant Wolf, Lucas warns that he won't go easy on her in training. With a challenging smile, he extends his hand and tells Julia to overcome the challenge. Then, he launches an energy attack that creates a field of ice in the forest. In the midst of battle, two Julias appear, fighting against ice clones. Trapped in ice crystals, she screams in surprise, asking how her brother can use magic. With a gesture, he shows a miniature version of her, and explains it's because he made a contract with Yuru. Then, it's revealed that by making a contract with a magic beast, one can get beast pills, and as long as you're touching the beast, you can freely use its power. Combine Yuru's ice magic with his skills, his power multiplies several times over. From the ice, a giant ice dragon emerges, charging at Julia. With a powerful attack, he traps her in a prison of ice crystals. Worried, Yuru asks her master to go easy on her, but he says he's already holding back. Surrounded by ice, he warns that if she doesn't learn to break the ice and build resistance, she'll freeze to death. Angrily, she yells not to be underestimated, and that she'll show what she's made of. Then, she unleashes a blast of energy that completely shatters the ice prison. Celebrating her victory, She boasts out how amazing she is, staff in hand. But suddenly, the forest turns into an ice maze, and she's left completely confused. From a distance, Lucas announces he's starting the next attack, making her desperate. With his hand on his chest, he prepares for the next challenge. Riding Yuru, he warns that if she doesn't get out of there fast, she'll die. With gesture, he summons a new wave of ice creatures at her. Unintimidated, she charges at the creatures, unleashing energy strikes. The bolts spread out, hitting everything in their path, including the trees. As she fights, Yuru charges forward and hits her with a poor swipe, sending her flying. With a smirk, she takes advantage of the distraction and hits Yuru with a shock. The bolts hit Yuru, who runs away screaming in pain. Exhausted, Julia and her little pet fall to the ground, finally thinking the training's over. But with puffed cheeks, they both realize the nightmare isn't over yet. With an evil smile, Lucas says the hellish training is just beginning and throws them a recovery potion. Desperate, Julia screams, calling her brother a demon, while Yuru cries for help. A few hours later, day breaks at Allen Academy. Worried, IWA notices Julia in her room and wonders where she's gone. Suddenly, the door opens and tired footsteps enter the room, her body completely worn out. Julia leans on her staff and says good morning to IWA. Startled by her condition, IWA catches her before she falls to the floor. With a tired smile, Julia gives a thumbs up and says she was just training for the funnels. Carrying her friend on her back, IWA complains about how Lucas could do that with the funnels being the next day. But with a confident look, Julia assures her it's fine because she will definitely win tomorrow. With the preliminaries over, Sagrada and Kyoto lead with 2 points and Allen has 1. In the illusory forest, a barrier is created to protect the battle area. Inside the barrier, the representatives from each school prepare for the final fight. The Allen director gives the final instructions, telling everyone to enter the arena through the magic circle. But the freshman from Kyoto dismisses the prep, guaranteeing he'll win with his overwhelming strength. With a provocative smile, the freshman from Sagrada says his arrogance only makes her want to beat him more. Meanwhile, Julia yawns sleepily, looking completely exhausted. In the audience, the Allen students find Julia's sleepiness odd and start to doubt her victory. Annoyed by the pessimism, Lucas gives everyone a knock on the head. Remembering the training, he reveals that even he and Yuru needed a medicinal bath to recover and that Julia, even after a healing potion, slept the whole day. But he knows the others don't understand the situation and gets irritated by their defeatist attitude. Worried about his classmates' condition, a student decides to give them tonic pills. Back in the arena, Aya is worried about Julia, who assures her she's full of energy. Hand her the crystal rabbit. Aya reminds her not to forget her belongings. Confused by the mention of Mountain Train, Aya immediately figures out what happened. Then she raises an energy trophy, wishing Julia good luck. In the stands, the Allen crowd cheers excitedly, confident of victory. From a distance, Lucas notices the effect of a tonic pill on his fins, thanking everyone. Julia raises her own trophy, while Aya questions what Lucas did to her. Patting her head, Aya tells her to be careful, but Julia guarantees she'll win no matter what. Together, the two walk towards the teleportation circle. Stepping onto the circle, they prepare to enter the arena. Inside the forest, Julia is teleported to a random location. Remembering her brother's advice, she decides to hide to conserve her strength. Running to hide behind a tree, she prepares for battle. But suddenly, a swift strike cuts the tree in half. Leaning over the debris, Aurora appears, ready for combat. With a determined gaze, she faces Julia, ready to start the fight. Scared, Julia hides behind a tree, wondering if she's already been found. In the audience, the Allen students hope Aurora doesn't find Julia, so she can avoid the fight. But with a confident smile, Lucas just watches the scene in silence. Hidden, Julia sees Aurora approaching, and shrinks down to avoid being seen. With a hand on her hip, Aurora leans against the tree, not noticing Julia's presence. Confused, she comments that she's sure she heard someone around there. Suddenly, an ice explosion goes off in the distance, drawing attention. Looking toward the noise, Aurora sees a large ice crystal forming in the sky. With a smile, she recognizes Dean's style, and says only he would announce his location like that. Grabbing her fan, she gets ready to head over there. With a leap, she propels herself toward the ice crystal, where she was standing. Only a pair of purple energy boots are left behind. Tired, Julia sits on the ground, relieved to have tricked Aurora. In the stands, the crowd is shocked, not understanding how a lightning mage could pull that off. With a loud laugh, Lucas celebrates the success of his sister's plan. Flashing back, a scene from the training shows an exhausted Julia wants to disappear. With a smile, Lucas reveals the training was so tough. She learned to suppress her presence, but he always found her. In the forest, Dean and Aurora finally meet, ready for battle. Like a strategist, Lucas celebrates that his plan worked, and that after their fight, it will be Julia's turn. With his eyes closed, Dean prepares for battle, summoning a giant ice sword. But Aurora launches a surprise attack, with blade of fire coming from all directions. With a swift move, she hurls a fireball that shatters the ice sword. Unimpressed, Dean says that's just one of her attacks. Using her fan, Aurora mucks Alan's student for being shy. Then Dean unleashes his full power, saying he wanted to defeat them both at once, but now he'll end this quickly. With a confident smile, Aurora says she'll be the one to break his invincibility. In a quick motion, she sends a fiery phoenix tail at him, but Dean counters with an energy blast, defending himself from the attack. The two face each other up close, their energies clashing in a stalemate. With an explosion of power, both attacks cancel each other out, showing the balance of strength between them. In the crowd, the students are shocked by their true power, realizing how much they were holding back before. Watching the fight, an elite student comments that Dean's fighting style looks like a martial artist's. It's then revealed that Dean trains both magic and martial arts to become stronger. With a thoughtful look, Lucas praises Dean's mindset, saying that if everyone were like him, martial artists wouldn't be so looked down upon. Analyzing the fight, Lucas and his friend discuss who has a better chance of winning. Lucas betting on Dean's raw power, but a voice disagrees, saying that's not quite right. Appearing out of nowhere, Iowa stars Lucas's friend and says that Aurora probably has an ace up her sleeve. Suddenly, a student shouts that the fight had already been decided. Scoffing, Lucas's friend turns to Iowa, making fun of her prediction. With a hand on his chest, Dean boasts that even the famous heiress Miranda can do predictions wrong. With a firm stomp, she shatters the ice on the ground, showcasing his victory. Facing Julia, he says she's late and the fight is already over. In disbelief, she asks if he really defeated Aurora. An air of superiority, he brags about having the strongest ice magic in the world and that no one can beat him. With a cold look, he says he's going to end this now. Desperate, Julia summons her thunder shield to protect herself, but Dean summons a giant ice dragon, which charges straight at her. The dragon hits her barrier, shattering everything in its path. Even with her defense, she is thrown far away by the impact of the blow. Advancing with an ice ball, Dean launches a direct attack at Julia. With a powerful blow, he throws her far, making her bounce off the ground. With her feet firmly on the ground, she prepares for a counterattack. Dodging the ice attacks, she uses her speed to escape. With a smile, she realizes Dean's movements are slow compared to her brother's. Run at high speed, she taunts him, zipping past him like a flash. Annoyed, Dean calls her pathetic for only knowing how to run away. In the middle of her run, Julia steps on a magic circle she created herself. With a boost, she leaps into the air, preparing for an aerial attack. Then, she scatters several magic circles across the battlefield. From the ground, ice walls begin to rise surrounding the arena. Startled, Julia realizes she's fallen into a trap. From the ice, a giant tower forms, trapping her inside. From high above, Dean watches his prey, ready for the final blow. With a shining ring, he reveals he chose this play on purpose, showing the true power of Kyoto's top student. From high above, Dean prepares a final devastating attack, summoning a gigantic ice crystal. Plummeting down, the immense ice crystal descends toward Julia, who faces the threat head-on. But unfazed, she unleashes all her energy, preparing to counter the attack with full force.